done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. You're so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it. I wanna say it, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
You love me. Come, you love me. You love me. Come, you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shot your fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Nah, just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me a dose. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back. Cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along, forgotten shadow.
Welcome to Polaris. I am Eileen from Norway and I'm so excited to be here. It is my first time. And luckily I've been joined by my neighbor, MP. How are you doing today, MP?
I'm good, I'm good. It's good to have my neighbors, even though we are kind of rivalries, you know, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, all of these. We have good games today coming up as well. Norwegian organization on the second game, and Finnish organizations, or Finnish teams rather, in the first game. I think it's gonna be an exciting day. I honestly hope there's gonna be some good games, good results, and I'm excited to share the desk with you.
I'm very, very excited. It's also a really good day to be Norwegian because let's face it, Riot has been giving us a lot of attention. We have Deadlock and, you know, the new map Abyss. And wait, what did Finland have?
Okay. At least we have more than one player in today's games, because even though we have two Norwegian teams on the second game, we have only one Norwegian player. So we'll win 6-1. That's a classic score, especially for Finnish and Swedish people. Those who will know, will know.
Yeah, but that's not all. We're not only here alone, we're also going to introduce our casters, Paulus and Hazza. How are you guys doing today?
Hello.
How are you guys feeling?
Doing great. Look, excited for today's matchups. Great to have new faces on the broadcast as well. We're growing this family. Challengers North is just expanding. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I brought out my own regional shirt. I heard, you know, a couple of verbals being tossed between you two, many of which I didn't understand. But I think that's the classic English lifestyle anyway, not understanding anything else that's going on.
Yes, so let's talk a little bit about Apex. Last week, they lost the map to Formulation Gaming, which was already quite a shocking factor. But let alone yesterday, they lost a whole series, and that was very unexpected. They've been unbeatable so far.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, even the Formulation game was insane, because I think Formulation on that last map actually lost against themselves. Apex had to win 7 rounds in a row to not lose the whole series. They dropped a map, which was shocking, but actually crazy that they lost the whole series and 2-0. I mean, insane.
Yeah, I mean, I was commentating this one with Cairo, and we almost couldn't believe our eyes as it was happening. But you just sort of started to believe towards the end, right? I think we've seen a change in par for the course against Apex. In comparison to Split 1, they've lost twice as many rounds on average. They've also changed up the comps a little bit. And while I wouldn't say that this is a team which necessarily needs to radicalize anything, I think change is now becoming a bit of a necessity, because teams are starting to find them out and putting up strong results against them. And this is the first series they've lost this year.
Yeah, and I think it's about time a team started to believe that Apex isn't just there on the pedestal ahead of everybody else. I think it's kind of good now that there is some belief reinstated that giants, in fact, can fall. But I also think it's kind of good for Apex to lose a match, right? They haven't lost one. So imagine finding themselves into a finals, imagine finding themselves in Ascension, where they don't know what losing feels like, and now they have to rebound. So I'm glad they get that out of the way. It's just a matter of what they do with it from here.
Yeah, that was actually my question, thinking whether it's actually good for Apex, for Ascension, or is it actually something that could put their Ascension run in jeopardy? Is this something that could actually maybe hinder their success in playoffs? Could they actually lose points because of this? Or is this a good change for the future, because they know they can lose against these teams, so they have to up the ante per se, and go for stronger maybe compositions, stronger strats, stronger mindset. They have to do something to their game that they can even maybe compete in Ascension. I don't know. I think that's gonna be really really interesting to see.
Well, thank you, casters, so much. We will come back to you, obviously. But coming up today, we have quite exciting match. First match is OnlyFans and Apina. How do you feel about that, MP?
I mean, I think it's gonna be really, really interesting to see what's gonna happen between these two teams. Obviously, the Finnish derby, you could say it's gonna be interesting. I think it's my favorite matchup in terms of Finnish guy is always gonna win in this matchup. But it's always gonna be that there's gonna be a Finnish guy at the losing end as well. It's either gonna be 4 this time or 2 Finnish players, because there has been a little switch that we talk about later on the OnlyFans compositions. You already have seen this. It's gonna be interesting to see whether it's gonna be for the better or for the worse. But it's interesting to switch nonetheless. Honestly, I'm so happy for this matchup. I've been waiting for this since the Split 1. To have that rematch, and I'm gonna be honest, I think we're gonna see some good VALORANT and 3 maps today on this matchup.
Do you have any expectations? Is it something you're looking forward to? Predictions? Favorites?
Ooh. It's always rough to say any predictions, especially when there's two Finnish teams competing. But honestly, I think this new OnlyFins team with Ale in the roster, I think they're looking really, really scary. I think there was a time definitely when they were kinda losing to themselves as well. But I do think that it's gonna be a 3-mapper. There's gonna be interesting stuff happening in the map pool, I believe, because there's gonna be some conflicts. But for the sake of OnlyFins, I think they are gonna look good today. They have amazing roster. Here we can see some highlights from that roster as well. And oh, what can you say? It's the Finnish team.
Yes,
obviously, I'm gonna root for them.
It is the Finnish team, but is there one player there like you feel that is remarkable? I did look at everything, and Ale looks quite impressive. Wouldn't you say so yourself?
Of course, Ale. I mean, Finnish team. He's the Swedish player on the team. I have to say, he's amazing. We're gonna come to Ale a little bit later there as well. Face him against some other player, but amazing Finnish players alongside Ale as well. Nixon, obviously a really strong leader. Snowy, we have found him in different scenarios, in interviews. Amazing personality, amazing player on the server. There we see Fiken as well. I love that we have these new cameras. We didn't have that last split, but we're gonna see the reactions of these players for different clutches, different situations, and I just love to see that reaction. I think you're familiar with watch parties for sure, so you know what seeing those reactions brings up to the watch party. You are like, oh, you can see that I got really surprised. He got really excited on situations, which brings a whole new element for that.
And let's not also mention that Ale is from Sweden in a full Finnish team. So once again, the Finnish do leech off other people. But I'm excited to see the match. I'm excited to see the performance. They're obviously outstanding players. And the camera adds a lot of elements. And you can see their personality much more, which maybe might cost a couple of favorites. And then we have our next team, Apina. How do you feel about the whole roster in general?
Yeah, I mean, Apina Orchestra, I think it was even last season we brought up this point that they're a really young team. Actually, old Tom was part of the team. I think he was subbing in for a second, but now Kalkuna is back. Not quite the best start in terms of playing against Requiem, but I do believe that Apina Orchestra has something more to bring, and I think we got something. A bit of a spicy thing from their coach Kisuga, that they might be spicing things up for this matchup. So I'm really excited to see what is coming up, because they have been bringing different compositions for different maps like Harbor Fade, Yoru Race, Killjoy on the Icebox, Deadlock Yoru on Sunset as well. I'm so excited to see what this roster has to bring, because like I said, it's a really young roster. Can they actually, or will they crumble under pressure, or can they actually face up against OnlyFins, who I think is really solid under pressure, especially now with the addition of Ale, because Nixon is such a strong leader, and now they have so much firepower under him, so much discipline in terms of Ale being that duelist. I think it's gonna be rough for Apina Orchestra to, I don't know, play this game. If they're not on that mentally stable path there, they have to keep strong mental when they are losing rounds to OnlyFins.
Yeah, they're both really good teams, and it's a really important day for both of them to make it through. So may the best Finn win.
Hey, that's a good rhyme as well. But
Yeah,
Ale
yeah.
and Kalkuna, I think these are really important two players in this matchup. Ale, obviously, it's kind of against me to highlight the Swedish player in the Finnish team, but I just have to highlight Ale.
I mean, you don't really have a choice, do you?
Exactly. I mean, look at that ACS. When you compare
Yeah.
against the Finnish player of Kalkuna, don't get me wrong, Kalkuna is amazing player. A really solid duelist. But Ale, that ACS is amazing. He's a veteran in this league. He's been here time and time again, and I actually got to play with Ale in one of the Spike Nation tournaments. He's so good a player. It's insane. I think he even aced there with the Neon, if I remember correctly. I just cannot let go of him. He obviously played for Kova, so he's not a stranger in terms of playing with Finnish players, in terms of playing under a Finnish team. The only situation where I'm kind of questioning this is how is the communication gonna go, because you have 4 Finns and 1 Swede. When I used to play on that kind of team, I had actually 1 Swede in our Finnish team. We would always talk in Finnish after our Swedish player was dead, but it's kind of different in this game compared to my VR game. Are you gonna talk Finnish or are you gonna just keep talking in English the whole time? It's always kind of a question when you bring up a team from different nation, but I think the map videos are gonna be like the biggest highlights for me.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It's gonna be really interesting. I mean, like OnlyFins, I think they are pretty solid in Icebox, even though you see here OnlyFins, they have won 1, they have lost 1. Sunset is definitely one of their stronger maps, but when we talk about these map videos, Apina Orchestra, they really like to ban the Icebox, and that is something I'm expecting to see here. I know you had some takes about Icebox as well.
I am not a fan of Icebox myself at all. I already said that if I see someone pick Icebox as a first, it's a red flag for me straight away. Obviously, I'm talking about lower ranks and own experience, and we get Ascent.
Wow,
okay.
That is a really surprising ban to me, because I don't see OnlyFins as the best team Ascent. I don't see Ascent as a huge threat to Apina Orchestra, to be honest. I think Icebox or Sunset would have been bigger threat, so that ban is really strange. Breeze obviously gone for OnlyFins, not quite a lot of success right there, 0 and 2 in terms of this whole year on Breeze, and it's quite a solid ban for OnlyFins, but this is interesting. Oh, we're gonna see Lotus. Yeah, I think that has been pretty solid map for Apina Orchestra. I'm not gonna lie, they're 3 and 3 right there in this year, which is really good. I think Lotus is good, big and
I mean, red flag, boys, red flag.
But honestly, as OnlyFins, you have to pick Icebox when Apina Orchestra gives it. Like, it's something that Apina Orchestra is not really strong at. I think they'd be one of the weakest teams in Icebox during this whole season. They have banned it quite a lot. OnlyFins, they're definitely one of the strongest teams in this map. They have only lost against Requiem and NXT. So I think Icebox is something that Apina Orchestra either set up as a trap play. They didn't want to ban Icebox here because they have some kind of setup. They have this plan down, or it was an oversight, but I do not think at this level this is gonna be an oversight. And Sunset is gonna be the last map once again. I think a map that favors OnlyFins. So if we take this Veto into an account, if we look at the previous match, I think this favors OnlyFins a little bit, because Icebox and Sunset, they're really heavy for them, especially when we compare to that Requiem match. OnlyFins took Sunset quite easily against Requiem, and Apina Orchestra actually lost quite a lot there, so it's gonna be interesting. But I mean, Icebox, we're gonna see that it's something you don't like to see. Is there any other maps that you really like to see from this Lotus and Sunset? Either one you really like, or no?
I'm excited for Lotus, super excited to see how it's gonna go, so I'm excited, and I'm aiming towards Ali. His stats are impressive, so may the best Finn win once again with the Swede.
Exactly. I think it's time for us to go for a little break right here and come back with the agency right after this.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth, but just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, you can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church, please tell where you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, agree. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, it's done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. you can take it. When did you cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. Never give up, never give up. Never give up, never give up. Never give up, never give up.
We are back and we are excited as ever to go to the agent select.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what these teams pick. or the map of Lotus, it's always, usually it's quite
The mirror matchup.
standard here, but not quite mirror match. Actually, the Sova instead of that Gecko. Obviously, Ale going with that Raze and Kalkuna going with Jet, but I think the basis of this matchup is pretty much this similar. You have that bridge on Killjoy, but you had quite a bit difference on terms of the initiator that you get information and the duelist. Obviously, Ale having more of that firepower, or rather utility power in terms of that Raze and Jet. You can dash through those choke points quite easily. I think it's quite interesting to have Sova here on Lotus. You don't see that much, especially in my ranked games, and even more in these professional games. It's something that you don't see too much.
You don't, but let's hear what Caster has to say about the agents.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one, and the agent situation is also the interesting one, where Apina are looking to switch things up a little bit, and that's sort of interesting to us, isn't it, Hazza? Because they've recently seemed to find their groove when it comes to their character.
Yeah, it's really weird. In figuring each of themselves out, I feel like they've swapped positions. You even look at the comps on this map. The last time they played Lotus in their series from Split 1, it was actually Apina running the Gecko. Now OnlyFins are setting up with something a little more off-piste, and it's actually, you know, the youngest team that we have in all of EMEA Challengers that are bringing out something a lot more run-of-the-mill.
And without any further ado, we'll be getting into the action. We've heard a lot from the analysts, right? We heard a lot that this is the Finnish derby that we need to be looking forward to. And it was one of those matches that we looked at stage 1 and we're like, this could make a difference. And who makes playoffs and who not? Well, it was Apina Orchestra that won their match at the end to allow their compatriots to make it through in that final seed. But now things are getting a little bit dicey for both of them. Only with 2 wins for OnlyFins, only 1 for Apina as we look to enter this series. It's important to start getting some more wins on the board for both of them.
Yeah, I think that's the big talking point for me coming into this one. The season has to get started at some point for Apina. It's been a slow path so far for OnlyFins, but that win they were able to get against Sweet and Sour the other week will certainly have galvanized the confidence, especially when you look at the result from yesterday that they put up against Apex as well. I think things aren't necessarily set in stone as to who finishes where at this point in time, so they'll be looking to climb the rankings, and this is a great place to do it.
100%. With 20 seconds to go. It's Apina Orchestra that will be starting off on the attack as OnlyFins elected to begin on the defense. A 3-player stack up towards this right-hand side and a bit of a spread out approach from Apina to get initiated with this attacking side.
Yeah, you are playing through the Jet here as well on the attack, so in terms of how they want to set this up, I'm curious to see. OnlyFins have got a lot of strong utility combos between both the Raze, the Gecko, and this Breach here as well. It's those 3 players which secure the orb first.
It's Ale looking to get first contact here. He's got friends that have his back. Dizzy coming through, but a chuckle is good to find the first pick, though. The flash is coming through right at it. The paranoia in response was perfect from Apina, but it was actually their teammates' paranoia. Got confused there for a second, but it still allows Apina to be ahead by a landslide. OnlyFins lose 2 out of the 3 players that went for that initial engagement, and it looks like they're wanting to make some heroics work to drag them right back in this round. Apina know they've got strengthening numbers. All they have to do is go for this cross, even though they've got Drog on the other side of the map doing some searching.
Yeah, Drog not yet involved, but Apina at the start of the round just respecting those strong combos I'm talking about for OnlyFins. They contact, take some of the space, but it's the counter utility that you see come back through that was really, really strong. Sitting on top of those first 2 picks, and OnlyFins starting to do some more re-clearing in the mid to now late round because there's not much time left. They'll be scaling off the back of Drog, and it's on Fegan's shoulders to stop this.
Safe to say heroics are required from Fegan, and the stun-up seems to follow up nicely with Kalkuna barely alive in this instance. Yeah, Apina Orchestra softened up, but what can you do when it's 2 players trying to fend off for the full 5 stack?
I mean, yeah, look, you get 1 through the door there, maybe there's a half chance. You've now got a flank coming in, but each player here has to pick up a couple, and Nixon now left alone in a 1v4. He's the clutch king, but I think this is too much work for the Finn.
Yeah, the captain will drop quite quickly. Apina 1-0 on the board. Best start they could hope for.
Yeah, I think it was a strong start. Again, look, you look at OnlyFins, they were trying to take some of that space for free. Like I said before, I think you're always going to be a little bit hesitant in how you approach that first round, especially when you can't, buy up light shields on any players either, and that the util damage can be pretty big. Again, I just want to keep an eye on this head-to-head between Ale and Kalkuna. The desk was speaking about it before as well. You look at Kalkuna being, like a top 4 player for ACS last year, promising entry stats, but hasn't really had much of a chance to make his mark this split. Autumn was subbing in. Now you've got Ale stealing the headlines on the other side of the server.
You're right, quite a contrast, in fact, in performance, and he's made his way into this league multiple times under different rosters. Excel was the team that he managed to win the league twice with.
That's more your time, Pavlos.
Yeah,
we were getting a real
time.
sort of cross the streams right now. I know Ghostbusters say don't cross the streams. Maybe crossing paths here as well on this round. I mean, Apina, they've got the guns, but OnlyFins already have bodies on the line.
Yeah, OnlyFins seem to have a great read and look to collapse. The Dizzy was good, but the recalibration not as grand. Still, they've stayed at a stable point where 2v3 is fathomable, given that Snowy has found a Vandal to withhold. Those shock darts are doing quite a lot of damage, and Brady looks to clean up off the back of it as well. A bit damaging, a bit scary, but still recovered nevertheless.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they only kept a couple of rifles out of that one, if I'm not mistaken. The Outlaw, the Vandal, I'm not sure if Brady, he had to repurchase the Bulldog. They weren't able to completely recuperate all of that. So yeah, look, a bit of a scary round there, I think it's fair to say. OnlyFins, really good defensive calling. That's something we have to highlight. While they did have strong sides and weaker sides in previous weeks, one of those was their defender's side on Lotus. A lot of that did hinge on retakes as well.
Well, an early stun paint shell combo doesn't really find too much impact, but Apina will be walking in a little bit later in. A buy round, of course, could be highly impactful. OnlyFins definitely need this to start rolling things their way.
And it's, it's also interesting that I mentioned the retakes, because as good as those looked against Sweet and Sour, nice opener. Oh, Nixon, okay, all right, he's just going to keep on going, never mind.
Yeah, the captain of OnlyFins thought, sure, I'm just going to waltz ahead, peek a smoke, throw a one-way of my own. It works out. And OnlyFins find the confidence to do the same thing on a different front. It's worked out. Apina orchestrary in the dumps, really. And Viti and Chuckle looking to hold hands for this one.
Yeah, look, you can forget that retake I was going to talk about. But to just back it up with some stats, like, as good as it did look the other week, they're actually the weakest in the league as a whole in their retakes. When you compare it to every other team that has played, they've only got a 28% conversion rate. So I guess, rounds like this, you set the pace nice and early with that util towards root. Could be spread a little thin towards A, though, and this spike plant, I expect, should be going down, no worries. Not unless Ale has something to say.
Not unless Viti has got something to say, as he rips Ali's head off his shoulders.
Spike planted.
And OnlyFins now need to question what the setup is going to look like here for Apina. One up close, Viti. And you can see Chuckle trying to spend the opponent's attention towards his direction to allow Viti to come in and do some mad work. Chuckle then finds the opportunity to swing, and all of a sudden it's down to a dual Feekin with a better gun. Gets it done until the end, but he's the only player standing by the end of that one as OnlyFins find their way onto the score sheet.
Yeah, I mean, look, that should have been way more comfortable from OnlyFins in terms of playing off one another there. They're just sort of feeding into Apina's individual mechanical skill. Someone like Viti can, make magic moments for you in those late round situations. Nixon obviously getting off to a great start here and, sort of jumping the gun on even a third kill. He'll do that himself. But yeah, I mean, the retake utility, as I said, is also pretty strong. So Apina aren't going to give you that space and time to respect it. They're going to want to take those fights, especially if their player number's down.
And walking into this one, looking like a strong setup for Apina. Very fast forwards onto the C site, and you can see that from the shadows dropped in to allow the quick access of it. Quickly Feekin vacates, and OnlyFins on the back foot here trying to recap. A lot of lost ground, while Feekin goes in for a bite by himself. A bit of a misplay, but look at Drog on the lurk himself.
Yeah, Drog's in a really strong position here. He should have heard the smoke utility from Nixon as well. Holding on a little longer. Free kill, easy enough. 5 versus 3 situation. And there's not much utility left on the OnlyFins side. That wingman could be an issue.
The paranoia will delay. The Pino Orchestra seem to find things going their way more than not. Ale, that's the first kill OnlyFins have gotten, but it's so delayed. There wasn't really much return on that, and the intention was to drop back to begin with. So OnlyFins vacate the area, and Pino Orchestra, by being able to isolate just a couple of kills, are able to secure the win.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see OnlyFins had to completely forfeit the space on C site. Viti comes straight in with the ult. He's the only player that ends up going down. You've got a Hunter's Fury to fall back on into post. Ale already discarded the paint shells right at the spawn barriers to try and take the A space to kick things off yet again. So I think OnlyFins, again, like I say, they've got lots of strong utility, strong combinations that they can play through, but you need to know when and where to be using those and making sure you're not missing out on any big pieces.
Just got a question here for you, Hazza. How do you feel with Ale's addition, right? It's obviously made a difference into how this team works with each other, using a different language to sort of communicate, and it showed early doors of the season not looking as great as they did at the end of the last.
Yeah, I think, look, this has always been a roster which are very competent at speaking proficient English, so not really too much of an issue, but like you say, it's a different team dynamic, and, well, he seems to be fitting in pretty well in this round at least.
Of course, makes himself the main topic of conversation, as he does, as he always has.
Yeah. You also got to remember, they were playing a different comp entirely the first match that they played with him on Lotus. He was running the Neon, but I think that was just a little too separate.
Yeah, bit disjointed. Isolated, if you will. And OnlyFins seem to have a good read on this. Nixon very close, trying to bridge the gap to make that Bucky work.
At the same time, I don't know if it's necessarily this disjointedness which has really been the big issue. He's always put up big numbers. It's more the team performance, and you're already starting to see that a little bit in this one so far, right? Avalos, like, you know, just round on round.
At one point you will call me Kyra, I know it, and
I
you
know,
get a free pass.
I was thinking about it.
Oh, good TP from Vidi, making sure that he has the longer distance, but still the opener is there. The trade as well, we're looking at 4 versus 4. OnlyFins have got to make that famous comeback of theirs, the retake of theirs work.
Hunter's Fury expended early. Tags from Chuckle here are going to be nasty. That's Fagan gone. No possibility to come back through with any of those nanos, or God forbid, a lockdown. So 4 on 3, still numbers of Pino Orchestra, and a pretty deep post plant that they're playing.
But Yasmin is the first one to find the kill, and it just gives him more space to start walking into the site of Pino Orchestra, playing this close together, trying to line up a bit of a crosshair. But if they find their opponents from above, it will be difficult. But no, OnlyFins are moving into them one by one, providing the opportunity. But Ale, the star player, the new addition, called to action, but Chuckle just hides and moves out of the optimal fashion to allow a Pino Orchestra to keep these attacking rounds rolling.
Yeah, and they're not pulling any punches here either, Pavlos. And I said it. It was exactly what we saw when Viti was nearly able to convert the 4 versus 2. They remain on the offensive. They're looking to take that fight to OnlyFins, not allow them to have a safe retake. It's been the money almost immediately. This economy cycle is probably going to be the biggest thing to overcome. When you look at previous halves, they put a 9-3 up against Sweet and Sour on their defense the other week. But when you go back and look at the history between these two, it was 6-6. So you need to be posting some more rounds soon, and I think a timeout here is pretty well placed to try and do that.
For sure. I guess it gives us more time to also talk about what we tried to expand on earlier, the change of language, right? But because it's maybe everyone's proficient in speaking the language, but it's another thing to be able to think with it. Because, you know, if it's your second one, you'd probably be translating things, thinking things in Finnish and then translating, which takes a few seconds longer, right, to process. And it's not great. Nixun has been one of those figures in this team that not only has been speaking on the server and doing a lot by himself, but he's been doing it on the fragging reels as well, right? Him and Fekan have been sort of pushing this roster forwards, but he has to be able to adapt in these conditions, though he's done it on international squads before.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. It's like, does he want to be super involved in that calling process, or does he want to just be a little more laid back, right? Call some simple macro, and then does that free him up to be a little bit more, you know, mechanically involved, because there have been a couple of maps that we've seen so far where he's just decided to take things into his own hands, as Alice seems to do at the start of the last few.
I think we need to start paying attention to this round. Obviously, the timeout was probably taken out for the round after this, and they thought, sure, let's take a risky step into this one. For good measure, right? You're struggling economically, you need to find your way back in, but the first daily kill might give them a chance. But the fact that they've given away so much space towards the other side of the map, we're not playing on 2 maps, that'd be odd, allows just Apina Orchestra to take that real estate for themselves.
Yeah, this should be a simple enough conversion, as I say. Look, OnlyFins have got a couple of guns for themselves here. But as soon as, you see Alice's name pop up in the kill feed, you've already spotted the Omen towards A, you know that it's a stack.
Off your feet!
So Rolling Thunder invested to take waterfall space. That's a pretty hefty one, and OnlyFins are right back in the back door.
And with a Thrash utilized and the Showstopper, they might believe they have an opportunity here. Bradley stand up, even though the Showstopper didn't work straight away. Jog, upper ground coverage for him, but Chuck was doing a lot of work on the back line. Only good for 2, as Ala keeps on giving. Jog, finally, as the smoke deteriorates, gets himself known. But it's down to 1v1, and Viti knows he's got time in his favor. Spike directly at his feet, and even though Feetkin tries to go for the defuse, he's got it halfway, but there is no time to spare. Apina Orchestra avert the crisis, but my oh my, was that a costly one.
Yeah, look, just as soon as I was saying that OnlyFins had some scrappy rounds, it's the exact same for Apina. I don't think either of these teams has really settled into the derby just yet. It's been a bit cagey, and you see that reflected in the ultimate usage. You're using the Rolling Thunder up against a half buy, and then the fact that OnlyFins come back with a Thrash and a Showstopper, it's going to leave them not exactly short-handed. You've still got the lockdown and you're close to your own breach ult here, but you have to wonder if that's going to make a difference in, the next few rounds of the half, which are the most important because they trail by 4.
OnlyFins looking to find value towards the exit of this A site, and that's where Apina Orchestra look to approach themselves, though patient with it, knowing that OnlyFins often throw out utility early. And not only that, Nixon's posted up on a higher ground, find an alternative angle to work with.
Yeah, I think with the lockdown in play for Figin, you can see they're a little happier to play retake towards C this time, or, whatever side of the map they need to. The fact you do have Nixon so far advanced is good information on A, and Apina actually already gutting the center of the map through B is where they get a little info, or more than anything, decline the value of the turret. Figin has that removed.
Huh. Well, we're seeing a few pings on the map. Could be the stun lining up. The Paranoia hits up Nixon. He throws a Paranoia over the zone, so it does show where he is. He's late to draw out his ult. So that will be his downfall. You can't expect that player was sitting on that spot unassisted. There should be a second one, and they've just figured out where he is. This A site now could be open for the taking, but this lockdown is going to difficult the endeavor. It's 20 seconds on the clock, so they've got to act quickly, but I think they've just found a gap to work with. They're going to have to sacrifice Viti, or he just TP's out. Why not? Sure. And OnlyFins have got 3 players to work with this. Feetkin, he's close to it, and he's got Yezmu's Dizzy to throw into the occasion as well. It's broken, and the flash works like a charm. Feetkin and Yezmu line up their shots as Apina group up together, and now it's OnlyFins with the advantage. On the spike they go. Another corner covered, but Viti returns a favor, and Snowing is on the hot seat. It's diffused by Yezmu. Somehow, the clutch comes their way, and OnlyFins get the win.
Such an important round for OnlyFins. The lockdown investment, really important to just push Apina back towards Tree. But in terms of the mid-round and how we even got in that position, the fact that they took that space towards B main before committing to the A play slowed down the rotation from OnlyFins. If the lockdown isn't in play, I think the round looks completely different there. So yeah, I mean, just taking those risks, and I think this defensive calling's been pretty good. It's just in those latter stages where they struggled, and this time it's the wingman which bails them out.
W wingman, W little bro. But Apina Orchestra, wee fella. Apina Orchestra, though, are sort of walking into the lion's den here, so they've got to be careful about this.
Trap play. Alarm bot set up for the contact. Rolling Thunder that I was talking about, ready through the breakable door, and 3 players to move off the back of it.
What?
He dashed in front!
The Rolling Thunder doesn't affect them, but affects the rest of the team, so it makes this fight a little bit disjointed, and OnlyFins may maybe get the hang of it. Viti, though, brings things to a point where it's recoverable. But you need to be careful of Feekin here. He hears the footstep, but it's not quite enough, Chuckle. You're all by yourself. And the fact that Nixun is slowly approaching on the back line with nothing to warn you of his presence, but he finds the Odin spray onto Feekin and switches over to the Vandal that's optimal for the clutch.
Yeah, Nixon's right up behind him here, though, with the drone out. Snowy moving back through breakable doors so they can try and play off each other. Chuckle spots him.
Oh my
Does get
word.
caught by the paranoia. Is the breach going to push behind him? Doesn't look like it.
Chuckle throws everything he's got at Nixon, trying to figure out what the play is looking like, but Nixon, all he knows to do is to dry out this time to allow Snowy to approach from the other end. The ideal of OnlyFins playing it to a T to allow them to double up their rounds.
And as much as you want to say that Ale coming in has changed the dynamic of this team, you have to remember their core remains the same, but still at times they feel like a little bit disconnected from one another. Even this 2 versus 1, you can see Nixon's trying to, throw the blind in, get that flank back around from Snowy and pinch the final player, Chuckle, but it just doesn't look convincing at all at the same time.
No.
That is now their 3rd, but there are so many ults that have come up for Apina in the process.
You've got to be careful, though, because if you use his ults and end up losing the round, you're also down on economy, so there's going to have to be a decisive round from them. Good way to spot him. Viti, ultimate to the backside, surprise, goodbye. And that's how you clear the C site, everybody. As smooth as butter.
Speaking of buttons, press the X button, man. 3 ults there as well. It was a nice combination again to get Viti in backside, and he's on the boost now and may need to get out of dodge.
All right, Apina Orchestra making this look simple. They haven't lost a single trade thus far. Not a single duel. Eventually, Snowy makes sure that OnlyFins won't be dropping in a flawless way, but it's Apina Orchestra to show that they're not done just yet with this attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a fast-paced round. Apina just giving a pace change there, not allowing OnlyFins to set up. You saw the trap play towards A worked out for them in the previous. So this time they go to the opposite extremity. And with the info that they've got, yeah, I mean, when OnlyFins are making plays on this defender's side, it is towards A. It's never towards C. We've not seen them try anything through the door yet, like a lot of other teams are known for.
That's fair. So we're dropping to a round where OnlyFins have got no more cash to throw into it. Nixun trying to figure something out here, but the paranoia sidestepped and he doesn't have the opportunity to spot anybody out. Early expenditure of utility and make sure there's no trap play close by here from Apina. Don't want to be surprised by an Inco.
Exactly. And I think just the way that you approach this one, if you're OnlyFins, is really important, because you look at the history between these teams. Yeah, it's a derby, but Sweet and Sour Game, for example, they've beaten them 3 out of 4 times in recent history. Same stat against Apina. I think it is just reading your opponent, how you set up, and they've got it spot on here. 4 players on the A site.
Couldn't be more perfect. But the utility that Apina have got in store could be difficult. The stun comes out, but what's the read here? How do Apina adjust? Have they broken mini door? Yes, they have. So they could cross over if they can get a smoke down, but it feels like Viti doesn't have that. They're going to have to go for the shore power. But the fact that OnlyFins already have adjusted and posted up onto this B site shows how quick they are to read this. Can they do the difference up close? Ale's been spotted. Does he have the assistance he needs? Brady has to jump to avoid the second headshot, and it's good enough to keep him alive. Feekin on the other end has to make some magic happen, and he might just be able to do so. This shouldn't be an OnlyFins round, but somehow they're making this look competitive. And Apina Orchestra on their way to drop back are being chipped up little by little. Nixon finding the alternative angle, but not quite working out his way. Brady using his stun to perfection, and Apina Orchestra have been able to calm things down in the fashion that they know how. And OnlyFins, although they made us to sit at the edge of our seats, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, again, from Apina, it's another round which feels a little bit rushed. The concern is that they're not able to get into their post-plant positions. Like you say, those classics were starting to cut them down to size. They wanted to move back to main and play deep. But on those longer angles with the rifles in their hands, you're never going to win that round. So coming into this one now, it is a must-win for OnlyFins. You need at least 4 on the half. A 5-round scoreline would be a blessing for Apina. Well, they already have their advantage, and they're looking to run with it.
Well, blast back to try and be out of harm's way. It's a good way for Ala to find himself into safety. Much to delay, Apina Orchestra not willing to walk in that quickly. Are they debating about pushing through stairs here?
I mean, you have to be. Look at Onlyfin's positions on the map as well. Nixon's taken all of the C control and they've gambled pretty heavy. Nice lockdown towards stairs. It's going to force them to sit all the way back. And yeah, these rotations mean nothing unless they can combine some utility to steal this one away from them.
Kaukina will get stunned up, but thankfully he's got teammates to try and keep him alive. Lockdown disabled, but Apina Orchestra have bought time to move onto the site nevertheless. The Thrash was expended in the meantime, right? And that's a very useful piece of utility for Apina Orchestra to make it work for them, but Kaukina is able to catch Ali off guard, and he might want to keep it going. They found some tempo here, they found their groove, but Yezmu, can he interrupt it for long? It seems like they're going toe-to-toe in this fight, leaving it to a 2 versus 2 lockdown in retaliation in space that Apina Orchestra weren't inhabiting nevertheless, but allows the defenders to clear out some early space.
Yeah, crucial round for Onlyfins. You've got to be throwing the lockdown in here. Nixon can line up this paranoia with where the players have to sit, but it misses!
Oh! And Chuckle's got the perfect line of fire to use this Odin to perfection, and it does account for a trade, but Drog is there to assist. It's Apina Orchestra that have got backup plans upon backup plans, and things aren't just how they need to be for Onlyfins to work.
Yeah, when you put the lockdown there's a pocket where the players are going to be if they're not detained. That's where I thought the paranoia was going. It doesn't catch either player. But in terms of the setup and the game plan there from Apina, really nice. They fake it out that it's a pacey hit. They put the lockdown back towards stairs. It's a great reclear from Onlyfins with their own Thrash, but all of those ultimates invested doesn't affect the round result. It's Apina that take the 8th, and now it's a set of Bulldogs they've got to beat to make it that 9-3 scoreline, which usually Onlyfins have to their advantage.
Got to say, this new roster adaptation, more like a comp adaptation here from Apina Orchestra, is working really nice for them, at least on this attack. I'd love to see how it goes on the defense. Onlyfins considering to go a little bit aggro out in B, and it might be for good reason. 2 players waiting out. Vitty's sort of sense there's something tricky about this. Back to spawn.
Yeah. I mean, you can see Apina knowing that they have to be diligent and break that turret every time. Onlyfins will be getting proactive though and looking for some kind of a fight here, seeing if they can swing the odds in their favor.
Well,
turret for turret. Okay, sure.
Goodbye, Timmy. Oh, they're not going to check this corner, are they? Feekan with a brilliant chance, but only good for one as Kaukina finds his way to the back of the site already, uses his Cloudburst to conceal his angle. Yezmu on the other front shuts down the push from Apina Orchestra, but the pivot towards this A site is mighty quick.
4 versus 3, Pavlos. Apina have so much setup time here. Drog's going to be looking for at least this first fight with the Outlaw.
Ooh, doesn't work out. And that sort of was the linchpin in this round.
No tag either, so no damage dealt. It is a raw 4 versus 2.
So 2 players need to account for 2 apiece. It's Vitty that will be challenged first. Chuckle not really in contention. This smoke gives them some cover, but it feels like Alan knows exactly what the plan is here. Stern again misses its mark, but Chuckle needs it to do a lot, but he's got the weapon to do it because he's got a war to work with. Will try and break down the wingman, but he can't account for Yezmu pushing at the same time. He's only one person. He's only got 1 gun and 2 hands. Closing out the half 8-4. At least closing it out on a high for the Finnish side.
Anything?
Finnish, aren't they?
Yeah, sure. The more majorly Finnish side, I don't know.
The one
right?
that's got Finns in the name and a Finnish flag on the logo.
As much as MP would love to speak of Finnish superiority, right now I'm seeing the 2 CIS players at the top of the team with less Finnish players that are winning.
Oh my god.
But look, they've denied the 9-3 scoreline. Usually, as I said before, they're the ones 9 rounds to the good. But that hasn't actually been helping them out in recent weeks. They've been reversed on that result many, many times. So coming into the pistol round, yeah, it's just as pivotal as you would expect from this kind of a position. Their attack is where they didn't show off as much last time. We didn't get to see much of it, to be honest, against Sweet and Sour. And having moved fully to this Gecko composition, I want to know how much value are they going to get out of Yezmu here with a spike on his back.
Quite a rapid approach here. We're able to find the C site fairly open. Kaukina looking to take on this fight, and it's been pretty darn good on that Ghost. Although quickly traded back, Ale barely stands alive through that chaos. It's a 3-player push coming out from spawn, and you can see that Brady is trying to see if there's a lurk in the making, which costs them quite a lot of time and allows Ale to push through Waterfall rather, and they might have just missed each other. This is an opportunity for Brady to come in, but it's Drug to pick up the pieces instead. Yasmu, where do you focus your attention here? Nixon is also very close to the fight, and he's the first player that Apina need to deal with, but they are struggling to get that done. Onlyfins just dismantle them in a matter of a second, and that's Onlyfins finding their way on a very important pistol round win.
Again, it felt like Apina had the right idea about how they wanted to play it. They fully gave up C. They were playing retake from minute 1. And then coming back through, Ale not fully clearing Waterfall. They get the CT space back for themselves. They're in the perfect position to make that happen. But I think failing to capitalize off of key utility, such as Viti's paranoia there, was ultimately what sold them short, because Onlyfins fought back after, bunkering up in the site themselves. No force that we're going to see. Just Calcuna Sheriff.
Which is scary in and of itself.
Okay.
Ale says enough of that funny business, but it is Brady that gets taken down. I feel like Calcuna just baited him there. Yeah, mate, well, I've got this. Continue. And he continues without him. But Calcuna keeps on ripping skulls. This is scary.
I mean, look, Brady's always been that kind of guy where he'll take a risky fight, he'll make things look dangerous, and, well, they certainly are. If you could give your life up to set up your duelist, then sure. But this is what I'm talking about when I say Onlyfins have so many pieces of damaging utility they can just chuck at you. Fully clearing out the backside there, but they still want to commit.
They do. Number 2 defenders, this is the best case scenario for Apina Orchestra to do any more damage. Viti will make his way here. Wingman putting the spike down, but Apina Orchestra, his precedence is getting a few of these players softened up a bit. Make the status quo a little bit simpler. The trade starting to go well. 2 versus 2, even though Apina Orchestra are low, just a couple more headshots could do the job. Paranoia attached to both, but the sprays are just too darn good, anticipating where the approaches are coming from either of the players. What's up with these second round close buys? I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I think it's nice that we get some strong signs from Calcuna here as well, especially on the Jet. It's not an agent that we're really used to seeing all too often on Lotus at the moment. It is usually your Raze player, but this is the value of it, right? The fact that you can remain to be so mobile, take that pick onto Snowy, dash back into a deeper line of cover. 2 Bulldogs kept isn't going to be the craziest thing to write home about. In fact, Fagan even swapped it over for a Guardian. Early fight breaking out here, though.
It is. Not too bad of a bonus. I guess not one of the best either. Only a couple of rifles. Now the Vandals into play. But if they make the utility coordination work out, they just give themselves 2-player advantage off the rip.
Yeah, that was so nicely done. Stun plus nade into the corner. Had an idea that Droga walked up early. Depositing Ale towards A and keeping the attention of Apina. Meanwhile, 4 players heading over towards the C side of the map. Well, 3 of them holding on to Sheriff. So if Apina move quickly here, in Ale's absence, it could be a little more dangerous. But I don't think they're really in a position to do so, and Viti's already caught by that first flash.
That's true. Ale's done a lot to delay the rotate of Apina, but Viti finds his way onto the site at the optimal moment. Eventually, still, Fekan is able to use that Guardian to success. Great on finding these one-shot kills, but Chuckle is all that remains. Onlyfins making the bonus work, and you said it perfectly. The utility that they've got is just insane, but the way they use it is even cooler.
Yeah, it was really nice to just clear out that spot, right? 2 free pieces of utility as well. It's not like they had to buy up anything extra. It's the stun and the nade. Works perfectly. In terms of setting up in post here as well, I mean, fairly trouble-free. Like I said, only a few pistols, and they are looking to get a couple more rifles on the board now. We've got to look at Chuckle in the next, though, and what Apina are going to do with this one. Maybe give it to Calcuna, see if he can work some more magic towards C-Mound. Because right now, I don't really know where the win conditions are for them.
Right.
And I was saying earlier how Onlyfins had maybe struggled in their retakes. Apina are 2nd worst in the league right there with them, so...
It's a difficult one, right? It's very difficult. It's so close in this midfield. It was the same in stage 1. The battle for playoffs could go either way, and you can't afford to have too many off days. I think the ceiling of OnlyFins in the current iteration of the roster is way higher than what we've seen so far.
That was always going to be the case, I think. You know, Limper could be a bit hit and miss on the duelist at times. I think Alle's been all hits, no misses. It's just the rest of the team behind it. The floor has lowered where maybe the fundamentals have gone out the window, whether that's a change in language, whether that's, you know, some of the comps looking a little bit different as well to facilitate, you know, who is primarily a Raze player where Limper was much more on the Jet. Questions which they're slowly answering though, Pavlos, and you can see that reflected in the scoreline, creeping back up against Apina now. Only a minute left and still not much ground taken by the Finns, however.
Something to notice though, even without Ale, OnlyFins are really good. I think Feeken was one out of the 2 Sentinels that were in the top 10 highest performing of the previous splits, together with what I believe was Apex's Sentinel as well, Hype, but still, the early damage does give us a little bit concerned here for OnlyFins, but they have moved towards the emptiest site, so could give them a chance to get right back in.
Yeah, I think Apina a little late on the reading that it was a dismissal from OnlyFins and that they are heading towards C, so there should be just about enough time to get the spike planted, find some decent positioning, it's open as well, and no one in Waterfall to spam this one out, so we go in 4-on-4.
But the fact that Ali's got a good angle there could have gotten him a second, but only the one will suffice for now. Kalkana, a lone person on this angle, while the other 2 will look to group up. All flashes now expended from this OnlyFins side, so now it's all going to have to come down to the weaponry, the firepower. Snowy posted up close. He hasn't shown his ground yet. He leaves his team to do their thing, and they've done brilliantly thus far. And Feeken, the man of the hour, has done a lot already. He's done his job, but Chuckle keeps things a little bit competitive. He's running out of time. He knows it, but at least will try and grab another kill to get himself closer to that Hunter's Fury. And I think he's just barely gotten there. Equalization successful.
Look, I think Chuckle's going to be very pleased with those final few kills. It's not quite enough to get the Hunter's Fury online, which would have been brilliant because Fegan, that you were just speaking about, has the lockdown available. Again, such a prevalent name on OnlyFins and someone we need to give more credit to in terms of their performances. And on the attack side, it's just going to be about keeping the map for them. Again, I mean, they used up so much utility in the mid-round to re-clear A there that they had no mollies in post, so they had to play more aggressive. And actually, when you let this guy off the leash, he is very, very capable.
That's one of the things that we liked about OnlyFins, right? A lot of these players allowed to get off the leash, be free, do their own play, go for the lurks, and Feeken is definitely a massive example of that playstyle.
You should run.
A lot of damage done, but no kill, but it gives a clear idea of what the intent is.
And this is the thing as well, Apina, so not having the Hunter's Fury, they fight for the orb control early on A, they secure it. Chuckle uses it ahead of time, however, so wasn't able to deny the lockdown, and while they have 3 players towards CT, they can't challenge this spike plant, and again, we go in at an even man count.
And a waterfall push coming out from OnlyFins as well, looking to take Apina Orchestra by surprise, but the paranoia was wonderful, drawing them right back into the open, but the aftershock on the other end, deterring Apina from waltzing in. It's a bit of a back and forth right now, but OnlyFins now are limited to the middle of the site. You've got players trying to cross out on Wonderful, but it's Feeken left out of the duel. Kalkana somehow duels up with 2. And Yesmu on the back end will allow Halle to do his thing, but Chuckle again comes huge. How can he just deliver? Handing out on Mound, Feeken is the only player surviving here, but can't square up his shots, can't find the diffuser. And for that reason, the round gets handed over to the Monkeys.
That was such a close couple of shots towards the end there. Just after he found the first kill, I thought he was going to get the second through the smoke. But like you say, diffuse worked on. And Apina able to maintain their lead narrowly. It does come in the form of a retake. And I think, honestly, they got the better of that waterfall exchange, right? We saw the paranoias traded, but you still had Viti lurking late there to make sure that they could sweep things up and that the CT side of the push wasn't going to get compromised. Calcutta really wanted to burst out from spawn, but didn't have the timing to. He's going to do it at the start of this round.
Explosive start from both ends, but it's a trade early on that allows Apina Orchestra to have the numbers at that 1 minute 30 second mark.
I mean, it was just A bit of a risky one from Apina, I guess. Look, they were missing some money, so the Blade Storm was part of the process.
Sure. Part of the journey.
3v4 though, I mean, OnlyFins, you don't want to write them off from this position at all. Apina did it so many times against them on the previous.
The thing is, Apina playing it slow though, controlled. They don't want to allow any player to be isolated, killed off early and hand over back the advantage to their opponents. They're just happy to get this site handed over for free. Spike will be planted and have the advantage heading into the retake.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well. As I said before, retakes are one thing, but in terms of 4 versus 5s, OnlyFins are second only to Apex in, you know, being able to turn around when they do go a man down. They've been gifted all of A. Apina will give them that respect. It means the turret goes towards upper and Ale has a chance at a fight, but he can't win it. So they will be from a regressed position. And in terms of utility, there's not much to fight back with here other than Snowy's stun, but he'll trade it.
And it does delay the approach from Apina. Snowy close to the bottom, and the fact that OnlyFins are lowering pressure away from him might allow him to pop off here. Do they anticipate it? Oh, it's a bit rough, but still gets the job done. Down to a 2 versus 2, and with the spike ticking quicker, it alarms Viti to do his thing. Deacon moving in, the clutch factor is massive for him, but not this time around. Viti turns around, and I think he does have enough time to get this defusal for his team, and being the first out of the 2 to get into the double digits.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think OnlyFins will be kicking themselves the same way that Apina probably will, because it's another round which goes right down to the wire from, you know, 5 versus 3 retake. A situation where Apina Orchestra should have been comfortable enough to see it through no trouble. They do call a timeout off the back of it, and it's the first that we're going to see from them so far. I think one of the big things for me there as well is that Ale, again, is just trying to limit test as much as possible, see if he can get a clean opener, a true opener in that situation towards the late round, but just not offered a real opportunity to. He gets one and, you know, OnlyFins or Apina are immediately right back at it.
Is it fair to say that in stage 1, it felt like OnlyFins were winning if Nixun was doing well on the server? Like, obviously, you've had other players pop off, like Feekin, for example, but it was always a matter of Nixun was leading from the front as well. And for some reason, I'm scared this is the case again a little bit.
He's always been a key contributor. I think the promising sign here is that both him and Snowy are still finding assists, despite the fact they have 6 kills each.
Sure.
But I do agree, it felt like at times when they were down on their luck, or maybe even Ale wasn't fragging out massively, and to be honest, this has been one of his weaker maps statistically. Nixun is the torchbearer, you know, he leads them forwards. You would love to have found this one as well, considering the fact that, you know, it's Apina's map pick, and for the second series they faced each other in a row, they look to be walking away with it.
Yeah, a few cool set plays, a few nice ideas that work out nicely. A few clutches as well to add to the tally. Building the confidence and showing us why they adapted to this iteration on this map.
And you've still got to be feeling that you're confident that you can turn it around. Apina are the weakest team on their defense. We know them for being so explosive and aggressive. It doesn't always tend to work out. They're maybe looking to create something here off the back of that alarm bot again.
Well, Ale tried to cross the alarm bot quickly, but doesn't manage to find it. The Thrash got thrown out as well, but again, to no avail. Drug is stunned up and concussed, but at the same time, OnlyFins do look away from it and walk over towards the other side of the map, where Kalkina is taking a very far forwards position and could be very, very dangerous. Here they come, and Kalkina will wait for them to cross into his screen. Getting 3, make it 4, and make it a quadra flawless for Apina Orchestra to gather.
That might just be the ice pick in OnlyFins. That was unreal, Pavlos. Kalkuna has in fact arrived. And as I said before, a name which was right up there with the very best that Split 1 had to offer, had to sit out for the first few weeks as Autumn made his return to competitive play. This is ridiculous. And yeah, they just caught completely off guard. OnlyFins didn't have any of that space where maybe you'd want Fagan roaming around on your other extremity. They're very grouped up in how they've been playing some of these offensive defaults.
Dangerous tempo being picked up here for Apina. I would not want to be in OnlyFins' shoes right now. Paranoia dropped in. And again, the fact that they're willing to disrupt the play of OnlyFins time and time again put ants in their pants essentially. Yeah, it's mega uncomfortable. 3 in a row now and just 2 away from closing down their own map pick.
You wear 2 pairs of pants, Pavlos?
No, not normally. Do you?
No, not really. Just making sure nothing gets through. I know it has been a little bit colder, but I think there are better alternatives. OnlyFins, every safety net for them. All of this utility coming in to clear out Drog, but he has not been brought off the angle and he's still alive.
Oh, avoids the sun as well. Might have been a chance for him to move forwards, but they were patient and wait for Ali to move in with a showstopper. Guarantee the secure.
Yeah, but look how much utility they used in the process. Pavlos, is exactly what I was saying. They haven't managed to deny the spike plant. That's a little frustrating here for Apina. But yeah, OnlyFins are very short-handed. They have 1 breach flash, 1 dizzy. That's it.
And those 2 pieces of key utility have got to be the difference here. Have to be well placed. Already the flash and the dizzy expended. Apina have waited it out. Now they can go for the jewels. They themselves are running out of flashing and engaging utility, but these gunfights seem to be favoring them. Stun comes right back in rotation. Nixon is so low on health, but still alive, still putting pressure and spraying towards his opponent's direction. It's Chuckle to the back of the side, being so damn strong in this position, but they're running out of time, and Chuckle knows it. Paint to the back of it. Can you take a breath to deliver the finishing blow in the final 2? Touching the spike, Ali in trouble, shorting out, but the round goes to OnlyFins, and there's no time left.
Oh man, OnlyFins. It's like squeezing blood from a stone, I don't know. It was such a dragged out post plant there as well. The big difference in the end, actually, is the regenerative utility, right? Nixon just plops that smoke down on sight, and it takes so much longer for Apina to clear behind it. Like I say, they had some utility of their own. Most importantly, that recon, which scanned out 4 different players towards Bend. They just weren't in a position to act off the back of it, though.
Right here.
Now coming into this one, Hunter's Fury, lockdown, OnlyFins not really close to anything all that impactful other than Nixon's from the shadows.
I just need a breather after that previous round. Oh, Nixu not only goes for the inflow play, but the full-on lurk, and I think Drog might have heard it.
It is the Vanya TP. Seen it in Game Changers a whole lot. Known for signature Omen plays. Now, Jesu's actually found the overextension on Calcutta towards A at the same time. So if you're Apina right now, OnlyFins are walking all over you. They have all of the right pieces in the right places. Drog has the information finally and should know that the rest of the team will be joining up with him here.
The thing is, Apina are going to have to use some very early utility to clear out the entrance of C on that north side. Lockdown, though, is all that's required. And you can see OnlyFins react quickly to it, double back, they're heading elsewhere.
I like this. Okay, Nixon's just going to let himself get detained. If he chose to go towards spawn, he's on the elevated angle. It's an easy clear. Still a thought in their mind that he could be burrowed in the site, and Apina have completely bit down on the idea that the rotation was called, but in fact, they recommit to the site and it's theirs for the taking. Now there's nothing to stop them except for that Hunter's Fury.
All they were doing was vacating the premises for the lockdown to do its thing.
And again, you don't really want to invest that Sovereign when you're against the, you know, Gecko comp, because it's just going to be the wingman.
Nixon going very far aggressive here. Drog does get shut down instantly, but Viti does have the answer to it. They are on the back foot. So Apina have a question to ask themselves. Do they commit to this? It looks like they will. They're willing to go for it, but Snowy has found the time to get up close and personal. Chuckle can't find the entree, and Snowy has got a full meal course to himself. Make it a 3-piece by the end, and double digits secured for OnlyFins, making this a damn close game.
Yeah, it's the same story as the previous round, though, Pavlos. It's another one where Chuckle ends up going down with his recon bolt still available into the retake. They had the paranoia, all of the breach utility. OnlyFins, they had nothing. Again, they just take the jewels, and for whatever reason, nobody gets cleared up close. They find so much value from it. Yeah, just here, Snowy, he's fighting solo in the corner.
Wow.
They just didn't clear him. He finds 3. It's insane.
Correction, they tried to clear him, but they cleared him one by one.
But like, it's exactly what I'm saying. You're
Yeah.
dying with your key piece of clearing
True.
utility. They had all the right pieces. They couldn't make it work.
Going toe-to-toe, quite the finish derby. I think we deserved a match like this.
Photo finish.
High-octane fights. Indeed, could
Here,
well,
on my way.
well, in fact, be that. But for that to be the case, we're looking at overtime. Apina Orchestra losing this round would be in dire straits economically. They cannot afford to do that because then OnlyFins could find 2 consecutive and they'll be on that point.
It's such a rough position to be in, but Brady right now in Hobbit Door's great with this Rolling Thunder because any contact on A from Viti, you can act it there. You've got all of the space that you need for B as well. In the process, it's allowed them to stack quite heavily on C with the Killjoy utility layered up.
Ooh, Kalkina. Seemingly in trouble
I like
there, but
this.
they get out, and the fact
a
that
full
Apina
fake.
Orchestra is stacked up all together, they've fallen for the fake. OnlyFins walk in, but they may have 2 angles to pincer inwards. By accident, maybe Rolling Thunder catching everybody off guard, off their feet, and Apina catalyzing that nicely. Ale is the only player remaining, and he barely has any time to work with here. He's going to have to work up a dream and a half, but that's not going to be working anytime soon. He's going to have to let this round go to their opponents, to the opposing side, handing them map points.
Map point for Apina on their own pick, but I feel like that one was a little bit against the run of play. I really like the call from OnlyFins. Ale has always been the point man of their executes. Send him in towards C, ensure there are already bodies there, but very nearly was Brady caught out on his rotation through B. A nice reactive use of the Rolling Thunder is what wins it for them because it lets them set back up. But I think there's a moment there where he walks out in the mouth of the site in front of the alarm bot, gets killed, and it's a completely different story because OnlyFins, yeah, I think they had the right idea there. They just couldn't fully execute the game plan.
It's one of those things that you've got to be quick on your feet, and I think that's what Snowy did there perfectly. He knew that was the best moment that Rolling Thunder could ever be used. Hearing everybody approaching from that B site. I think it was lucky that they got sort of Brady, sorry, yeah. And I think it was kind of
15 assists now as well, by the way.
kind of nuts. Kind of nuts. It was lucky for them they had the pincer in place as well. If they were slap bang in the middle of the site, they might as well been called dead at that moment.
And it comes back to having that link, that Hobbit control that I was speaking about as well, because while you're making Viti play an aggressive position on A, he's also got an early heads up there. You can rotate through a broken door quite easily. OnlyFins, of course, they didn't really test out too much of the map before they went into committing to that play, so that's one of the risks that you will inherently make from such a position. But here we go.
Placing swarm grenade.
Keep this one in your favor. And there's still a chance. And look, still not out of the best neck of the woods if you're Apina Orchestra on that money.
True. They won the must-win round. It has been acquired. Now they need to keep it going. And they switch up the tempo by aggressing quite far forwards. Feekin can hear all this commotion.
They should know he's here as well because the turret is up. I mean, once they've cleared A lobby, they will know that most likely he's towards B, but they just walk straight past it.
Yesmo opens up a gap for the smoke that he used up against Jog.
This is scary.
I don't know when Feekin will come into play here.
He may have taken this timing a little too late, and actually, I think it's going to be Nixon that's isolated towards stairs instead.
And he could turn this whole round in his favor. A lot of corners, a lot of stones unturned. And Feegan comes into play, but it doesn't really matter. He might have an extra angle of attack, but it's Nick Soon to come out of the shadows and reveal himself. Spike in the open, Rolling Thunder there to assist. But Nick Soon dies. And Feegan does as well. It's all down to Snowy. Calls to do it all by himself. Off the spike. Snowy goes in to get the right click kill. But no, Kalkina's quick to react. Blaze were out. And that's going to be the defuse and the win.
Oh man, that final round, like many that we've seen throughout this map, will surely come back to bite OnlyFins. Opportunities to draw that gap closer, a double backstab which they failed to take the timing on, and Apina with full punishment will claim their own selection of Lotus for the second split in a row in this opening map. 13-10.
I mean, and it's just a little bit better than last time, right? Last time it got a bit too dicey, 13-11. So they've just won up their score from the previous time. The matter is for them, can they secure the entire series? Because OnlyFins do have quite the map pool.
Yeah, I can't even say it necessarily looked more comfortable than last time around. There were just so many situations that felt 50-50, or like, oh, yeah, I'm favoring this team coming into this situation, because it did feel like post-plant retake simulator a lot of the time. They were giving each other the time of day to set up and interact. But you look at the statistics, yeah, Pina don't have a great defender's side, but when given opportunities like that to punish you, they're going to take full advantage of it, and we saw it more often than not.
Well, that's that with map number 1. We'll be back for the second one to see if OnlyFins can bring out a comeback. We'll be back after this.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shut your fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, a bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Welcome back! Oh, what a match to start the day with. Not that only Apina performed, but they overperformed. And what a crazy round. Thinking about they did pick Sova and then managed to pull through.
Yeah, I think that Sova pick was such a surprise, but there were some interesting elements that we saw from the Sova. A lot of good utility. I think the recon bolt was insanely good in terms of these teams are used to playing against Fade, against Gecko. You know where to shoot those information utilities, but against the Sova you have so much more freedom with the recon bolt. You have so many more lineups that you might not expect as an OnlyFins player, and we saw that recon bolt do some work, but there was a lot of work done by the individuals as well. I mean, Chuck, Vitty, crazy performance as you can see from the scoreboard. Insane highlights from these players as well. Kalkuna obviously having that 1 versus 4, but I think for me, Chuck and Vitty were definitely the MVPs as we see here.
Chuck was definitely the MVP, but he also pulled up the Odin, and that was rough to watch. Wall banging left and right, and really making chaos on Lotus. So that was really exciting to see, and we had an interesting round at round 9. You wanted to talk a little bit about that, MP?
Yeah, we're gonna see that round in a second, but first I actually want to talk about Nixon. I think that was something that we kind of highlighted. We were like, oh, he's dead again there first. He had 6 first deaths. That is something that you do not want to see from your smoker. I mean, you agree with me, yeah? If your smoker is 6 times dead in ranked, it's not good.
I did want to give a suggestion that maybe they should pick up Clove if he keeps dying first all the time, because how are they going to play without a controller? And if there only was an agent to play, which there is, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Clove would be so good here for Nixon, right? Dying so many times first, and I think the bane of Nixon's existence was a lot of the times that shrouded step. When he would TP in, there was Kalkuna or someone else catching him off guard, which was crazy good from the side of Apina Orchestra, and there's something that we want to see from the side of Apina Orchestra that was crazy good as well. This is the round 9. I think we have a replay of that as well. I think the execution, the C side was perfect. Right here we see Sova lining up, the Omen using ultimate, Jet using ultimate, so many ultimates coming through, Hunter's Fury as well. And look at Vitty, he's instantly on C backside. This could backfire so much, but there's so many utilities around Vitty that Nixon actually cannot focus on that TP, and their Sova recon coming in clutch, revealing both of the players on site, and that's completely free C-side after those 2 picks. That was amazing from Apina Orchestra. I think the execution was flawless, and we were thinking, questioning about the Sova pick a little bit.
Yeah,
I think in that situation it was perfect. The recon bolt and hunting Sova Hunter's Fury was so good in creating that space there.
He probably heard us commentate a little bit about Sova. It's like, let me show these people how it's done. And he definitely did. And we also had a really interesting round 13, which was the most chaotic pistol round. I'm pretty sure we have a replay coming up real soon. And me and MP were laughing and having fun.
Yeah, I mean, we were just laughing. We were watching this round. Oh, it's pretty good looking for OnlyFins. 4 vs 3 or actually 3 vs 4 situation after this first pick that comes in. But then it got really hectic. Ale, obviously a really good position, but Rock, he has the angle there. It's starting to look a little bit bad for OnlyFins, but I mean, I think it's few seconds in.
Yeah, and it was a really important round as well.
Completely gone.
So
yeah, I mean, completely gone in a second, like a really hectic round, no?
It turned out so fast, we didn't even know what happened. We were like, wait, what happened? Who lost? What's going on? But it was really fun and chaotic, and we were a bit disappointed in Ali, but as I said, maybe he's warming up and giving them a little freeway, because Kalkuna really stepped up and was so aggressive in his place.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were talking about, like Kalkuna was insane. Ali was pretty decent as well on Lotus, but I think Kaza pointed it out. It's one of the worst maps for Ali statistically, and I think when we go to Icebox, it's gonna be fairly actually so much better for OnlyFins. Like I pointed out at the map Veto, that these last 2 maps, I think they should favor OnlyFins. If there was a map that Apina Orchestra should win against OnlyFins, it's definitely this first map. Don't get me wrong, they definitely have a chance in Icebox and Sunset, especially after that first win and Chuck and Vitty performing amazingly. If they keep that going, it's gonna be rough for OnlyFins. But I think this Icebox is gonna be a little bit tougher for them, but they let that slid from their ban. So I think there might be something surprising coming up for Apina Orchestra. Is there some agent that you would like to see in Icebox from the side of Apina Orchestra, or is it like, yeah, they can win whatever comes with it? How do you feel?
I feel good. I just hope Nixon stops dying as much times. And if he does, I'm wondering if the comp, what it's going to look like, how we're going to play it out. They're both really good teams, and me with myself, I'm really happy that the match was so intense and so close, because it makes the viewer experience much more fun. And it just comes to show that these teams really put in the work and put in the effort and are really performing and doing their best. It seems like they both are playing on good days, and that makes me happy to be a part of and see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was definitely something that we can digest from OnlyFins' game. I think there was a lot of times, especially like at the start of that map, where they were really separate on the map. There was Viti, I think, getting multiple 1 versus 1s in situations where OnlyFins actually had the player advantage. I think it was 2 versus 4 situation on round 3 as well, where there was a lot of struggle. And when you're in Icebox, you cannot have those big gaps in your composition. I think it's going to be really rough for OnlyFins to play if they have, but keeping in mind that they have a pretty flawless record here in Icebox this year. It's 5-2. Obviously, they lost against Requiem just I think it was last week, so it's might be rough for OnlyFins. But looking at the Apina Orchestra record, it does not show or it doesn't compete to OnlyFins. And the agent pool, it's something that OnlyFins actually switched during this season, this Gecko KO composition. I think it's so much better than their previous Sova Sage composition, because Gecko got, I think it got heavily in the meta after you realize that you can plant so freely on B side with the wingman. Yeah. I don't know if you like the Sage meta or the Gecko meta better.
I don't like Sage at all. I think stay away. I don't. She's a healer, good healer, but I prefer them having Gecko, being able to stand in a different way. And as a Sentinel, I prefer Killjoy on this map myself. Not that I'm a good player, but just in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah. I mean, Killjoy is obviously the standard. I mean, actually, when we talk about Apina Orchestra, you never know what is the standard, because they pull in some crazy cards here and there. The Yoru pick was actually pretty decent on Icebox. They lost to Metisport quite a lot, but I do like Yoru on Icebox.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't quite on par with the setups. You need heavy setups when you play with the Yoru. They had Harbor and Fade with the Raze as well in this map previously, which I think is a really strange setup. So I think we are gonna see some interesting stuff from Apina Orchestra once we get to the agent select, but we're not quite there. I think it's gonna be interesting. How do you feel? Are we gonna see the third map here, or is Icebox just...
If I take your word for it, and I'm hoping that they really perform on Icebox, and I do trust you, I hope for a third match, because I don't like Icebox as mentioned prior, so I want to come to the last map and see how they play it out there. And they're both good teams, and it would be fair. Obviously, Apina stepped up in this round, but we don't know what OnlyFins has in store. And I'm excited to see what kind of picks they do. If they're going for the same pick, standard, safe, or if they're going ballsy.
I think we're gonna see Apina Orchestra. Oh, they're switching it up a little bit. Yeah, they're keeping the Harbor, but they're actually switching away from the Yoru, which is interesting. Bringing back that Viper in means that you have so much defensive utility, especially on that B side. And once you get that plant down on B side, you have so much utility to keep the enemies away. I think this is gonna be interesting. And one thing that I know you're excited as well is Chuck keeping that Sova.
Yes, I am. There. Sova is a really good agent to have for this map, though. Clears a lot of the side, gives space, gives info. And Harbor and Viper is going to be interesting to see. They have double controllers, so it's going to be easier to hit them and entry side. I'm excited to see how they're going to react to that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see, and that's why we have Pavlos and Hasa to commentate this.
That you do. Thank you for breaking things down here, guys. Yeah, I kind of share the opinion that this should be OnlyFins' chance to draw us to a third map, but things have changed since the last time these two teams met on this map.
They have, and again, it feels like Apina are completely ripping up the playbook and building it from the ground up for this second split. It's another map where we see a different set of 5 agents for every single player. You know, roles will be kept the same, sure, but it's not like we can really draw upon anything else from this. They're playing, you know, a pretty standard comp, I would say, double walls, but again, outside of Apex last split, we saw that a lot of teams failed to get the most out of this.
They did, and I'm just wondering here if OnlyFins can get the most out of this situation here. It's been a difficult first map, that back and forth. You're going to need to have some mental resilience. I mean, OnlyFins have showed that they can bring some comebacks their way. They've made some reverse sweeps in the previous stage. Can they do it again? I think that's the big question at hand. But it's also been orchestrated to show what they really have with this double controlling setup, which, let's be fair, it's got its good uses. It's a comp that I remember Fnatic trying to run earlier this season as well. They chose against it later on, so let's see if they can find better success against what OnlyFins have got to bring.
Yeah, with all of that soul searching from Apina Orchestra, they finally settled on vanilla ice cream rather than the lemon sorbet that they were eating before. Starting off this round offensive, Calcuna already so far forward.
But it's Ale with first blood, crucially enough, and he gets away with his life. And he actually goes even further forwards, doubling up. We did say that this might be more about his domain, more comfort for Ale, but the fact that they did get a little bit too far forwards might have been more than they could chew. And down to 2 versus the 3 of Apina with a spike held in the hands of the defenders. Feekan a little bit troubled here, but still gets away with 2. How is that even possible? The turntables again.
The turntables indeed, Pablos. You've also got Nixon coming in late through mid as well. Of course, the fact that Drog went down early on means that the turret's not going to be doing anything. This is a play all the way through B. Cleared out rafters, they can get the spike planted, and you're up against a Ghost and a Sheriff. Brady's only got a Classic, and he's not going to be able to upgrade that either.
I don't think Nixon minds being up in rafters here. He can have a different angle of attack, but he does drop. I do say that, Brady. He's going to have to take on a 2-sided fight, and of course, OnlyFins being grouped up together gives them the advantage in that one. Some very important Sheriff kills by Feekan by the end.
Yeah, it felt like Apina had done everything right there to hold on to the site, but when those toxins drop, so did the players, not getting anything more from that position. This was another map which we saw in the previous series between the two. That was the decider, and in fact, it was one of the maps which OnlyFins picked up. It was a reverse sweep. They managed to flip the game on its head after the ropey start on Lotus. So we might be seeing a little bit more of the same from them here. A set of Sheriffs and a Marshal to spice things up just a little.
Oh, Brady.
Ooh.
Won't live too long this round.
Not spicy at all.
No. I remember some highlight reels of Ale on this map. Obviously, the map looked a bit different then, just to add.
Yeah, you remember when you could walk from one side of bottom site to the other when there was a box in there and everything?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Different times.
I was going to say back when Sentinels were winning Masters events, but that has also turned around. You know what they say, time is a flat circle, after all.
It is. It is. Everything coming back again. Chuckle, all to himself as he's lost all of his teammates. Will try and find some more spoils of war, I'd say, and that's OnlyFins with a great start. Opposite to what happened the previous game. I think it was Apina with a pistol there.
Yeah, I think it's really important that OnlyFins can get off to a steady start here as well. You look at Icebox for them last time, they actually started on the defense against Sweet and Sour. And while, yeah, they did take it, again, that's the thing that we're bringing up. Consistency for these guys. It's been an issue. They posted a 9-3 defensive half and then only managed to find 4 rounds on their attack previous. And it was just narrowly enough to close it out. So into this one, Outlaw available and plenty of light shielded players. In fact, the only one with heavy is Chuckle for a Peanut.
And I don't think it's too bad of a situation at all to be in if you're OnlyFins. Somehow Brady was able to avoid the bullets, playing the Matrix game, if you will. But it's still out to the open, but the flash drops, and he's forced to drop back. Viti looking to join in the fight. The fact that Drog is close by can find some trades for OnlyFins. Somehow are ahead, and Nixun is there as an extra caveat in the mix.
This is such a strong lurk, but it was that util combo which gave them control of the site. Nixon's going to find Chuckle inside the drone.
Easy. And 2 players isolated. Calcuna will be able to find an answer, but He's required to answer more questions after that. Only Finns, they're hiding out too close yellow. But it's a single person swing here from Ale. Kalkuna somehow is able to find some work to deal himself. And obviously with the wall coming up, it will make the endeavor a little bit difficult. Ale goes in by himself. That might be some miscoordination, but it does force Kalkuna to go for the defuse. An expensive round for both sides, but Only Finns are eventually able to win out their bonus.
Yeah, none of the Arsenal survives for either team there. Fagan taken down after time and the spike detonation. But something I wanted to bring back there was, yeah, the utility was spot on from Only Finns, where, as I said before, maybe it didn't look as good in the previous map. You had this Mosh come in towards the back of site with a Nano Swarm as they were flashing forwards through the initial Viper Orb. So Brady is forced to retreat into a position where Only Finns know they can inflict damage. Nixon then has another strong lurk position. Managed to, you know, create a lot of problems for Apina so far in this one, and I've not seen too much to offset it.
No, they really haven't had a chance to offset it, to be fair. They haven't been given a chance to breathe. Ale suffocating them, just shoving them up against walls and uppercutting.
Doing the exact same thing here as well. I mean, Ale maybe overcooks it a little bit, but the pace change, they're so quick at the start of the round, Only Finns, whereas, you know, even in the bonus with the Outlaw, you thought, oh, maybe they'll play for picks. Nope, Ale straight in, and a 1-for-1 here is not too bad because he's not giving away a weapon.
That's very true. Only had the Blaze to begin with and the Shorty perhaps, and the Sheriff will be preferred on this Apina side. Although one of the Nano Swarms have been used, I do believe it could have been both of them as well. Kalkuna makes his way out to the site to put more pressure onto Apina. They start responding. Thrash is utilized instantly. Kalkuna finding an off angle here, a wide one, to try and break away some of these kills. Nixon finds some returning answers, but Drog is here to remain. And Apina, I think by the skin of their teeth, might be able to get this defuse going their way. And goodness me! 0.04 seconds to allow Apina to get the dub.
Oh, yeah, that's close for comfort, I think. But again, this round was already warned of Only Finns in the previous, right? On round number 3. The powerful utility that the Harbor that Viti has here, those walls stay for so long. You've got to try and fight back through them. It's going to be sluggish. Even the Cascade made it really difficult with such restricted positioning. And then you start taking fights you don't really want to because you're thinking about the defuse. Into this one, sure, there are guns for both teams, but Apina now completely outweighing Only Finns in the ultimate department. They've got a monopoly.
That's very true. And it's that map manipulation that makes this comp quite attractive for the Apina side. Ale inwards first, as always. The spear, the head of the spear, if you will.
And you look at the positions of the players from Apina, they were always off-site. They've been playing for the retake the whole time, and this Reckoning will also catch Alice, so he's solo.
Whoa, he really is. And he's left to his own devices while Nixon looks to rotate around. Kalkuna has read the play, and Nixon gets a bullet to the back of his head, which allows Apina to be in charge here. But the 3 group players of Only Finns will try and make this work. 3 suppressed, so well aware of the presence. No one on the lurk as the bot is there, so they will focus towards the spike's direction. The lockdown is dropped, so it allows time for Apina to get on the spike, but it won't allow time for Only Finns to get them off it. Apina, they found around the previous, and they'll be able to double up the next.
It's such a tough situation to play into if you are Only Finns there, because Ale wants to try and take space. It's instinctive. He's done it for the last couple of rounds. But again, he's completely by himself. And sure, he will continue to find kills. And as I said before, his individual ability was never the issue. It's just the fact that there's no team play off the back of it. And as I said before, against this comp, you need to hold on to that extra space if you don't have player advantages. I think Snowy finding the null command is going to be huge here to stop those walls from being built up in their faces. But some kind of adaptation does need to be made because Apina are starting to pick up rounds and, well, it starts off a bit better this time. You can't trade that one.
No, you can't. And I feel like Only Finns always bring a kill like that out straight away, but still, at the same time, Brady has to hold his ground out on yellow. And the fact that Ale's taking more and more fights, it increased the pressure on Apina's plate. And not only that, Feacon's lurking away, making this mighty dangerous for this Apina Orchestrary side. And even though Kalkuna is doing his due diligence to counteract all of these sneaky positions that could be taken over, Feacon could just swing. and destroy, although an elbow has been spotted, and maybe a toe as well, could give him a breathing chance. Nixon waits a little bit too long, and Kalkuna finds the opportunity to trade. Can Viti answer back? 2 kills required and the defuse. He will not be permitted to do it, although he makes Snowy and Yezmu shake a bit as they low themselves, but it does allow OnlyFins to get back on the board again.
Yeah, that one, again, look, I think the story of the afternoon is going to be that no round is a comfy one, right? You're not going to be feet up on the coffee table, relaxing, drinking whatever they drink in Finland, probably beer. But I think, you know, the fact of the matter is, yeah, like, OnlyFins just approached the round differently here. You had Ale come through mid, instead you're attacking 2 lanes instead of 1, and that made a big difference, because while Nixon had lurk timings and stuff before, that didn't work out. It was one of the issues with the previous. You know, it means that you have more comfortability. You're not sitting back deeper. You're not worried about, you know, the Harbor and the Viper being a problem in your late round anymore. If you've got bodies towards, you know, Snowman, in this case it was towards the Snow Pile and Kitchen instead. But some of the right ideas, and for that reason this timeout makes plenty of sense from Apina.
Yeah, it's some pressure mounting that they just want to deal with. Take an extra step back, breathe in. Take a moment. They've been losing too many players early as well. It's always been OnlyFins working from the front. And Apina left to make catch-up, and I think that's a worrying sign.
That's exactly it, right? It's Ale being a conduit for finding opening picks, and they're just, you know, spiraling that forwards. Again, he's the 2nd highest rated player in the league on ACS, only behind Kayak, so he's definitely a capable individual. There's a reason why he turns up every year to play in North. And here he is again, but with teammates behind him this time, a scary prospect.
There is a double-sided approach, but OnlyFins are in danger of being pincered in mid. They need to be careful about this, but they place Feekin quite far forwards to try and fend off Nixun. It's going to be grateful he's not the first death in this instance. It's Ale instead on his side over the spectrum. Feekin goes in even further, finds a frag, and wants to keep it going. This B-site could be secured by shutting down Brady, and that's exactly what happens. 2 left now for the Apina.
Yeah, there was absolutely no expectation of Fegan being there, because as I said, you've conditioned Nixon lurking through Kitchen, and Ale trying to make the openings by himself. So when that 3rd player slots in behind on the mid play, Apina have absolutely no heads up on it. Now they head into a 4v2 retake, and even if you want to throw anything at it, you're up against ultimates.
Damn.
Oh!
There might just be a chance here, Hazza. Just saying, there just might.
Valor the duelists.
Yezmu spotted. Probably the first to be contended as well. Nanaswarm and Mosh making sure they don't get on the spike that quickly. Yezmu, holy moly, that was a swing. So Chuckle thinks better of the situation, drops back to save the gun. So it allows the attackers to extend their lead just a little bit.
Yeah, like that round was over before it started. Even enter the 4 versus 2. OnlyFins have plenty of util to close. But yeah, it's just a slight variation on some of the plays that they've been making. And Fagan, as I said, being that additional player deposited towards mid is huge. And you can see how much value OnlyFins are getting from it. Now Apina don't know how they want to approach it. You saw a couple a little bit deeper in terms of the site, or like playing more front-facing. But then you're more exposed to the possibility of a long player. So onto Sheriffs, and probably for good reason. It gives them a bit more time to think about what they want to do when the gun round does come back.
It just feels to me that Apina is just less prepared to deal with the OnlyFins have got in store for them in this one. On Lotus, it felt like they were the narrative tellers. On this one, it's Ale that is writing this story from word to word. Kalkuna will put a full stop to that. And it's the next paragraph that begins, and it's Feekin to lead the way.
Yeah, the 2 main characters clashing again, but Fagan wanting to introduce himself to that list, touching through the side of the toxic screen, but Kalkuna gets an upgrade, and this could be the difference maker on the round. We're telling stories, and the pen is catching fire to the page.
It really is. And at this time, I don't know if we're writing a novel, an exciting piece of artwork, or are we just, I don't know, is this history?
This is a horror story if you're
history.
OnlyFins.
Everything is being written in real time. Snowy and Yezmu, the 2 remaining of OnlyFins, at least they've got the spike going for them, but they don't decide to rotate, and Apina aren't budging either. It's a game of chicken.
They play into the rifle again. There's 2 more players behind this. You've got nowhere to go and no time for it either.
Snowy exits the toxic screen. Kalkuna could be there to stop them. The underhand flash is exactly what they need to keep themselves alive, and they turn it all around as Yesmu doubles up, all down a Drog. He's had a couple of moments the previous game. Can he find the answer again? Spike in the ground, courtesy of Wingman. But OnlyFins are playing this brothers in arms. Together they shall stand, together they shall not fall, as Drog takes that role instead.
Oh man, it just got so concerning. Kalkuna pinches a rifle, another double kill with his Sheriff at the start. And this is exactly what you're going to want if you're Apina. It's one of their own personal win conditions to have him performing. He did on the previous map as well. And I mean, Jet is much better suited to Icebox than it is Lotus as well, with the verticality as well. But here comes the gun round and those ults that I was speaking about. So much to work with for Apina in the retake, and I think Brady might be early pitting here towards long as well, so they can give a bit more focus towards middle where they have ultimately struggled.
Nixon has been one of these players that always likes to put pressure in this mid side. Keep Apina uncomfortable on the rotations, whatever the game plan is.
Yeah. It's like he's useful when he's there and he's useful when he isn't, because even though he'll be joining up for A, you've got one more player for the push. And look at Apina. 2 bodies committed towards Kitchen, still second guessing this.
Crash, no more. Was that the Hunter's Fury to shut it down, or did Viti somehow find his mark on it? Either way, Viti is struggling with a different fight here, and a deep Viper's Pit will be dropped.
It's Hunter's Fury which took it off now. Snowy brings some of those abilities offline, but it's another ultimate invested from Apina, and Ale is playing right on top of all of this.
Oh dear. And he's battling against concussion, because these waves can slap quite the punch. And eventually, it's Brady's bullet to knock him unconscious. It's Apina Orchestra that seem to be finding themselves onto the site of Viper Spit to counteract, make some space for themselves, and weave out these attackers. Fikando is close to it all, and everybody is so damn low that a spray from any stray bullet will do the job, and that allows the attackers to get the win by the end. No survivors, just Feekan to run away, and OnlyFins seem to be unstoppable on their attack.
That's such a costly round for Apina. They invest 3 ultimates, while the Hunter's Fury does get a little bit of a cheap exchange on the Thrash by taking it offline the first time. The second one comes up just as soon as they try and counteract the pit, which, by the way, Nixon is able to stoke for so long. It's not until the final 10 seconds that he ends up going down. So with all of that time removed, there was no possibility for the defuse, and Apina called both timeouts inside the first 9 rounds. That says a lot about how they're feeling.
Yeah. Better take the second timeout now, I guess. They know there's something wrong.
It's
I don't know,
tactical
it could
more
be
than
a
anything,
read as well.
right?
Yeah, it should be.
I don't think this is the kind of timeout you call if you're not feeling confident. Like, Kalkuna's fragging, you got a couple players, Drog, Viti, right behind him. I just don't think that they have the right read on this one. And amongst all of the chaos, funnily enough, OnlyFins are the ones succeeding.
Yeah, some moments you feel like they're making the right steps, but it just doesn't work out the way they want to. Take that previous round, for example, right? Viper Spit and Viper Spit, sure, you want to gain more space, but it just gets all too chaotic too quickly. And obviously when you've got the pressure of getting onto the spike to defuse it, it just makes things a little bit more comfortable for this OnlyFins side, especially when you're the one trying to discover what the setup looks like as well.
I mean, you
It's a
also
rough one.
have one of the strongest counters to that pit in the game in the form of the Reckoning, but at the same time, when it was invested, it also didn't really feel like there were players moving swiftly in off the back of it.
They did get 2 kills, I think, after it, but they got traded. You know, it wasn't that determining factor in the round.
2 kills too short. I mean, even right now, look at Snowy, for example. 10 assists, 5 and 5. I think, you know, as I was saying, Apina find those 2 rounds in round 4 and 5, but then OnlyFins immediately realized, okay, we need to put more pressure on more lanes. In our post plants, we need to be more aggressive, and we need to use this KO utility to stop them having a chance at getting back in. And I think that they've ticked off on all 3.
Well, they're making a lot of noise with the presence. Ale looking to lead the charge again, spots Brady, spots Kalkuna, and as soon as he puts eye on them, they just drop into stone like the Medusa. Viti A 1-on-3, and I think you can just call this round over.
Nixon's not looking the right way. The only issue is you can't fully clear the angle without making your way down onto the lower side of the site, and in the process, Vitty's going to walk right into his crosshair. It's a series of unfortunate events. Nixon may not even...
Still not looking.
Looking, but
never mind.
Yeah, by the time he drops, he's dead. So there you go. Only Finn's an 8th, and I tell you what, Pavlos, this is another round which is just through Ale, but right now, I think he's happy to. It's like every time he gets the blades against an eco, he's like, yeah, I'll just pop it, no gun, it's fine. No upgrade, I'll kill 2. Happy days.
Now this is a very different look from the previous map, right? Only Finns couldn't square up to more than 2 rounds in a row for the life of them. For this one, they've got the ball rolling. They're feeling good. Tempo is building, and I think they just thrive in environments like this.
They do, and again, like you'll see the worst of that when momentum is against them, when they're up 9-3, as they had been many times, and then just failed to convert that advantage. Not out of the woods just yet, 2 rounds left to play, and if Apina pick up 1 more, then it's that scary scoreline which may be facing them down yet again.
Well, if the previous rounds have taught us anything, Ale is a dangerous person, and Apina need to respect his presence, and that's exactly what they do. Try to keep them out with various different pieces of utility. Smokes on the most hand, Kalkina on the other end. He's just hoping that only Finn's cross here, because this could be a free kill for him.
This is really nice, just driving a wedge right in the middle. Yesmu's actually the one that's likely going to peek first.
They're going to peek
Thrash
together.
that he commits to it.
Wow.
That's such a brilliant read.
And Kalkina actually tried to dash away, and I think he was successful with dashing away, but it doesn't even matter because the Thrash pounced. And there's no getting away from that.
Oh,
Vitty,
man.
Important fight to lose. If he wanted to keep his team alive and hold this B site under their own realm, that should have been his. So it's Brady calls to action. Chuckle approaching nearby as well, making sure the spike doesn't go down just yet, but it's just all too much. Too many players everywhere from any angle you look. Chuckle looking to do it alone by the time his teammate approaches. Drog actually comes at the optimal timing. So it's left to a 1v1 with a spike having to go down, with Snowy asking for the revive. And Yesmu can't be comfortable with putting the bomb down.
Planted. 1 enemy remaining.
You can see Yesmu approaching this aggressively, trying to see if he can catch Jog off guard, but he switches the approach and goes all the way around. Jog surely has to read this. Oh, but it's an upper level that is gathered, and the crosshair wasn't there for Jog. Surprise, surprise, this is Yesmu's round.
Wait, I didn't even see Yesmu go
Neither
up there,
did
to be
I.
honest. I thought
he went around.
I genuinely thought he was still on site, waiting to just take the timing. But Chuckle can give himself a pat on the back there. 2 really big kills in slowing the push. Only Finns, yeah, caught in that mind where they still want to take the extra space and be aggressive. It's just such a brilliant read, knowing that this is one of the final times that Apina are going to have money, that Kalkuna might bring out the operator, that's the solution to give them more control, to thrash through middle. Just such a brilliant opening pick, and honestly, that changes the dynamic of the round from then onwards.
It really does. I think Apina know that they need to take matters to their own hands, and that's why they're aggressing outside of A here. Nixu can read it, though. And Kalkina is left in deep waters, but he makes sure that no one else around him can swim. And this allows Apina to have the advantage, but they give away the B side of the process.
Players supporting the Snowman take this time around. Ale right there with them. He'll go to the corner. Fagan continuing to move forwards. They walk to Brady. He has to find one, but he goes down. So that's 4 versus 4.
And all Brady's doing is waiting for his team there. He didn't think he'd be taking any fight anytime soon.
They bullied
I'm
him.
sure he's a desperate effort to bring Apina back, but it's Kalkina's shots that actually do it. The lockdown assists. A lot is going in Apina's favor, but is it enough? Yesmu holding out, just getting out of harm's way, but the time is of essence. And only Finns don't really need to put any pressure on them anymore, because Snowy has got this show covered. You can close the curtains, and that's double digits by the end of the half.
No such thing as a curse if you take 10, Pavlos. I think they're in a prime position now to be closing this one out. I mean, you even saw it a little bit against Sweet and Sour as well when they posted a similar scoreline on Lotus. The ability to close is something that they have struggled with. The pistol is more than enough at this point, though. And even in that final round, the fact that they build on the ideas from round number 11 and support the snowman push, even finding Brady and giving them numbers where they realistically needed it, then it's into an open plant. And when the lockdown is said and done, you're still in a preferential position despite all of the utility that Apina have with this composition.
This is a sort of pace we haven't seen from OnlyFins in a good while. Not only this map, but the previous series they've been playing. Definitely good signs to see from this roster. A team that is very much loved across this region. Been upset from the start of this season, the start of the split rather. And now looking to make their way back and be playoffs contenders yet again, because the playing field has changed, right? If you've got a Requiem being brought in the mix as well, that's an extra spot that's being there's a fight for.
That's one of the other things I wanted to know. Like, both of these teams losing to Requiem, who was going to have taken the harder hit? And initially my thought would have been Apina, right? You know, they won enough points to be in play-ins. They still got important games coming up against NXT, for example, floating in and around them. But I mean, I think this map, if you can't find the pistol, is pretty much done, because again, yes, OnlyFins have had strong halves before. Yes, they put up 9 rounds against Sweet and Sour here, but you've got to remember that was on the defender's side, not the attack.
Flash out. Sale again to open up the charge. Even though on the defending side, he can still do a lot of damage. It's Snorri, though, that wants to be on the highlight reels this time around. And Kalkuna, blinking, you miss it, loses all his teammates and will find them on the ground to join. And yeah, this is just the beginning of the end, I feel, has it.
Yeah, as I said before, right, look, this was the stronger half for them last time out, and they've somehow managed to make the attack look even better. So going into this position, I think these are all just really positive signs for OnlyFins, because the conversation as we had it is they're a playoff team. They were the upper final team. They lost in the lowers, so they didn't finish second. But you can only see Ale coming in as them having the ambition to upgrade themselves and be contending for those top spots. The lack of consistency has made it difficult to put them there. They lost against both the Eclipse promoted teams, and then beating Sweet and Sour, who've just taken a win against Apex, proves exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, someone you know, taking a win here against middle of the road Apina is exactly what you want to be doing to just silence those critics a little bit more.
But it just shows the depth of this league, right? How challenging it can be on all ends. Desperate measure here from Apina Orchestra, from investing, reaching out into their pockets and making sure they make use of every coin they find.
It also as well goes back to the style dynamics that I was speaking about, and how OnlyFins feel like the kind of team that do really well against certain rosters like Sweet and Sour because of how they set up and how tactically they've been able to outmatch them before. And aggressive teams as well, like Apina, also fall into that bracket. The fact that they started out on the defense probably hasn't helped them here, so Sunset makes it all the more interesting.
I have an inkling that OnlyFins have a good read here. The dagger spotted out too, but there are more players that are approaching. Yes, really. Quite literally. Yesmu ends up getting one before he drops, but I think Apina Orchestra slowly realize they have just walked into the Bear's Cave and are getting their heads stripped apart. That's 10 of rounds of difference.
Let's end this.
10 chances, chap.
Yeah, 10 chances if you want to go that far. You know, they've been ripped, they've been shredded, they've been stripped. And Apina have stripped the bed on this second map, I think it's fair to say. It's a long way back for them now. All starts with this one. But again, like, I think it kind of reminds me, this performance from Apina, of a few that we saw from OnlyFins. Like, Kalkuna's doing well, but I don't think they've been able to combine the strong performance of a duelist individually with the rest of the team. Whereas OnlyFins, Ale has looked, you know, like the complete picture, the missing piece to the puzzle. They've managed to stick it all on the table, and, you know, it looks quite nice.
Poison's off.
Kalkuna, this time, he's been given a difficult task here, trying to replicate what Ale had done on his attack. Mixun, very far forwards, but with the back of the Dizzy and the KO Flash, somehow it's good enough for a trade.
I mean, I don't know how on earth Nixon's even got away with one there, blinded up, to be honest. Only Finn's ragtag selection of weapons here. Alex got the Bulldog on A. Snowy with this Stinger up close could be huge, and I think he's just only caught one of the players with this knife. It's the Viper, the one you'd expecting more to be on alert, but at the same time, Drog's still alive. He's down towards middle. Something you'll have to think about. Only Finn's on a reclear.
Spotting out the players that were already spotted nearby and haven't budged. So they hand them the respect to take over the site. Make sure it's a gathered and controlled effort to draw it back. Jackal overstays his welcome and all of a sudden is missing from the face of the earth.
And I mean, look, in the same way that that Harbor utility would be really useful to set up before, and you do still have the Viper here as well, they're pushed so far back. Only Finns are already ahead of this.
Wait, Apina actually winning out all of the fights though, but Feekan has squared it all up. Crisis averted, and now it's got one more step to reach the top. And that top is shutting down Icebox for himself. 1 kill required, but Brady finds it through the wall. A quadra collected and keeps sort of Apina Orchestra alive.
Yeah, that's like a Guardian dice roll round, honestly. The amount of stray shots that were either landing or wide of the mark, it made all the difference. 12-3, but I mean, look, you don't even get out with much there if you're Apina, right? It was the one Guardian, which has now doubled up with a couple of Vandals as well. And in the meantime, Al's been allowed to bring the op out. I wouldn't say this is like the mainstay of his game. This is where Limper did look exceptional at times, but then also where I think when Limper didn't have the op, he struggled. So you compare the two in terms of where they are looking best. Does Ale have this aspect to his game? We might not get much time to find out if this one goes well.
Oh my god. They've just exchanged places, the two Vipers. They're at smelling distance.
Yeah, it's all a microcosm, really, you know, of how they've changed comps and how only Finns used to be the wacky ones, and Nixon is getting much the better of this exchange. I mean, he's hearing all of the information. He might just even take the spawn peek here. I think he will.
No one is looking, and that's a free piece for Nixon. Only good for one, though, and barely scratching Chuckle's shoulder.
Yeah, honestly, that's not good enough, Pavlos, because you've lost your anchor on the B site now. The Viper screen's going to go up. Brady's ahead of it. He's like, oh, sorry about that, guys, but now you have the site, so you can thank me later.
And how quick the cookie crumbles. All of a sudden, it's Apina that have space control over the B side, but only Finns are very quick to react to it. What they need to keep an eye out on is Drog's push out in mid. But this dagger keeps only Finns at bay, and so it does for Apina.
I think Drog must have heard the rotation, because either he's calling for them to go back, which they don't have enough time for now, finding Snowy through middle. It's only Fagan alive on the site. He's a little bit stuck here, and actually he'll get taken down.
It's because he was trying to balance attention towards mid as well. Even though Drog had already left, he still had to look in that direction in case there was still a player lurking.
Save.
And that's just enough to call the save. It's enough to keep Apina Orchestra just chaining a couple rounds together.
That was really huge from Drog. I thought that maybe Apina would be doubling back towards A, but yeah, I don't think the time bank warranted it at all. He just puts a little bit of pressure on, and that's enough to relinquish control of the site, because how only Finns set up, you had Fagan playing deep. I think Snowy was towards the back of site as well.
Sure.
They were both playing denial, but they would have been right there to challenge them as soon as the spike did go down. A tiny bit of control, which only Finns benefited from massively on their attacking side. Think how many times they had at least one body through mid.
I wouldn't say it's as fast-fetched as Precious starting to mount for only Finns. I think it's still a long way to go for Apina Orchestra, but it is a situation where Apina are finding more confidence, right? At least they can close this map with a better scoreline and feel like this hasn't just been a one-team show, because obviously they've got another map to play, right? They did win the first map, but it's Sunset that everything will be decided on. And if they are there with a little bit of more confidence, it won't allow OnlyFins to just run away with it without any response. So this is Kalkina's turn to show something here on this A site.
Don't get me wrong, they're momentum-based, but I don't think it's that bad that you could just blow down this house of cards, like you say.
I suggest you move.
The fact they even just got the skeleton out the closet and closed one of those 9-3s when it felt like their opponents were creeping back in has settled the nerves a bit. Ale's opt late to rotate. It's the players on site which have to hold on.
It would be very Challengers North-like if OnlyFins end up winning this round with a hero, operator, and Vandal.
I mean, Pina have not even fully committed to it though. The toxic screen was up, and that was enough to stop them from accelerating. They've had to wait a moment, and that suppression will stop any utility from making this clearance any easier. Wall goes back up, everything going wrong. Time for low, no committal made.
And so much utility has been used on both sides, mostly on the Sapina orchestrary position. They haven't gotten themselves much to move in with, so it's going to have to be raw firepower to make the difference. Still equally traded rough around the edges there for Yesmu, but it's Sapina orchestrary to find themselves a lead. Triple player push coming out, which allows them to be further ahead in this endeavor. Ale was on the wrong side of the map when this whole engagement began, and now he's the only player standing. With 3 left to gather, some sense of feeling like he had to go for that one, but ends up dropping back as he doesn't find an early kill.
Yeah, they were half bought into this anyway, so not going to be able to finance the operator in the next round. They know that at the very least he's cross mid, reconfirms that, breaks the turret. But to look at how the round played out, yeah, OnlyFins used so much regenerative utility, like the knife, the dagger, the toxic screen, all of that stuff. Kept themselves in good stead, but honestly, I think Snowy and Yesmu between them should have done a little bit better in holding onto the site there. Quite a few missed shots where it could have been their 13th.
It really could. When do we start getting scared though, Hazard, right? I've heard the argument of 9 rounds, I've heard the argument of 8, maybe even 10. Where is your mind at?
I think if you come into a situation where OnlyFins money is so screwed that it's like, oh, you have 1 or 2 buys and you know you're going to be ecoing next. So I would probably say about 9 rounds. We had this conversation yesterday when Sweet and Sour were closing out Icebox of their own, right? Funnily enough, against Apex. And that one, Cairo said, you know, around 11-7, but the fact that OnlyFins have 12 is the key thing in my eyes, because overtime's already secured, not really going to be thinking about that, but as good as Apina's attack is, I don't think it's 7 rounds in a row good, because they'll win consistently enough. OnlyFins only need to make 1 slight change to catch them off guard, and that's it, it's done. And they've been able to do that successfully a few times already across the last couple of maps, so I have no doubt that they could.
Sure, and it's not only OnlyFins bringing a spanner in the mix, it's also the situation where Apina Orchestrary could make a mistake of their own. You know, fumble once and then you fall. Still 2 very far forwards here, an opportunity for OnlyFins to find an early lead. Our drone diligent to clear this out for good measure, and forcing out the 2 defenders of this A site, and Apina looking to approach. Slow rotation coming in. You can see a 3rd player placed over. Snowy starting to run and rush his way to try and help out, but Apina are grouped up, and Hunter's Fury eventually finds a pick onto Ale, and that's an important operator to put out of commission. Thresh, maybe Thrash, throws that from Yesmu. Can he find any more? Kalkina, super aggressive in their opponent's faces and rips to shreds. Might even make it a 3rd, sure, why not? Make it look explosive. Put us all to shame to think that you're out of contention.
I don't know if it's OnlyFins that are cursed or this operator, because every round it goes into, it's finding like 0 value. Ale taken out by the Hunter's Fury there, a bit unfortunate, like you said, but I don't think this was going to be the difference maker in the retake. Pina just fight forwards this time instead, like you said. You know, Kalkuna jumps up on rafters, gets aggressive. Hand wraps come off. Now Snowy tasked with keeping this. He'll find the first. The second is the most troubling. Okay. Nice burst, but no weapon.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. At least the curse is away, right? Operator no more.
I guarantee they win this round, right?
You reckon on eco?
I don't even care.
Bring out the timeout, so maybe, sure.
Genuinely, what'll happen? Ale, maybe they could like force an orb here early, get the blades online. But saying that, you look at the other ults that are getting close to available. One from a lockdown, a pit. Those are probably more useful, I would say. So
And it's finding their groove that starts to become a little bit scary as well, right? Kalkina had a slow start. It was in the alley show all day long. And that was due to the fact that we're just getting early picks, right? It was just the fact that more often than not, Apina were playing off of a disadvantage. But now it feels the fact that Apina have got control of this pace. OnlyFins are struggling. You can see it. They feel a little bit concerned. And they've dropped they've dropped a few situations where they were in the lead and end up losing out. I guess I don't want to repeat history.
I don't know if this is also like a bit of a masterclass from Kaisi on the Apina side as well, because he used both timeouts in the first half. They didn't get any more rounds off the back of it, but OnlyFins calling one now brings him back again. You know, it's another break in play, and maybe they'll even use the next one, because OnlyFins have brought in a coach since playoffs. They're now working with Dumbbell, the Argentinian. And you could see, even on the cams, none of the players were talking. They were just fully listening to what the coach was saying. So I think this is definitely more of a mental one than anything else. And the util combo. Only one snake bite that Viper gets these days, but one is more than enough.
They saw 3 players, 1 orb away from the ultimate. They knew it would have been contested. So they just go for the simple play. Snake bite, Mosh. What else do you need?
I mean, that's the shock dart, right? To deal with the damage.
The shock dart, yeah. Of course.
I know exactly what you're saying, right? Like, they just see what ults are available, what's going to be available. They take stock of the situation. It's really important micro, which I don't think a lot of teams pay enough attention to, honestly. Like, even right now, someone should have the scoreboard open and looking at the fact that it's Viti that moves closer to the Reckoning. This is information that you're going to need, because these ultimates will shape the next few rounds, which could complete the comeback.
And look how Apina are grouping up together as well. They don't want to take any fights individually. No reason to give them any extra space or attention. Wait. One's leaned away. If Nixon would have gathered that kill, they've given him a gun, but no, I think Apina are just resilient enough to just hold back here and let this round find its natural ending. I don't know if I like that natural ending, but it's one which favors Apina and it keeps their hopes alive.
Well, you know, there's a bigger pyramid than just, you know, challengers, VCT, the ecosystem. That's a dying of natural causes in sort of gold elo, I think. It exists. Missed shots like that. But jokes aside, the way that OnlyFins played the end of that, sure, they lose a few players, but in dying, they did get their ultimates. I'm not sure if this is what they wanted to do. I think they sort of assessed the situation and went, okay, well, Viti's only got one more, so there's a chance they have the Reckoning. Drog is close to the lockdown. It's worked both ways, basically. Ultimates are coming up on both sides. Can they get the better of it?
Whoa!
No.
Big read by Drog to expect Ali in that location. As soon as he drops 6 feet under.
This is their own operator that they've brought up as well. It's not like they've salvaged it from the ground or anything. OnlyFins got rid of that one a while ago, but maybe the curse has kept on their very shoulders since then. When you have this much money, I mean, look at the credits on Apina. You know that as long as the next round is played, you'll have everything that you need. Right there. Because you're the attacking team on the comeback. That's just how it goes. Why not buy an op? Why not look for a cheeky pick on the guy you know is going to be peeking you?
OnlyFins have got a decent read on it, though. And to Killjoy setup, that could be dangerous if Apina Orchestra miss out on the first 2 kills. Great recon onto Nixun, but not capitalized upon. At least they've got the info. Kalkina looking to lurk below. Second by second, becoming lower and lower in health. Lockdown from both ends. You can see Apina respecting it, but Kalkina ends up dropping. Feekan, good to read that corner. Vitui won't be able to get out with his life, but Brady is there to try and stop him. Spike hasn't gone down yet, though, but with 25 seconds, Apina need to act quickly. Brady, an insane shot together. The Vipers pit no more, so now they can press the gas and move into A.
Snowy's the one with the null command, but he's absolutely on the other side of the map. He's nowhere near this. He's still thinking about the possibility of a lurk at this point in time. 10 seconds, Pavlos. Wow. That plant needs to come in.
And Yasmin needs to keep his position covered, but no, he gets one and does show his ground. At least it's a 2 versus 2 here. The spike does end up going down, but against Snow, he's so far off. Finally, he joins the fight, but how long did it take for him to get here? Upper ground covered. You can see Viti up close. He's so damn low though. One bullet should do it, Snowy. He can get brought back to life, but Yesmu focuses to see if he can find Chuckle. But my word, Chuckle reads it again. And Apina Orchestra are still in this fight.
You asked when I was worried, Pavlos, right now. Because when you look at OnlyFins' side, they can't buy. The next investment they'll get is when Apina only need a few more. Yeah, I think we're in the kind of territory now where you have 2 or 3 more decent gun buys available to you. Do they want to save for an operator there? I mean, Ale with the blades and no investment here would certainly suggest that they're trying to cut corners where they can. So many ultimates invested and no return either. I mean, even the fact that Snowy isn't there to stop the push from coming in with his ult when they still had a decent man count shows that they're not fully convinced of how Apina are playing. That they're worried about a Drog flank.
Oh, man. Snowy spotted early from the bottom, so it prohibits him from moving further forward. Thankfully for him, I think that saved his life. Early on in this round, though, where Dagger did spot out 2 players at the entrance of B, so you can see that OnlyFins, because of it, have bunched up together in that location.
Again, it does feel like OnlyFins being their own worst enemy, because it's not like Drog has even been super impactful on these lurks. He's had a couple of nice timings here and there, but it's not like the one safety net insurance policy win condition. You know, like he's not the
possibility,
he's not the be all and end all of the round. Is the bottom line.
That's true.
They're very often just fully committed to these pushes when they've hung around, and that's what they'll do on A here. They'll get the spike down, it won't be an issue. It's Brady actually on the other side of the map this time.
Yeah, he's a big issue though, right? Will deter any of the Finns on the opposing side for saving, at least keeping them busy for a little while. He himself will be put to dirt.
I was just about to say he could be the biggest issue, but for Apina, because that's another rifle. So now you've got 3 coming into this retake with the blades, and because there's no suppression on the Apina side, there's nothing you can do to stop Ale.
Could this be the round? Cascade thrown out, Ale moving up just a little bit closer to his opposition. What a wonderful first shot. Does that show us how this rest of this round will go? Diffuse, and it's kept on stacking with Chuckle trying to go for the swing here, but it looks like this line of fire and lead thrown in Apina Orchestra's direction is enough to put them to sleep. Finally, OnlyFins are able to pull the trigger on Icebox.
As I said, there's nothing you can do to stop Ale, that is, except for a bullet between the eyes, one which he won't receive. The blades doing all the damage, and even the post plant all the way back behind the wall. We were asking a lot for Apina to come back towards the second half of that map, Pavlos. But I think it's fair to say that they've still shown some spirit, and OnlyFins aren't quite convincing us as the real deal.
That's true, right? The attacking side looked very convincing. It felt like OnlyFins completely flipped the switch and came online off the back of a pretty upsetting sunset, right? That was a bit of a back and forth, but the fact that Apina Orchestra birthed an extra attempt, a bit of a fake comeback at the end, it gives them a little bit more confidence heading into the third map and puts OnlyFins on edge. We'll see who'll be able to close out this series, an exciting one, and I wouldn't have it any other way for the Finnish derby.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah.
Tell me you love me. 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 Tell me you love me.
What a crazy match. We thought we were gonna get a fast and quick match over here. Turns out the Alpines had something different in mind. Went from a dominating field to a battlefield.
Oh yeah, that was amazing from OnlyFins until round 15 where it all turned around. And I'm gonna be honest, as I said it himself as well, he was like, oh, Pablos, I think this is the time I'm scared. And I started being scared for OnlyFins as well at that point. 13-8 is the final score, but amazing comeback-ish from Abina Orchestra. Obviously a really, really good map from OnlyFins, especially on the attacking side. Something that we saw in this map was Ale getting a lot of first kills. But those two players that were really prominent on the previous map, Chuck and Viti, they weren't quite performing on that level at this map here. It's interesting.
Definitely did not, but OnlyFins really seemed to know this map inside out, and they had so much control over the site. I remember in round 30, I think, in Pistols, they ran it down, and it was just, are they playing Valorant? Are they playing a different game? There's so much speed in this game, I don't understand. It was really fun to watch, and I was ready to get ready here, talk to you guys, and be like, okay, boys, on to the third match. No, we were gonna get teased a little bit, and they were hailing out, and the mental for Apina there was just impressive, I must say.
Oh yeah, and something that I want to highlight, Nixon, still, he went for the first duels. Time and time again. Nixon was like, okay, I'm the only smoker, let's go, let's take the first duels. But this time he actually succeeded.
Yeah.
You found 4 first entries and only one first death, which is quite a bit of an improvement from Lotus, where he actually had only 1 first kill and 6 first deaths. Still, I don't like Nixon going for those first duels unless he's playing Glove, but this time it worked around, no?
Maybe he heard us and was like, you know what, I'm still gonna do my thing, and I'm gonna peek, and I'm gonna do the things and swing out, and yeah, it paid off. It did eventually, but I was sitting here clenched with all my muscles. I'm like, are they gonna pull through? Is this gonna be the comeback of the season they're gonna speak about? Is it 12-2 gonna be the new curse? So yeah.
It wasn't this time around. We have round 11 to show one of the great things that OnlyFins actually had, especially on this first half. Really, really proactive stuff. Look at the position of Kalkuna. He gets insta-red in this round. OnlyFins, they put so much pressure on B side at the start of the round. They don't hear anything on A. So they have the read that there must be an operator on the enemy side. And Kalkuna just chilling, waiting for someone to come to the crosshairs. We're like, oh, who's gonna come there first? But it's actually trash. Kalkuna gets caught off guard and taken out of that round. So I think that was really good showing of Nixon reading Apina Orchestra right there, maybe the whole team as well. That was a really, really great call, and I think that was one of the reasons why OnlyFins was so dominant in the attacking side. They were able to read this team like an open book. I mean, for me, it looked like a whole damn dominance of OnlyFins' side.
It did, and then we had in round 19 where Ali was trying to pick up knives and get his knives, but they reacted fast and he got killed by Util. It was painful to watch.
Yeah, this is like the classic setup when you see enemy jet at 1 away of those knives. You throw the snake bite, you throw the shock dart. OnlyFins, they actually took a timeout before this, so they should have that in mind. Or they might do this utility, so we might not want to go there instantly, but I think that's a bit of an oversight, and that's one of the reasons that OnlyFins actually lost control of this map, and Apina Orchestra started picking up pace. That first kill was really detrimental. Alena getting those daggers in the round and actually not getting to play that round at all was really, really good for Apina Orchestra, but obviously in the end it's not quite enough for this map. It's not wide enough, and the sunset is gonna be interesting for me.
And I'm so excited for that because sunset is my favorite map, and honestly I love the map. It's easy, it's simple, it's fun, and it's always fun to go to the third match because second match would have been so easy, but I'm glad to turn it around because I do like having intense matches, because then the last one I don't know where I'm gonna go. Like, I don't know who's gonna win. I'm honestly like lost. I'm cheering for both teams because OnlyFins really, okay, I'm saying this, but don't quote me on it. I'm starting to like Icebox a little bit, so I guess I'm becoming the red flag I've been mentioning. They really did show me how you can dominate a map so easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the composition of OnlyFins in Sunset. I really do like Sunset as well. Like you said, I think it's becoming one of the favorite maps, or has already become one of the favorite maps of most of the teams. We see it quite a lot on this series. It's usually either the decider or the first 2 maps, or if we are playing best of ones, it's usually the map that's left out. But if we talk about statistic here on Sunset, if we talk about the latest results, I think if we wanna compare these two, it's heavily favoring OnlyFins. OnlyFins took Requiem in this map 13-6, and Apina Orchestra actually lost to Requiem 5-13. So when we take that into account, it seems like OnlyFins should be heavy favors in this map, because they absolutely dominated Requiem, who absolutely dominated Apina Orchestra. So For me, I think OnlyFins, they are looking really, really strong here. I'm not quite sure whether Apina is gonna pull something off. I mean, that glove is something that you wanted to see. Is it still something you would like to see, and maybe someone who you would want to have that played with?
Yeah, I will die to the day until I see it, and then I will resurrect like Clove. No, I do think OnlyFins will have this in stock, but I'm also their mental of Apina is maybe something I can carry there through. I think OnlyFins really got stumped over with that one round. It's like so close, but yet so far. So you might be saying OnlyFins, but I think Apina's mental really shines through here, so I'm excited to see.
Okay.
Maybe I'm taking a little stance here.
I mean, obviously, Apina had a great mental on that last map, but being able to come back 6 rounds from that 12-2, obviously not quite getting that full map, but I think that shows a lot of mental fortitude for the side of Apina Orchestra, and maybe a little bit loss of mental for the side of OnlyFins. They couldn't quite keep the packet together when it was most important, like those small mistakes, going for the orb instantly, knowing that there is probably gonna come utility, but oversighting some of those situations. One thing that I want to highlight, I think OnlyFins, one of the first times that they played Sunset against, I think it was Sweden Sour, was really, really tough for them. They couldn't get hold of anything in this map. And once they lost like few rounds, I think they lost the whole map. So for OnlyFins to win this map or come out on top, I think they need to nail it down instantly. And Apina Orchestra, I like this Deadlock coming in for the side of Apina Orchestra. They have played the Deadlock before, but not quite this composition.
Norway represent, we love to see it. I love seeing Deadlock in comp. I don't think we see it enough. I think she's a really strong agent and definitely really useful in this map. And they're just going double Sentinel, to be fair, so... Whew.
Yeah. That's actually what's the most interesting to me. They're going with the double Sentinel, like you said. They've been doing this before, but they had Gecko in that composition previously, and they didn't have Jet. They had either Yoru or Raze. So quite a switch up here in terms of those two agents, but still they have that original composition that they have probably practiced with quite a lot. I still kind of doubt this. I think Chuck and Viti, they need to get back to their original form that they had in Lotus. If they want to win this, they need to drop maybe 20s, because that was rough to see that previous map.
I'm really excited, and I'm also excited to see what the casters are saying about these picks.
I've got to say, Apina Orchestra are loving this full 100% revamp they're bringing in. Every single map they seem to be changing something up, and it's going to have to be enough, because like the analyst said, they haven't had the strongest history on this map, and OnlyFins on Sunset can do quite the opposite.
Yeah, there's still a little nugget of the old Apina in there, though. The fact that they keep the Deadlock, but remove the Yoru, right? This is the first time that we're going to really be seeing them run it with the Raze, with Kalkuna in there, and also with the absence of a Gecko. It's the third initiator which Chuckle has played this time around. They just keep chopping and changing, Pavlos. That's my biggest concern. I don't know if the consistency is going to be enough. We're just going to have to see.
We do indeed. It just reminds me of Na'Vi, right? Or even when they were called FPX back in the day, when FPX was actually in EMEA and they won themselves an international title. Well, they couldn't keep up with the consistency. It just didn't work out for them. Yeah, okay, for an event, it allowed them to be impossible to read, but they couldn't keep up with the pressure. Let's see if Apina Orchestra can make it work here as we drive ourselves into this Sunset map. A lot of pressure from both teams in mid, though. Look at this. Chuckle very far forwards. He's got assistance. The Dizzy shows Kalkuna to the deep end, which is a successful frag. Yesmu looks to swing past, and Apina Orchestra starting things with a bang. Quick trading coming through from Ali as well, as he wants to be present in this fray. And all in the meantime, you can see Feekan going all the way around through B. And Nixon goes aggressive! They just don't want to calm down!
Nixon could have such a strong backstab here. The problem is Fagan is fighting this one solo. It's such a difficult angle to try and face. He gets away with one, but no spike. Nixon making plenty of noise. The round is far from recovered if you're OnlyFins.
For sure, and Nixon is the type of player that can make the clutch work for him, so he's going to go to the A site. He knows that he can weave into that position without Alpine Orchestra knowing exactly where he'll be hiding, though he needs to be a little bit more quick about it. But he's also careful, knowing that also the Apes would have had time to rotate over.
Yeah, most clutches won in all of the first split. Best percentage stat. This is his domain. It's not out of his wheelhouse. First smoke goes in towards Ali. He will set up in link with an open plant. Both players on the flank. Doesn't have the idea of that just yet.
No. Doesn't have a clue. And Alpine Orchestra, for good reason, buddying up together.
Ooh, they're going to take a long time to clear throughout all of Elbow, though, Pavlos. There's another smoke that Nixon can put on the spike and play around.
That's very true, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But Kalkin has got a decision to make. Does he push through? Nixon, good lovely shot onto Chuckle on his attempt to defuse, but he's already defused it halfway, and Nixon has to push through. It's Nixon, the Clutch King, to bounce back again.
It is expertly played by Nixon. So, as I said, he was going to put the smoke on the spike, but what he does is he leaves it so that there's only really one place, if you're coming in from Elbow, which at that point he realized they were, where you can defuse it from. So he can see the rest of the circle and then just put his crosshair exactly where the player's going to be as soon as the tap comes in. He gets 2 free kills off the back of it, and Apina completely squander that early advantage that they had from the mid-fight.
And to be fair, I didn't know how they were even able to square things up again. I think it was Ali that tried to keep that fight from going on, right? It had a potential of dying out, but they just wouldn't stop pushing at each other. It was just 2 forces bumping heads. But eventually it is OnlyFins to win it off the back of their captain's brilliance.
So intelligent. Fine details. But if you're a Alpine Orchestra, this one's going to sting, because not only do you come back into a map where it looked like they'd made improvements and then got smashed 13-5 by Requiem the other day. As I said before, it feels like maybe they're the ones that have taken the bigger loss off the defeat from that promoted team than OnlyFins did. It's the fact that you're on the defense again as well. It's another opening half in the position that you don't like to play from.
Drog will attempt the difficult situation of pushing in front of 3, maybe even 4, 5 players. Ale aggresses off the back of it. Only finds one, an opportunity for a Bulldog to be perhaps picked up, but instead OnlyFins are there to cover their ground, and it's just going to be a simple round for this predominantly Finnish side.
Sparing their Swedish saviour, who's been the martyr in this round, to open up it.
True.
You see the wingman got caught in the net there, but I didn't realise is still walking along, like really laboured, literal baby steps. They get the plant down, and again, look, OnlyFins have now fully committed to playing with Gecko. This is one of, I believe, like 4 different maps where they play with the Gecko. The only one where they don't is, of course, Ascent, where Yesmu reprises the role of the Sova. But you see the benefit of that utility. Like, Apina trying to hold on to backside control there. They get it for a little bit, but OnlyFins probably not even going to give you that space, because this is one of those maps where Ale on his entry does like to really push the boat out and sort of limit test as much space as he can possibly take.
Well, we do receive word that Chuckle has disconnected from the service. I'll be waiting until the player rejoins. But you're right, Ale, this is one of the maps that he really enjoys and makes this pushing endeavor work for him. And not only that, they start off on the attack. And we knew how damaging they were when they had tempo control from the start on Icebox as well. So they've got the opportunity to replicate that success. And if they gain enough and significant lead, Alpine Orchestra will be miles behind to try and reach, similarly to the previous map as well.
Well, this is kind of like what I'm thinking about OnlyFins as well, because they've had some really strong but ultimately one-sided halves from map to map. Is it just like a difference in Ale's playstyle from agent to agent? Because I think, for example, against Formulation on Ascent, that was another one where they put up 9 rounds on their defense. That was where he was on the jet, so he can afford to sort of take those aggressive angles, dash away. Same as what we saw on Icebox as well from him the other week against Sweet and Sour. But then again, he did it on the attack this time. And then you're looking at it here, and they also won 9 rounds on their attack on this map. And then they struggled on the defense. I really don't know. And you'd think, oh, well, raise on the defense. Surely the utility makes it easier. I don't know if that is necessarily the case.
It couldn't be. any more, there's no term that could be more describing of a coin flip. You don't know what to expect. It's anything. Just 50% chance of whatever you draw.
It just has to be more of a mental thing at that point, though, as we're trying to unravel the argument here, because it's always the opening half that's good. You put up the 9-10 rounds, the 8, 9, 10 rounds perhaps, because they have shown a few of those as well, and then you just struggle to close out in the second. Perhaps it doesn't even really matter what half you're on. You take that out of the mix. It's like a red herring in this mystery of what seems to be going wrong, because again, third place, they have the play-in points. We'll be seeing them at the very least in the knockout stages, the first phase of it later in the split. Like, how competitive can you be? How much further can you build? I think right now, Sweet and Sour have them beat.
Seems to be the case. Sweet and Sour seem to have everyone beat. apart from
OnlyFins when they played each other. So then, like, where do you even place them? I don't know.
Where do you cross the line? I feel like the question marks last stage was fully in the midfield. Apex was out of that question. Now they've involved themselves into this kerfuffle, right? So it's an interesting affair. We have got information that the reconnection has caused for an entire router reset, and that's what we are waiting for currently. I'm happy to go on if you are.
Yeah, of course, man. I feel like, me and Cairo, and it ends up becoming a podcast. And funnily enough, you and I have a podcast, Pavlos.
Oh my God, a free plug.
Yeah, there you go. At Skill Issues Live on Twitter. Please. I'm begging you.
Challengers North might ask us for a sponsorship soon, man. I don't think we've got the funds for that.
No, I don't think we do.
No. It's a part of the deal, they hire us, we get the free plug.
But I tell you what, this is like the first technical pause that we've had. There were none yesterday with me and Cairo. It was a fairly smooth day. So I wanted to bring out a little bit of filler, like what my pet peeve is. Like, if I've got a pet peeve of the week, so this is my pet peeve of this week, is supermarket falafels. They're always really dry. And I said that to my mum when she was eating them. And now she's like bullying me. She's like, oh, well, I'll just enjoy my dry falafels in peace then. Because I feel like you can have a good one, but it's got to have some moisture in there. I feel like the supermarket ones are really
falafel
dry.
wraps, with sandwiches and stuff.
Yeah, just
sandwiches
like
and wraps.
the Moroccan balls, you know what I mean? Like veggie balls. Yeah.
I feel that. I feel in a very similar way about supermarket sushi as well. Never, ever go for supermarket sushi, everybody. It just doesn't work.
I'll counter that. I have had supermarket sushi before.
No.
I think it finds its place in a meal deal where, for those who don't know what a meal deal is, price reduction on set items. If I don't want to just like eat a sandwich, I want something nice and small. Supermarket sushi is okay. Just make sure that you douse it in soy sauce.
Yeah, remove as much flavor as possible because there isn't much.
That's my second pet peeve. Supermarket sushi, the little fish full of soy sauce, the little plastic fish that is full of the soy sauce. It's never big enough. There's never enough soy sauce.
Why do those even exist? I don't even know,
man. Plenty more fish in the sea, quite literally.
Well, apparently not for the supermarkets and the choice in soy sauce carryware. They could easily just use a small little tub. We've seen those before. They've been around. This has been the Food Spellcast, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining. Sure, let's talk about the league a little bit more in abstract, right? The previous stage, that middle pack, the midfield seemed very, very competitive. We didn't really know who would be making playoffs until the final point. We've had a new addition, though, this year, Hazza. We've had Requiem, and they've been winning every single match they could, right? It's been super competitive on their end. And I'm just wondering, from everything you've seen from them, where would you place them? Eyes closed, no idea of what's going to happen in the future. Where in the playoff spots would you place them?
This is the thing. I think I would naturally put Apex top, Sweet and Sour just behind. The rest of that midfield, to me, is a complete guessing game. I think NXT didn't get the most amazing results to start off their campaign.
I would argue, though, before you move onwards from NXT.
Yeah.
They did beat Requiem the other day, and this was the first time they were in full force. Previously, they had subs working and they were missing IGLs and such, but on full force, they look pretty good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? And like full force NXT also taking Sweet and Sour to 3 maps. But again, if Requiem want to be in that conversation, you've got to find like a shock or a cheeky result against that kind of team, because I think it's fair to say that NXT had struggled to find their form. They lost against Metasport 2-0 in the week before, and yeah, they weren't full strength. But again, this is a roster which has the core of 3 players, lost their 2 best players, by the way. Yeah. And sort of playing now with Marky and Lucas, sure, I think like that they have a lot of potential, and we'll talk about this more when we get to the second series of the afternoon. We're just not really looking at being a team that's going to like push on and make a crazy run. I think the fact we have play-ins now does invite that possibility, because the previous iteration did snag quite a few points by placing 4th, but I don't know, dudes. Like, that's a must-win game for them today. And then who do you face up against? The Formulation team that's just come off the back of taking the first ever map away from Apex this year in Polaris. So again, it's like you try and make any argument for any team, and immediately there's a counter argument made the opposite direction. That is anything below like the top 2 teams. But for me, I think Requiem are like fringe playoffs. They should be in playoffs. I don't see any reason why they can't be a top 4 team with the ability that they have.
They've taken this league by storm for sure, and most likely deserve and will be getting a spot. We'll see how that goes on for them if they continue getting more wins, because I don't know if those 3 wins will be enough. But, you know, it's a difficult affair. What another point you need to kind of take into consideration here is the fact that how soon have we gotten to the point where these matches really matter for playoffs, right? Just a couple of weeks ago, it was just all fun and daisy. Sure, you lose a match, you've got time to rebound. No, every match counts. Every map matters.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can't afford to lose one. I think both of these teams, thankfully moving out of the tech pause, also know this and know how important it is if they grab this map here right now.
For Apina, it comes on multiple levels. You want a second win to keep yourself in the conversation, and also you don't have the benefit of as many split 1 points as OnlyFins, finishing with a bronze medal, of course. Vacant A site to kick off the gun round. The bonus for OnlyFins, but they bring in 3 Bulldogs, a Vandal. It's only Snowy that has a pistol right now. I want to see how they're going to use the deadlock here, where that barrier mesh lands and where the grav net goes.
I mean, if they are able to block out an isolated player, it could be quite an interesting ordeal, blocking quite a bit of space, but this off angle from Nixon could do quite a bit. The paranoia, though, will cause him to fall into a corner, drop below as well, some pre-firing shots heading in his direction, so there are definitely some difficulties faced by Nixon here. You need to keep an eye on Fika's position, though. A little bit further back, Nixon does get caught off. Kalkina able to push forwards, but you can hear the spike ticking quicker and quicker, and you know that OnlyFins need to start swinging out. Viti realizes there is no time to get the defuse, so he might as well try and bring everybody down with him. No survivors, but it's OnlyFins with their bonus.
Yeah, it looked like Apina in that round. That's just a pre-cooked set piece. You're playing for the retake. And in terms of deadlock utility, Barrier Mesh stopped Fagan from going wide and supporting the rest of his team, but he was still finding kills from behind it. The grav net does clear out the backside box as well, but you've got post-plant positions towards elbow, and that's the thing. It's going to be so difficult to clear out that far when you do give up the site in that kind of situation. When you're even looking at the sonic sensors they're using, what, you've got 1 towards market, 1 top mid. That's to stop any kind of explosive push.
Yeah, but any slow methodical ones could just quickly subside them. Still, there is an investment. I feel like Apina Orchestra are putting a lot of money in every single round, which could be difficult for them to build that eco up.
Yeah. And I see what you mean. It's like Kalkuna's down to 50 creds, Drog 650. Kalkuna gets the blades in the next, right? Like, that's not an issue. Yeah, he's going to have the ult, but Drog doesn't get the same, so you're Sheriff 3 rifles and ult.
It's like Drog went into the buy screen, saw that Calcina ball, is like, oh, we're buying?
Yeah, well, because that's the thing. Drog used to be the duelist player on this map. They used to play double duelist. He comes out the camp just in time to not get caught by the aftershock. But this push is well on its way, and there's only 2 players here.
Great info, and the one-way as well. Make sure that it won't be an easy angle for Nixon to hold. Oh dear me, the back of the side not cleared quite quickly enough, but Onlyfins seem to have full control over this. Nevertheless, it's a spray down of the 2 final remaining players with only Sheriffs in their hands, but they won't be Cowboys on this one, dropping their hats, and that's Onlyfins keeping the streak alive.
And not only was it 2 bodies on the site, it was both rifles. So it was Calcuna and Drog. Calcuna gets the first on the play towards top site, the TP from Nixon. But then there's nothing else beyond that. Now you come into this mixed investment. They have actually managed, with the loss bonus, now post 4 rounds, maxed out to get another rifle there. So Calcuna does have the blades. Decent economy management, but you are all on light shields. Onlyfins don't read into that. There's no outlaw, no punishment. It's just a showstopper straight through. And Ale with the opener.
The paranoia, though, as well as the fact that he's stuck in place will be a difficult situation, and it allows the Pina Orchestra to find themselves with 2 players at the back of the side, but it won't be in time for Verti to find some access to it. The 2v3, that is still under Onlyfins' favor. Drog doesn't also have the courtesy of using the neural theft, so on the rough spot, Calcina might be able to bring them back though. The saving grace, the blades, where he was accounting for the previous round to build. Without much health on him, it will be a toughie. Closer to the spike. Vandal out. Ali swings, Drog, good first shot. Neural theft can assist, but Snowy is able to square it up. Stun available for him, but goes for the side swing to make sure that his opponent is off the spike. The stun connects, and there you go. Snowy collects it. And Onlyfins again keeping up with their streak.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to go toe-to-toe with any team when they set up in post-plant in B main. That's just the meta on this map at the moment until any changes are made to the geography. The barrier mesh didn't really do anything to stop the B play from coming through. They just had already found the jewels behind it. I was just about to say I'd like to see Brady go back towards A here and set his utility up there. 1 away from the annihilation. Onlyfins 1 away from a couple ults of their own. So an A main fight here early would probably be preferable for both. It's a Pina, which may be initiating it.
A Pina Orchestra at least have been keeping rounds close, so even though there's been 5-round consecutive streak, it's not as if they've been running away economically. Just a couple of wins will put them right back into a disadvantage.
Yeah.
That's just if you want to look at the positive side.
Sure, I think at the same time, Apina are spending a lot on plenty of these rounds. They're purchasing their own coffin. Not to say that that's the major downside. Really nice timing on that smoke pluming just as the barrier mesh went, but there's plenty for Onlyfins to take this back themselves.
Set a 1-way. On the left, oh dear me, Gravnet has kept Ali back, and it allows the Thunder's Fury, rather, to do quite a bit of damage. Not any kills though, and that's crucial enough, but does it buy enough information and enough time for Apina to reposition? Look how far forwards Calcuna is going. The Thrash is available, and Calcuna might be in trouble. Forced to respect it, but now stunned up behind the smoke.
They know that there's one in there, but they can't get him out. He's stuck behind their own smoke. Brady on site with a stinger.
Oh! I thought that was Brady getting a kill there, but instead it was Chuckle to save his teammate's life. Onlyfins in trouble. Even though Apina Orchestra's come off with a shaky buy, they might have full access of the site. Not only access, but control. Feekan tried to go for a dry peek. It doesn't work out. And there you go in the cocoon. It's a delayed fight. It's a delayed kill. But around Apina Orchestra will be very happy to grab.
Yeah, that's also the first round that we've seen Brady get on the score sheet here as well. Was 0-5 coming into this round, and you hate to be the guy that points fingers. He's not always been the one that's contributed too heavily in the kills department. Again, part and parcel as the IGL. But we know that he can chip in with an important one here and there, and I think the A setup's going to look a lot better. This time, Onlyfins want to interact with it early. They're not going to allow any time. They will rattle that cage.
This Rolling Thunder could be used quite quickly though, and you can see how OnlyFins have set up to go in explosively. Gravnet doesn't keep Ale's bullets from keep on bulleting. Viti somehow is able to sidestep the ult, which allows him to get one down with him to his grave. And suddenly OnlyFins are struggling to take over this A site, and Kalkuna is still hiding, being a menace, biding time for his team to come in to help out. Wingman trying to lurk him out of that corner, and yes, we're able to slowly crunch his way in. Beacon slight reposition, and it's a matter of inches that allow OnlyFins to regather their thoughts and get themselves an attacking round.
It's the round which sets them up for 6 as well, Pavlos. Anything from this point onwards is an advantage which they'll carry from their attack side, as they seem to have been pretty good at doing. And no changes were made to this composition, but they snagged 9 against Sweet and Sour. Again, it just feels like I'm beating a dead horse with this storyline, but the fact of the matter is they have very strong opening halves, and Apina, their defenses have also struggled a lot, so it's kind of just heading in the direction that you expect it to.
Both teams are great on the attack, but I think the fact that OnlyFins gets to start on it, it just helps them a little bit better.
Yeah, and
a little bit more.
That's the big question as well. Is OnlyFins' defense going to look as good when we get there? I mean, you save it for that point in time. But they were putting up crazy rounds against Apex of all teams back on their old comp. I think it's this new comp where, with the Gecko, they've not really found the value. Yesmu looked better on the Sova.
Party's over.
Good shot from Kalkuna to keep Apina Orchestra in charge. With a transition towards B, seems to be in a direction where a lot of players lie, and the Cypher setup is set up. Still, the Wingman does make sure the spike goes down. Job done. Will this B hold be enough, or will Nixon be added to the mix? Oh dear. Kalkuna needing to turn that corner.
It's going to take so long for him to get here, though. Apina very slow themselves. 5 players on site with numbers advantage and only 3 main. It's actually played in Nixon to make this flank viable. No, they find him.
And OnlyFins have got so much to throw at this, so much utility, starting off by the mosh and then the flashes to follow up. You have to consider that the push is what's going to make everything work for Apina. Kalkuna, heroics, taken by his own hand, 3 grabbed and thrown down.
I mean, Nixon was a little bit late there on the timing. Kalkuna reads it with the op, straight into the Vandal, and they attack the main position. Honestly, even from a 4 versus 5, I thought that OnlyFins would be in strong enough contention to see that one through. You had some delay from the Mosh as well, but it didn't quite work out. They get red into this round. Full B play, fully supported this time, but maybe not with the set of weapons that you would choose.
Yeah, not ideal. I mean, we're talking about 2 rounds could quickly cripple OnlyFins economically, and that's exactly what it's done. Good early kill, going to Kalkuna's way, and they just vacate the premises, handing over the space for free. OnlyFins will take it, but they haven't gotten the spike down just yet. But it's Ale to find a returning kill, and this just signs some bells of alarm.
Yeah. And Alice maybe even thinking about going further. They want to drop back into post-plant now. You've got the numbers. The problem is it's just pistols. Still Pavlos. No upgrades have been made.
That's true. And the fact that Kalkuna was on the angle on time for Ali's retreat, it just makes things a little bit more complicated. A bit of a jiggle peek to allow Apina to be further ahead, gain the information necessary. And of course it's going to be Kalkuna to clear out this back of the site. Says no one shall hide here while I am around. A no-scope by the end to close out the round. It feels like Apina Orchestra are back on this map.
Another multi-kill from Kalkuna, building into the defender's half, and you can already see Nixon. I feel like he's always got a slight air of frustration about himself in recent times. Just the way that OnlyFins have been playing. They've not really had smiles on their faces, even when they're up a matter of rounds. Ultimate's coming back for them here. But even the fact that Kalkuna hits that first shot when it's pistols running at him is huge. The operators seeming to be working.
Just to run back on that attitude you were talking about, it feels like OnlyFins have built up expectations for themselves that they feel they should be matching, and when they're not, it just hurts them.
they've lost the childlike innocence and whimsy that we used to love, you know? They've
I mean,
gone from
they were
being
rookies in the league,
Yeah.
right?
They've gone from being the troll full finish team to putting a Swedish player in there, and the vibes are gone. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, that's not the reason.
I was wondering
but-
where you were going with that one.
Look, they've managed to find themselves a post plant here,
Sure.
though. Thrash comes in,
3-1.
that one isn't recovered. Usually when you use the ult, you're able to put it all the way around the pillar and recover it yourself, but the fact that the possibility of a lurk has been set up means that Apina aren't fully convinced before they take this main fight.
It's important Feekin doesn't die first, because if they do get a pick, then Neural Theft can be used, and it will help in this post-plant dramatically. Snowy taking care of the backline duties, but no one is heading in their direction. The stun needs to be huge, but the spray down this time around is massive. Vitty to the side. This time, they are breaking through, but not as much as they would have liked. Brady, the only player remaining. Yes, he'll grab Feekin before he dies himself, but finally, OnlyFins make this B-hold stand.
Yeah, and it's a slight variation in what the main hold looks like as well. Not only have they given up the possibility of a lurk, right, they've just completely written that one off, it's also understanding the utility that Apina were getting advantages off last time. Like Brady finding a lot of value from throwing a grav net where it attaches onto you through walls, right? It doesn't need line of sight. It will catch the players. If you're even stood behind that concrete wall in main, it'll catch you. So they all play on the left-hand side through the entry point instead, where they're not going to get caught, where they're not going to be behind the one-way. They take the fights back and they win them. So again, just a slight adjustment in player positions, but it made all the difference.
It did indeed. And back into their thinking chambers, putting on their thinking hats. Or maybe the chill-out hats. I mean, it wouldn't be a third map in a Finnish derby if there wasn't a bit of back and forth in there. So I'm glad a bit of sign of life is drawn out from Apina, even though it's a bit late. 5 consecutive off the rip isn't exactly an optimal affair if your opponents are picking up those rounds so quickly. But the tempo has been stopped, and they have been going toe-to-toe. This round could determine quite a lot of tempo for the final few rounds, the final 2 to be exact at this half.
Yeah, this doesn't necessarily feel like a must-win if the OnlyFins we've seen a lot of is going to struggle on their defenders' side, but that's something that they'll definitely have been working on. So Apina seemingly needing to take this one, especially while the guns are up and they got the best chance possible.
From the shadows, is that to clear out the back of the site? No, it's cleared out market. And that doesn't spot out anyone in mid. Notices the door is also closed. It doesn't even want to tempt doing anything about it. 3 players moving in for Apina in mid. A lot of information relayed. Nixon lines up. Ale keeps himself concealed and ends up with one a little bit deeper each and every time. Kalkina finally finds the answer. But in the meantime, he's got to deal with more. Suddenly making us think there's a chance he can recover this. But Snowy, he's cooked up something wonderful. It starts to smell nice, but it's time to get a taste of it as well. Snowy will take his time, because marvelous meals take time to be made. But no, it's Yasmu that puts an end to this, and we don't get to taste it, but it's still going to be OnlyFins guaranteeing they at least have double the score of their opponents by this halftime.
Yeah, another dish served up on the Polaris platter. OnlyFins getting themselves an 8th, and well, if they can make it a 9th, then they're going to be moments away from Dreamland yet again. Nightmarish second halves have plagued them and lost plenty of sleep for the Finnish team. But it seems as if they might just be too far away from Apina at this point in time. And it was another round where they changed the post-plant positioning. They used Ale's aggression to set themselves up, and they will do here. He has been punished for it, though. The ultimates are where Apina hold advantages, and they make the most of them.
The Cocoon! We do love seeing that all being played. See players sort of wiggling within it and not being able to do a thing about it. Feekin taking terms to his own hands. And it's the turnaround they needed. All of a sudden, things are square. And this B-site open for OnlyFins to waltz into.
Yeah, I think you look at the first 2 kills in the round, Kalkuna and Brady, so you immediately know where these guys are going to be. You've got time to set up. Thrash is available.
Uh-oh.
They choose to retake through main this time, though, and while Snowy's thinking about it, he could be outmatched.
He could be, and I think this is the best decision that Pina Orchestra could be making. Snowy is there to hold down the line with the first, but it gives information to Yasmin where the rest is. Does he pull the trigger on the Thrash? Does he think it's worth it? He can hear Brady being quite noisy with his steps, making quite the raucous. Lazy peek though, and Yasmin knows he's being able to subside Brady's movement. You can see the smiles on this OnlyFins side. They've been rejuvenated, and the hope is right back in their camp.
Yeah, finally showing it to us ear to ear. The grins grace our screens again. Another 9-3 scoreline. Would they? Could they? Are Apina still in with a fighting chance? Of course, you know, it somewhat hinges, lives and dies on the pistol round.
Sure.
Of which so far, OnlyFins have been pretty decent at converting. But you even look at that final round of the half, they're feeling a little bit comfortable even in the 1v1. Like, Yesmu decides, okay, I'm not going to pop my ult because I'd rather conceal what is a very powerful position when you need to clear out the entirety of the back of main.
Yes.
This is all they need to do it, to deny another comeback from a strong start. OnlyFins hitting their final form in the latter stages of the split.
Paint thrown at Jog's feet. Splatters those toes, giving them some varnish.
Nice.
That varnish is blood, by the way. It's not really that great.
Oh, I know red nails are usually pretty popular.
Oh, fair, fair.
That's a little more femme fatale than I was thinking.
Okay, fair enough. Snowy might be engaging in mid, where 3 players are hiding. I'm scared of Snowy here. Instead, he just goes in to close the door. I don't want to have anything to do with this, he says. Jolts back. But look at how Apina Orchestra respond. They're looking to push through mid. The smoke does keep Yasmu out of this fight, but he can peek out at any moment he pleases. He's got a dizzy and a flash from the other end to assist. And it's a perfect coordinated play here from OnlyFins to keep them in track. But somehow they find the trade. Brady keeps on giving, runs out of bullets, finally has to be traded. Rotation wants to go towards this A site, but Snowy shall not let anybody pass through him.
It's the spike which he dropped, so as you say, they've got to pull back, and now Nixon can scale up onto Calcutta, who's low. He wants to lurk, but he's not going to get the chance. The captain takes the main killer out of the server, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Chuckle, which he'll start off with a tap, so that gap closes.
Such an uncomfortable round, not going to lie. Chuckle required to bring out some brilliance here, but a pistol goes to OnlyFins, and again, this only signs that they are getting closer and closer to shutting down the series.
It was a really nice play which they were able to trap off the back of the spy cam in mid there as well, because it just collects the early information. And look, if you're defaulting or you're playing a pistol round, you're not going to overinvest player numbers towards top mid unless you're actually executing onto the site. So as long as they can keep tabs on one through the revealed player, you can combine the flashes, the breach and gecko flash, which is a brilliant combination. And yeah, I don't know, they just completely shut them down. So double digits, and that might just be book closed.
Knowing how Apina Orchestra played on Icebox, I'm not going to close that book on them just yet.
Yes.
I'll allow them to have the final say.
6 rounds in a row. Does it start with this one though, Pavlos?
It would require quite some cowboyish shooting.
Yeah.
With their sheriffs. Sneaking out into the open, good to drag one down with them, but of course the trades come in, a potential upgrades to be had, but the dizzy from Yesmu allows them to just freely take that space. And Brady on the other end, even though the previous round was quite the menace, this time might be a bit too far out of his depth. You can see him crossing forwards, but that will put him in the crosshair of Snowy. Oh, and that's exactly who is required to close it all out for a second. I thought Snowy would have been in trouble there as the shot did connect, but he was a bit too far away, so he survives the fight. Trog alone, but not for long, as Ali smartly places that bullet between that smoke, and it gets them 2 away from shutting down this map.
This has been such a dominant sunset from OnlyFins. And again, it will be frustrating for Apina. We're not going to get to see too much of this attack side. And had they been swapped on the previous couple of maps, then this could have been a completely different story. But that's not the kind of liberty that you get when you go onto your opponent's selection. And it's just the way that the penny is dropped come sunset here. I mean, this is going to be even worse than the result against Requiem. They lost that one 13-5. This one could very well be 13-4, 13-3, something in that realm. should they not start to get on the board here early. It's the bonus which OnlyFins can look to sprinkle salt in the wound with.
Chuckle falls back. Trip broken. OnlyFins elect to drop back from the A main position as Snowy makes his presence known. He himself has made sure that Pina don't move too aggressively, but Kalkina wants to counteract if he is a monster on the Sheriff.
You know, even where we saw those Sheriffs in the previous round nearly work out for Apina, where headshots wouldn't fully convert kills, they will here because the fact that they did sort of half buy it, you're all light shields. There's an Outlaw that was in play earlier as well. That did some tag damage.
And there's some closer distances to cover as well. So you might get the full strength of that Sheriff. The little hand cannon.
Level playing field now. OnlyFins have the numbers and the rifles.
Oh, Brady gets called off first. Jog is able to find one, but Ale is so explosive. But with his drop-in, that doesn't allow Jog to do a thing. There were even a couple of players there as the guarantee. Apina didn't stand a chance. And economically, I feel like they've been struggling the entire map.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about as well. Like, you bought Sheriffs up in the last round instead of like committing to a full force buy or anything like that. Sure, there wasn't a spike plant, so nothing to really incentivize it. Another situation where Chuckle, you know, even on the pistol round, fully committing to the plant instead of just tapping it for a kill and trying to win it, would have made the difference for an extra 300 creds. Fine details to think about, but on the whole, OnlyFins have looked much better.
Early presence on that right-hand side, while the lurk from Jog is being concoctioned.
Yeah, and even like the utility combos, like the Dizzy takes the information, and you had Snowy towards Market, but where that fault line could cross the whole of the choke if they wanted to play off the back of it. You know, before they were playing with the Sova, those combinations were a bit more straightforward, but you have to think about how you want to set it up, and they've done a good job of that.
Wondering if he can be given a gift in that situation. Annihilation not really finding anyone this time around. Kaku not created. Yesmu back of sight. Recon broken. They know where he is, but this Dizzy could do a lot. Viti though has found the side angle and permitted Apina to have the lead in this one. Feekin is able to find the reply quite quickly after that. The wall in front of him doesn't prohibit the bullets from crossing Drog. His position is mighty important, but he is not there in time to stop Snowy from doing his thing. Rolling Thunder drop won't be affecting Drog, so it allows him to rotate all the way around. He finds 2 kills, but it just isn't enough. OnlyFins, I believe they've done it. They've just closed out the game 13-3 in a very decisive fashion to get them ahead with a 3-2 score in the standings of Challengers North Split 2.
Now, as I was saying at the start, that the season has to begin at some point for Apina. It feels like OnlyFins are hitting their stride now in the latter stages of the regular season. I mean, like I put it, this was a better result for them than before. This is the only things that we could have gotten in all of those strong opening halves had they found ways to close things out. Look, sure, it started with the pistol on the last couple. They won both of those, which made a heck of a difference. But even then, on like the last round, for example, Yesmu didn't get fully cleared by the deadlock ult. He slips back into position. He could have even found the one on Viti boost, and it would have been way easier than that. I don't know. So many little moments that we see between both of these teams across every single map. There's a lot to unpack. I think there'll be a lot to debrief for both of these teams when they get to that point in time. But the main takeaway for me, is that OnlyFins are finally starting to reach the level that we were promised.
That they are, and I hope we see a lot more from them, and maybe we'll see playoffs form from them as well. We'll be throwing to a short break. Right after it, there'll be an interview from one of the OnlyFins players, and after that, it's Metasport versus Formulation. Don't go anywhere.
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide.
Welcome back to another super fast, this time actually, match by OnlyFans.
Yeah. I mean, that was crazy fast, no? An insanely packed match in terms of like crazy highlights.
Yes, it was, and they basically did what they did on Icebox, just this time they succeeded. They weren't here to play anymore. They were like, yeah, let you guys have a little bit advantage second half on Icebox, but now this is our field.
Yeah, I mean, OnlyFans, I think they were so much better here as a team. Amazing performance in terms of having a whole squad together as a team. But when you look at the other side and you look at Kalkuna having 23 kills to 13 deaths, and he has 6 entry kills, 1 first death. You are looking like, okay, this doesn't sound like a 13-3 scoreline. This should not be 13-3 scoreline. And in fact, I think this could have been even closer. I think up in August they had multiple rounds where they could have won that. But it ended up in a 1-versus-1 situation, and OnlyFans was just able to clutch that out. I think it started in the pistol round as well, where Nixon took that insane 1-versus-2. Plus,
Yes.
you even said the smoke was insanely good, and it was.
It really
Watching out
was.
with that was amazing start for OnlyFans.
They do have a thing for winning bonuses, and we were like, that smoke, can I see the spike? What is going on? Walking back and forth, and it was perfect smoke just to be able to see the spike defuse and also get the kills off, and that was a huge start. I cannot imagine Apina trying to fight through that again, basically going through what they did in Icebox, fighting the same team in the same way, but they weren't able to push back this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think OnlyFans' amazing performance to close that one out, even winning that bonus round. There was I think they won 5 pistol rounds, and out of those 5 pistol rounds, they won 3 bonuses, or 4 bonuses actually, which is crazy statistic if you look at it. Actually, yeah, 4 bonuses they were able to win, which when you look at Apina Orchestra, you never want to lose that. Apina Orchestra, they have been struggling with the pistols before this, and when you keep losing rounds after pistols, like round 3, round 4, it's not looking good, and that's when you get dominated, especially on a map like Sunset. I was talking about like OnlyFins, they cannot lose first few rounds, they cannot lose rounds in a row, because I think the ball might roll out of their hand, but it was actually on the side of Apina Orchestra that lost the ball pretty early in this game.
Indeed, they did. It was an impressive match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have an interview in a second coming up here, but I mean, for me, it looked like in the second map or the third map, they had so much more mental fortitude for the side of OnlyFins when you compare to Icebox, especially after losing those 6 rounds. It was crazy. We were thinking whether Apina Orchestra is actually gonna take the whole map or what. I mean, that's something interesting that you see quite a lot on the server, the momentum. You were even talking about that to me a little bit, that the momentum has a lot of highlight on these teams, because if you get that momentum, you can get the ball rolling. Everything might even work out for you, and I think that's quite what we saw on the side of OnlyFins right there. I mean, for me, I think it was really exciting. Anyway, in this match, a Finn was gonna win, but now it's 4 Finnish people winning, which is obviously more exciting for me than the 2 maybe.
It was, and I think Snowy's ready for us.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations, first of all. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I mean, feeling great. I think the boys played very good today. I mean, except that Lotus. But yeah, I mean, it was a good game from us.
I'm glad.
I mean, something that I want to highlight, especially for me, I think it's so much better, but I want to ask you, how does it feel winning against other Finns? Is it so much better than other teams, or is it just the same?
I mean, it's pretty much the same feeling. I don't know, like, playing against obviously Finnish talent is a lot of fun, and great to see that these players are coming up in the scene as well. So yeah, I mean, it's not much different, to be honest.
Okay, sounds good. The Icebox was a surprising stuff from Apina that they let that slide. Was it something that you were maybe cautious of? Is there gonna be some kind of trap, or you were like confident, okay, we got this? Icebox is really easy for us against them.
I mean, we knew coming into the Veto that we're gonna either pick Ascent into them or the Icebox, and they banned Ascent, so we pick Icebox. And immediately when I saw the Harbor comp, I knew it's gonna be a really quick game for us, because the Harbor comp is really hard to like play at a good level compared to like the Gecko KO, which is way easier to master. So I feel like that matchup just favored us, and I feel like them going with that comp was, I'm not sure what was the team decision, but yeah, we felt very confident.
I like the confidence. It looks good on you. Keep that. And one last question. How did you guys manage to keep up the mental after losing the first game on Lotus? And then obviously second game was a bit rough considering the comebacks they did. How do you feel about that? How was it within the team? The mood?
I mean, it's kind of frustrating, but I feel like we always just keep calm and just go next map. And yeah, I think a lot of those situations were like micro situations that we lost, and they were shooting really, like, they were owning us. So like when you lose a lot of those gun duels, it's just very hard to like strike back, I guess. So resetting and going next map, we felt confident.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, Snowy, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I always love to hear from Snowy. I think these interviews are actually like really great to see the insights, what is happening on the server right there. And
yeah,
I love the mental of just focusing on the next map, because that is such an important thing. I think that was the thing for Apina Orchestra as well in terms of Icebox. Just focus on the next round. But amazing performance, obviously. Snowy 2.7 KDA is insane.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And I like his confidence. It looks good on him. Be there saying like it doesn't matter if they're Finns or not. I'm here to win no matter who. And I respect it. I like it. And then they did really pull through. They did a good game, second game, and then delivered even better on third game. And it's been a long day. It's been a couple of rough, hard time focusing. So once again, well played, boys. Well played.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's something that mental is something that you need to keep on, especially when you go against Apex in 2 weeks for the side of OnlyFins, because if they want to reach playoffs, I think they must win that against Apex and trust that Apex might not win that last game. There might be some tiebreakers there, but I'm not quite sure. They might have a shot for playoffs, which is going to be interesting, but play-ins, they should be secure for OnlyFins,
Yeah.
definitely. There is one round though that I kind of want to highlight in this map. It was really good round for the side of OnlyFins. I think there was a struggle a lot of the times when OnlyFins hit this B side, but this was really good round to counter that struggle. They usually got stuck in that B main, but right here they split into that garage, kinda using that from the shadows, the Omen ultimate, to get control of garage, and that positioning is perfect when you see these rotations coming from the neural theft. Ale being able to get 2 picks here. Eventually will get traded off to Kalkuna, but it's 1 versus 3 situation, and even Kalkuna couldn't win that on this map because the flank and Yesmo was great, but there was a lot of criticism I think that we did for the side of OnlyFins, going for that B side, just sending that Gecko in and getting stuck in the main. That's where they found a lot of hardships in terms of those post plants. So I think this was really great round to highlight that they have something else in store as well. They can actually take round on different parts of the map, and it worked out really well for them.
Yes, sir. And overall, the matches were really good. They did a insane start to Pina, and they did a comeback later to OnlyFins in both games. And but lastly but least, they managed to pull through and call me impressed. The Icebox game is really something that has set a remark to me, though. I'm not going to forget about that. It was really fun. I was like, this is not Valorant. I know we're playing Rogue, but this is too fast-paced for me.
Yeah, at least there's something positive that you can say about Icebox after this.
I'm a new person after this.
Yeah, well, it was amazing series. I think it was a really good Finnish derby. In the end, it was quite dominant showing for the side of OnlyFins, especially on that last map. But up in Orchestory, I think they have a little bit shining light there. Maybe the compositions, like Snowy was talking, the harbor composition in Icebox is really hard to pull off, and that was like a quick switch from up in Orchestory. Obviously, they have played it before, but I don't think it was their previous composition, so that might have been a struggle for them. But that's for us for the OnlyFins and up in Orchestory game. There's gonna be another game after this break, though. Stay tuned.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live alone for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard the silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're
Welcome back. We just had a Finn versus Finn team kind of play, and now it's over to the Norwegians. Norwegians, I do say, but there's only one player from Norway. But we do have the money in the prospects to put it out there. And this are kind of really important match, don't you think?
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's crucial for both of these teams, but more to the side of FMG, who only has 2 missed points right now. You need a little bit more than that to qualify for play-ins, so you probably want to put your best form today or for the side of Formulation Gaming. I think they didn't have the easiest matches coming up either. They're going against, I think it's Apina Orchestra and Requiem. Maybe not the toughest, but definitely you don't want to face against those teams. Requiem is or has already showed like good perspective. Metisport, they have 8 points. Obviously, they have a completely different roster this season, but they still get to keep those points. But still, you don't want to left out. You don't want to be on that bottom bracket, and one of these teams get to leave that bottom bracket there. Up in Orchestra, obviously 1-4. These both teams are 1 and 3, but one of those teams will get their second win today.
Yes, they will. And at Metis Esports, they added a new couple of players to their roster, didn't they? And I think they've kept them for this upcoming match as well, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, obviously they got their first win with Luca and Marky, and they were okay. It's looking pretty good, so let's keep them for today. They had a really solid performance against NXT. I don't think NXT really had a chance there, even though it was quite close in terms of the scoreline. But I think Metisport showed their best version of themselves with this new, or with these 2 new added players here, Luca and Marky. Maybe not at the top of the scoreboard at all times, but I think they added a really great new layer for the side of Metisport, and that is exactly something that they need to push them into those play-ins. Obviously, they have a good amount of points here, but seeing that Requiem is doing really good in this season, those points are not really something that you want to let loose, because Requiem is gonna go probably past them with those points, especially the addition points that you have in Split 2. So Metisport, you want to take a grasp out of this for sure. I think they're a really solid team. They haven't quite shown the best form in this league though. I'm just gonna be honest, I think they have a little bit more to show.
Yes, they do indeed. And I think there were a couple of players, or especially one player that you were a bit fond of and wanted to highlight on.
Yeah, definitely. I think Waken was one of those players that I really want to highlight. Pretty much the controller player for this team, but Waken has one positive side for himself as well. He can flex to duelist. Amazing with the controller, amazing. But he has picked up that jet as well, dropping 228 ACS average in 2 games, which is really solid. And I think we're gonna see a lot from Waken in this series. He was amazing in the previous series against NXT. We highlighted Luca already, we highlighted Marky, but I think Waken, in terms of having those smokes, in terms of maybe not dying first like Nixon did for the side of OnlyFins, I think he's gonna be absolutely crucial for the side of Metisport. It doesn't, I think he needs to pop off in this map. He was absolutely amazing with the Omen, dropping 22 and 18 in the game of NXT.
That is indeed wild. I guess one could argue and say that Jet does have smokes, but
True.
I'm glad he's doing great.
And then obviously we have FMG. I mean, these names that we see from the side of FMG, they are not strangers for this league. Amazing players. Jaff, he has been here so many times, in fact maybe even all seasons, playing in different teams, and here you see Jack, you see the energy that he brings to the team. That's amazing for the IGL, no?
Yeah, that's the spirit, to like rise the mental and be their supporter and cheer loud. There's nothing as good as getting screamed in your ear when you're trying to clutch. But I love that from him.
Is that how you are in rank, like Jaff was there?
Yeah, I'm Jeff. If I lose, if I win, if I cry, keep up the good spirits, and sometimes, just gotta let loose.
Yeah, he looks dialed in. Buggy as well. amazing players throughout this roster. No strangers for this league. Fardon as well, their coach, he has been here as well. He's probably has insane insight for these teams, and I think the Fardon addition for this team, especially for the coach slot, was really good to give that second mind in the server. Definitely, like when you take a timeout, Jeff is not alone there. There's Fardon as well to give his input and have that like a third look on the game, how it's going, maybe give input on new strategies. But there's one player that I want to highlight in this roster, and it's Riyadh.
I was like, oh, the Norwegian?
Amazing.
Not the Norwegian guy, no.
No, not Sember this time. Riyadh. He was detrimental for their game against Apex. That Riyadh was one of the players, maybe even the player that pushed them through in the first map, allowing them to win against Apex, just dominating on the server. 21 and 11 on the statistics, amazing flashes, amazing utility on the server as well. And I think Riyadh was one of the players that almost pushed Formulation Gaming to win a series against Apex, but as we all know, it didn't quite go to their side in the end. They lost 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And that's something that I want to highlight for Formulation Gaming. We were talking about mental a little bit. Formulation Gaming lost 7 rounds in a row against Apex. Obviously, Apex is one of the strongest teams, one of the strongest mental fortitudes. But I think that's something that might come into play today as well. That mental game, when you start losing rounds, you have to be focused and you cannot lose that mental fortitude, like I think OnlyFins didn't lose on that first map.
That's correct.
Second map, rather.
And this is quite the pressure in game since they do only have 2 points and they really need this. And they've had a shaky start, but we'll see. Maybe they'll manage to pull through. You never know.
Yeah, and the map video is going to be interesting. We have it ready. Okay,
Ooh.
are you already warming up for the idea of Icebox? Because I think it might be in here, unless Formulation Gaming bans it. It would be very good ban for them.
I guess it would be fun to see it, but I feel like unless you're OnlyFins, you're not really going to do Icebox like OnlyFins. Am I being a fangirl now? I think I've become one of those. But that was just domination.
Maybe.
I was such a big fan. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, Metisport actually bans. Yeah, this iteration of Metisport doesn't really like playing the Icebox. It was the previous iteration that it actually really shined on that map. And Ascent is gonna be our first map, which is really good for the side of Formulation Gaming.
So we're gonna see more Odin spam through walls and Sova darts. This is usually something that everybody picks on Ascent, and gonna be interesting but painful to watch. And then we move over to Lotus as the second map.
Yeah, interesting pick for the side of Metisport, but definitely one of their strongest maps. They have won against NXT, against OnlyFins in this map in this season. So probably one of the best maps to pick. They haven't really lost a Lotus with this iteration or with this lineup that they have. So it's a really good pick. And once again, we see Sunset. It's a map that not almost anyone or anyone doesn't hate Sunset. It's something that almost anyone can play, right?
It's a really
it feels like
map.
It's something that you don't hate, but you maybe necessarily don't love. It's like, yeah, we'll play that map. It's fair.
It's fun to see Lotus getting picked as well, and I feel like these 2 maps, Lotus and Sunset, are maps that are getting picked overall constantly. And Sunset is, as I said, it's nothing too special about it. It's safe. They have control over it. Huge mid area, but I am excited though to see Ascent because I haven't seen this today, and I like changing up the pool a little bit.
Yeah, it was almost mirror maps in terms of OnlyFins and Up in our Orchestra game as well. If Up in our Orchestra just banned Icebox, it would have been the exact same maps, but no, I'm kind of excited to see Ascent. It's refreshing to see some new maps in the pool, especially like you said, Lotus and Sunset, they get played so much. And I'm actually excited when the new maps are gonna come in, because that's gonna bring some freshness into this league and all of the leagues. But before that, we have to go to a break, and after that, we should be in the Agent Select.
So don't leave. And we are ready to see the picks of the agents. I am 100% betting that we're going to see Soas on both sides with Odin's.
Yeah, that's probably likely. I think after Enzo started doing it a lot, we have seen it time and time again. I mean, it's been popularized so much that it's also already like a staple of this Ascent. Usually you see that Sova on the B side spamming the wall. Enzo is a master of that, usually used to play in this league. Formulation Gaming, they have played one composition time and time again. This time around, they're actually switching their Sentinel role. It's not gonna be that Cypher, it's gonna be the Killjoy. They have already played Ascent 3 times in this season, but they decide to go for the Killjoy, which is kind of interesting for the side of Formulation Gaming. Metisport, what? Wait, I just realized they don't have a Sentinel here.
Yeah, I was gonna
they
point
have
that
triple
out.
Initiator.
They're
What?
pulling the Swedish power over here. Breach, my man. He's coming here and he's gonna stomp the ground. If you think about it though, Ascent is a map made of paper mache. You can shoot through everything. With his stun and flashes, I think they're gonna be able to utilize his Veto. Good.
Yeah, I think Metisport, when you pick out this composition, you have to have a lot of setups. I think it favors you definitely on the attacking side, but you still have to have that flank control, which is really interesting to see. We definitely have seen triple initiator composition here. I think it was Leviathan that used to play, but it wasn't quite this triple initiator composition, so I'm really excited to see what they have in store. I mean, we have our amazing casters Haza and Pavlos to commentate this, so it's gonna be exciting.
Let's go, let's go. We already had the Finnish derby, but it's now for the Norwegianist derby with only one player of Norway in it's representing that country. It's let's not talk about it being a Norwegian derby, shall we?
Yeah.
We did look at the agency here, Harry. I'm going to let you break things down here. Obviously, we saw some quick adaptations, triple initiator on one side, the jet being brought out on the other. What are your feelings?
Well, I'm glad you prefaced it in the way that you did. It's not the Norwegian derby, it's the Norwegian. No. I want to talk a bit about Semburn. We're seeing him on a Killjoy rather than a Cypher. You have to think of the statistic for Formulation coming into this second split. They were unbeaten on Ascent in their last 14 outings until they played against NXT. They also lost against Sweet and Sour there recently. So finally, it feels like there's a little bit of change required.
Yeah, switching things up a little bit. We saw a lot of switching up in the previous series with Peanut Orchestra taking stride in that, but we're looking to see this one again. It feels like both of these teams have got a lot on their hands. Both of them only have one win in the entire tournament so far, so a long way to go for them to make it forwards. And let's be fair, Metasport is a completely different roster. We might as well call them new additions to this league because that's exactly what they are. They're pretty much Yara Esports incarnate. I'm just a little bit worried here. Yes, they managed to get one win, but it was against a weakened NXT without the IGL. How do we feel about their prospects in this match here? Because obviously Formulation, they were also in that Promorello. They had to go the long way and regain and re-deserve their spot back in. Is this the best opportunity Metasport have to get a second win in this tournament?
I think you have to be of that notion at the very least, try and chain some momentum up. Formulation, while they did pull off that shock result of finding the one map against Apex, and I will call it shock because I think everyone was surprised to see it, this is a team which haven't had the best performances overall themselves. So coming in, there's a real chance to rock that boat because right now it feels like Metasport are the ones who are going through a rough patch of their own, but that win could make all the difference to start up their campaign when it needs to get going.
Well, will we be rocking a boat? But it's a matter of who will be rocking Ascent, as it's Formulation Gaming's map pick. Metasport elect to begin on this defensive side. Let's see what the triple initiator setup can do on this retake, as we're looking to enter quite explosively onto this A side. Two players hiding out as the defenders. Mello is good for the first, lined up with a flash and stun to allow him to quickly grab up to Fancy Schmancy. Metasport on top.
And already we get a look of that jet head-to-head that I wanted to speak about. Demiurge finding the opening pick, Semburn going down. But Marky firing back with a couple of his own. This is only the second time that he's played Jet in the last 3 months, but it's 3 kills to kick it off to find the pistol for Metasport.
Not too shabby, keeping it flawless, keeping it clean. Metasport off to a brilliant start. I love to see an Outlaw already in the hands of Marky. You mentioned that he'll be quite the big prospect and the person to look out for the most. And with 3 kills to his name, might as well get those plays in as quick as possible.
Yeah, you look at the 2 previous meetings that Marky has against FMG players, that core of Puggy and Senbun that I'm speaking about. He dropped 27 kills in both. One was a win in the upper bracket final of I-71, and more recently a loss with Wizards in the second split of Beacon Open. I think the main takeaway for me is that it's going to require a team performance. He's not the solo carry that you're looking for. You've got to look for the rest, and Melo's got off to a brilliant start.
It's been a 1-2 punch for the first couple of rounds, right? It feels like that stun from Waken has been everywhere. Formulation will be seeing that one in their nightmares. And will definitely want to avenge themselves. The Bulldog has been picked up, obviously, from the fallen Melo here. So it does give them an in, but they're just so low. And Marky is just insult to injury, shooting through the wall, making the Outlaw work, looking pretty damn smooth. And already, Metasport with some confidence, some bravado, which we do love to see. They've come into this league as heavy underdogs, right? You know, many were questioning the thoughts behind picking up this roster, given that the previous one was sort of collapsed. It's an interesting one. But for this one, Metasport will be doubling up their score.
If you want to speak of doubling up duos, Metasport lost their 2 best players, Shinnok and Dema, gone. Dema, you think of him as a duelist, was a top 6 again on ACS. Can they fill that void? Is Marky going to be the solution? I think it's going to take a while for him to get the kind of confidence he wants at this level. His career at times has been plagued with failing to deliver in those playoff matches. You know, the group stage gremlin would be a good nickname for him.
Still young, still a lot of road ahead of him. Although there's just so many young, brilliant players around right now that it just makes you feel that for the rest of them, it's sort of a ticking time bomb until you have time to sort of show up and show that you can be a prodigy, right? That prodigy status can only last that long. That young gun status. And you want to be able to keep on to that so you can make waves and probably break through that tier 1 level with that explosiveness to your name.
Yeah, and I mean, even the fact that Metasport have brought in 2 more players means that you do get to see them pushed up. I'm talking about, you know, Luca, alongside Lukey on the EXO team, coming into this one, Marky as well. And yeah, this Outlaw, this Jet combination could be really nice. We've not usually seen him too prevalent in opening engagements, but he's already shown that on this map. Won't be catching anything this time. It's the B extremity where they collect information instead.
Yeah, for the first time this map, the Breach hasn't been at the right position at the right time, but Marky is fancying a bit of a push himself. Senbun does have full shields, but it doesn't matter if Marky connects a shot to the head. Brilliant start. But look at Formulation. They're looking to try and punish, but the fact that Marky just dashes out, he's got out scot-free.
Yeah, but Formulation being such a strong Ascent team should know you can't punish this. Metasport read it brilliantly. They've already rotated towards the A side of the map because it was only Marky watching main. You didn't need multiple numbers there.
And Demir just looking to push very aggressive. Luca able to shut him down, so the push is a little bit disjointed. Riyadh caught with his pants down on Waken's approach. Puggy, I mean, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so it ain't easy to just get out of it. Melo and Luca close out the final 2 remaining players, and it's the bonuses today that have just been taken over.
Yeah, it's such a strong start from Metasport. But like I was saying, I think Formulation played straight into their setup. They couldn't create a reaction, the short play, the push that you really wanted to, because Marky had all the information and the players had already rotated over.
Sure. Look, we've talked a lot about Metasport here, who they rely on from Formulation, though, you know, who are we looking at to set up this team? Obviously, we've had a lot of Jaff memes going around with, with his breakfast and everything, but who are your standouts for you for Formulation?
Well, look, I already said Senbun at the start here, and he can be brilliant, but the one that's caught our attention immediate here, and the next I was about to set up is Demiurge, right? I think this guy on his day is a top 3 duelist in the region. You've got Kayak, Tycee, and I think Demiurge rounds out my top 3. He's looking to try and punish Metasport here. The first match they'll have up against his former employer, he was let go, remember, when they changed the rebuild, instead of just, you know, building the rest of the roster around this guy. He would have been my centerpiece if I was, you know, pulling the strings, I think.
And one of the reasons why we had Metasport at such a high regard in Stage 1 as well, right? We were considering a team to make the playoffs, and I think he's given that pedigree over the formulation now.
And like, the crazy thing is as well, is that he was one of the rookies coming in. You were looking at Halfbeat, who's now on Sweet and Sour, of course, Dreamas and Vong being the names that are esteemed at this tier of play, whereas Demiurge proved himself. Feel a little sorry for Spolan, who's not managed to, maintain the jump up in challenges, because he looked good too, but yeah, here he is, back with a vengeance.
This way can find the first pick here, a bit isolated. So the Sheriffs are doing quite a bit. Metasport blinking a miss, and they're down to 2 players. What happened?
Yeah, okay. Look, Demiurge is the one that's died on this round. I actually have no idea how we've even approached this situation. It's a much slower round, but they let Metasport take those fights, and the Sheriff shots seemingly hitting. Well, we've not seen too much of that today, so who knows?
Sure, yeah. I mean, the fact that Metasport win their bonus, it's pretty cool that formulation are able to bring it back, right? Because otherwise they'd have too far of a disadvantage, dropping quite far back, 4 rounds to nothing. But Aussie looking to make things challenging. Bit on the expensive side, easing in, but Puggy weaves in and out of battle in such finesse and lines up a bullet to smoothly cross his opponent's head.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow if you are Metasport at this point in time, because like you said, you don't get the same advantage from your bonus anymore. However, money bought up, of course, reinvesting into those weapons, and it allows for the operator to come online. Odin as well. Alincia was saying, 2 Sovas in the server, surely we'll get some spam. Mello should be delivering that here as well. He'll be on B. Marky with a mid-fight. That's where FMG look to go in the opening stage.
And Mikey's in the right position for this fight. Pulls the trigger prematurely. Marky's somehow still alive. Just standing by a thread at this point. The formulation switching up the tempo a bit, but at the same time, Metasport wrapping up into B main. A bit of exchange in pace, a bit of exchange in space. And it's space that Semba's trying to hold back on the other end. Marky makes his operator work, but Semba hasn't yet been spotted. Marky stops these formulation players from making it out of Marky, and it's got them stuck in place.
Operator's going to keep holding on. Semba doesn't want to re-peek. And yeah, you lose market pretty quick. But again, without having a Killjoy, they have to be a little more reactive here, Metasport. So they take the main space, it works out. And the rest goes straight into Luca's crosshairs. Spike down. Far from retrievable at this point in time for the long-lasting FMG players.
Super smart from Luca to hold the close angle there, knowing that there's no reason to sort of give an advantage peak and sort of be forced to have the pre-fight if you're going to win that engagement. And the triples up as well, concealing the null command, picking it up for himself, and it's a flawless to topsy-turvy things again. Giving more comfort on this side.
And to just develop further what I was saying, I think what we're seeing is a Metasport side that know how to play with 3 initiators. There's a gap in the middle of the map, but immediately they're taking extremity control. We even saw it on the pistol round where they're fighting with those one-ways in main, making sure they've got that area of the map under lock and key so that if, the short pivot does come through, you have good solid ground to stand upon. It's fundamental stuff, but it is paying out big time.
Formulation look to stack up here towards this B site. Jaff's tasked with forming an obfuscation of the attempt, but Demiurge to open things up against Marky. I think it's the first time that Demiurge finds himself first on the score sheet, and this map at least. And the fate of this B site held in Waken's hand. Mello there to back him up, quite literally.
We get a storyline re-emerging here with Demiurge and his impact on Ascent as well from the game against OnlyFins, the first of the 9 threes, which Formulation were able to pick up. And that's that he's tied in the lead with Kayak for first kills per round in the league. However, if you exclude substitute players with less than 100 rounds, he also has the highest first death ratio. And you saw that a lot in the head-to-head with Alice. So the fact that he's managed to get this pick, the one-up on Marky early doors, does put them in good stead. But we've got less than a minute left now, and they've not exactly taken too much more for themselves.
No, not much headway made on this attacking side, not much space garnered. And you can see Riyadh will be a bit irrelevant to the fight and might have to come in further notice, cutting out the rotations perhaps, but Formulation are going to waltz in. It's the best case scenario for them, only one defender. I think Metasport have figured it out. What can Melo do here? Any Odin madness? Nanoswarm at his feet, makes things uncomfortable. He's found himself a corner, and I don't think Semba will be resilient enough to hold it down. Damn, Melo still alive. Ozzy found his ground to close up the gap as well. So at 14 seconds, it seems to be clear for Formulation to plant.
A 3v3, but the null command coming back in could skew things in their favor. Knife hasn't spotted the main player, so they need to be worried about Riyadh.
Demiurge pushing very far forwards and two players line up for him perfectly. Riyadh weaving in and out of battle as he knows best. The Formulation are able to bounce back on their attack.
Yeah, that final prong was Riyadh, finished off the job. Demiurge with a brilliant timing and stealing the show in that round. It all started off with the pick on Marky. When it looked like Melo had a bit of space to hold on for longer at backside, it just didn't work. FMG on the collapse, the execution has looked a lot better in the last few rounds.
And it's that execution that has given them a bit of pace. Blades now brought out from the shadows. But the impact ults on the other end are held in the hands of Melo, the Hunter's Fury. Operator still in play. Marky's done quite a lot this map already. And they're walking directly into a missed shot. Unfortunate one. Allows Demiurge to cross onward. Semba as well is on an isolated fight. With Waken watching the corner, Marky readjusting, might be on time with this, but he's making a lot of noise about it. A lot of individuals looking to make way here, but it's Semba the first to find the kill.
And the timing's so bad as well, because just as Marky was getting vocal to take the B main space so they can rotate towards A with the push coming through, that's exactly when the pushback comes and Semba picks that one up. So they're going to head towards B. Sure, Luca has managed to stop the A play dead in its tracks, but they do still need to call rotations. The lockdown will help, because it does bring a break in play and a chance for them to recorrect themselves. Still a 4-on-4.
It's a jet for jet though, so no engagement's going to happen off the back of Duelist. It's the lockdown's going to have to clear the way for them. Waken at the back of the site, just chipped down from the shot dart. Well, he holds Riyadh down. It's not good enough for the second though, as Metasport are at a disadvantage to try and draw it back. Jaff again as a guarantee, and it's been everything for Formulation to have a play out in Garage so far. Just wait it out. Now Metasport to move in. The info should be relayed over momentarily, but it might not even come down to Jaff. Ozzy this time is aware, but Jaff shows his breakfast is just that much better as Formulation grab a third.
Yeah, again, a player through main to close out the round. I think, you know, if we see Metasport come into another retake where they do have a bit more stock, you have to start clearing that one out now, because Formulation are just getting way too much value from it. And again, I think they're also realizing how Marky is playing. You know, they're being incredibly proactive, Metasport, and constantly limit testing, one of the principles that this composition is built upon. But I think for FMG, are also knowing when to hold for it and when to expect Marky to crop up in those areas. Semba gets the better of it, and it just means that they can turn back and go B when, you know, certain stuff hits the fan on A. I can't think of a PG way to say that, but I think you get the idea.
Yeah, we do. Well, Formulation pull the brake here, maybe even the handbrake. Very much slower.
Ooh.
The rest of the rounds, constantly they've been putting a lot of pressure, poking and prodding, but this time laying it low, allowing Metasport to take precedence. Ozzy did lurk earlier on towards A main, trying to make headway in that direction, but does drop back. Formulation pull the trigger on a very slow and meticulous short push.
Yeah, you even saw the lineup from Riyadh there to clear out Wine. Nobody follows off the back of it. They dodge the dagger that heads towards short. Ripping up for a B split.
The Aldrone spotted movement out in mid, so that's the difficult part, where Metasport seem to have an idea of what Formulation are going for. But the fact that it's pistols, I don't know how much you can account for this being a successful one, but it is 3 players.
That means the tip of the spear with an arm.
And they can do so damn much. Melo already, Marky can't make the blaze work out. It's damaging. 3 players drop for this Formulation side, but they're able to recover and equalize nonetheless.
As I was saying, Demi's dashing in with the operator there. He ends up using the blade, so it's another ultimate that they're not going to have at their expense. Metasport a couple of their own, and a timeout that goes with it. I think this is important. It felt like when they had their finger on the pulse, when they hadn't missed a beat at the start of this game, they've started losing a couple now. 4 of the last 5, in fact. And for Formulation, it was even something that they were saying in the interviews post-match, right? Something that Puggy was speaking about, saying like, you know, we do a lot of prep, we're very calculated, and it's stuff like, you know, the knife towards wine there on A as well, where they have these little set strats in terms of how they take space. They are one of the best Ascent teams that we have in this league, but you can also see the reasons why Metasport would want to take them there, given their recent track record, and the fact that sometimes it can literally just be an aim map. If Marky is running hot, then why can't he cause those problems? I think Formulation just caught on to that notion that he would be taking every fight damn possible a little too soon.
This time it's Demiurge to start off around with the operator. Marky falls back to his Vandal.
Here.
And most of the ultimates are in Metasport's way, and ones which would favour a retake.
Here.
That's why you sort of see them vacate that B premises. And put focus on that A site.
In terms of setup here, I mean, Waken's got to be careful he doesn't get caught in the cubby. The op from Demi, again, just means that you will be playing a slower round from Formulation. The concern for me is he doesn't have the blades to fall back on later on. So is he going to get dropped a rifle? How are they going to try and play it? Or is it going to be comfortable enough for them to do that? I don't think they're going to be looking to take as many fights here in Metasport. Marky with a shoulder spot, but that's about it.
The collapse here could be grand. Mellow. The wall bang is good enough. Demiurge was waiting for Mellow to cross into his screen properly, but Mellow won't wait. He's a bit impatient today. And gets this run done and dusted with.
It's the thing with the Odin as well. It's actually terrible for peeking into an angle, right? Because you're either not as accurate without ADS or you're struggling. So the wall bang there onto Demi's op, no less, which you're expecting to be holding on to something, right? Is a big one. Formulation do gut out the belly of the beast. They've got market control. Senburn posted up for a lurk. This is an A split.
It is. Can Semba split this map in
30
two?
seconds left.
Formulation definitely waiting for him to have impact in this round before they attempt to cross Marky. Risky dash, and if an opponent was in main at that moment, it could have been his death, his demise. Riyadh able to capitalize on the pressure that was thrown back at him, but he's the only player standing. And with 13 seconds, there's not much he can do. Flash thrown at him, delaying him, blinding him, making sure he cannot do a thing, disabling him, but not much can hold back Riyadh, but eventually he will have to fall victim to this round. Metasport don't want to give up this lead just yet.
Yeah, I think Formulation, the idea that they went for there in the situation, it just wasn't going to work. You put two players in through short. You've got Senburn on this lurk, which he calls in a little too early, but ultimately kind of has to. His hands are tied. The site execute itself didn't really hold up that end of the bargain. And you even had Jaff clearing main solo by himself late. So it's just a bit of a disconnect between them there. Too many ideas, too many cooks spoiling the broth. Now a faster incision to get Senburn up in B main.
It's a kerfuffle in the kitchen. Everybody stepping on each other's toes. And Formulation now. A lot of pressure put out in B main, or they know they're not exerting it, sort of indicating there could be some sort of a lurk play instead here.
All of this was just to get Senburn with the alarm bot in the front of B main, because they know that if Marky has brought the operator to this round, he has to be on a much deeper angle. He doesn't get the same kind of information. It's just reading against what Metasport have been doing round on round.
Formulation have cleared their way quite far deep into B. Demiurge placed out in pizza, and Metasport realized that the pressure exerted and sort of want to move in further into mid. You can see a buddy system slowly closing out outside of tree, knowing that there's potential impact to come their way, and Rolling Thunder on the other end might not even come into play. Semba's done enough to keep him busy, but the turnaround is here. 35 seconds and Formulation are performing the pivot.
It looked like they were going to be committing towards the A side of the map there, but now you're running into Mellows. Odin first onto Jaff, and the numbers 4v3.
Huge paranoia to delay this fight as well. 25 seconds and the pressure is on. Marky holding out, but he gets thrown down to the Odin. It is the battle of the Odins right now. And Mellow is making it his domain. Riyadh trades, but Aussie is there to guarantee the numbers will take it by the end. And Metasport extend.
Formulation combining a few different ideas, but ultimately, again, working against themselves. They're thinking, oh, maybe Marky's bought the op. He hadn't, didn't make much of an issue. They were proactive in B main all the same come the 40-second mark as they have been. They cleared out Market as well. Just another disconnected execute, right? Jack goes first, and then what are we doing? We're going through like a one-player main, a couple through Market. I don't really know, man. I would genuinely like Formulation to just do something really simple. I'm talking like KO knife A main, Demi dashes over the top with an updraft and just takes like a quick duel, and then you just run off the back of it. Do you know what I mean? Like 5 players, 1 choke. They're trying to interact with a game which Metasport are happy to play.
Yeah. They're just setting up these traps and Formulation walking right in them. Maybe they'll take your advice. That's why the timeout's brought in. Reconfiguration, recalibration necessary.
I mean, having said that, some of the slower defaults that they were playing were also rewarding them, right? I think there was the one round where Demiurge loses his life to Melo's short spam, but other than that, having players floating around the map, and yeah, just a buddy system would be huge, like you mentioned. This is going to be a Vision Strikers split, though, towards the tiles position. You can already see Waken has maybe even this ultimate lined up and ready to go.
Oh, Rolling Thunder off the rip. I think it only catches 1 player as Marky aggresses forwards. Perfect recon to allow Marky to do his thing. And the stun collapse as well as the paranoia and the TP in the opposition spawn. It's just superb.
Yeah, again, like this is the thing, right? You have the breach in there as well. You're not just playing the standard set of agents. So it's a full ultimate round just before the halftime swap. We have 1 more in the 12th here, but even the From the Shadows behind, that's something you can bring out of the strat book just when you think Formulation are going to change things up. So really, really well placed, I think, from them to land a 7th here just before the side swap.
And they had the timeout to discuss that, right? Even though Formulation drew the timeout of their own, Metasport were like, sure, let's disrupt them. Whatever they've got planned, they won't be allowed to do it.
Yeah. It's a completely pre-cooked set piece, and it's not like you've lost anything out in terms of retake utility here either, because you've got both of these, Hunter's Fury and Null Command, which they use early.
But Demiurge is really quick to bounce onto this fight, and Waken doesn't stand a chance to react to that, but the push keeps on giving as Demiurge wants to dismantle Metasport alone. 3 to his name and only 2 remain, and this could be the full-on ace. Luca trying to disrupt, but he's got to check his left-hand side, and this weapon is going to show up a little bit earlier, never mind. Does this really give them an end, though? Because Aussie's got an individual fight to play against Puggy here, and the Null Command might prohibit their opponents from using utility. But does it make a difference in the status quo?
He knows that there are 2 players close. The knife revealed it, and that's where Aussie and main will be useful.
Aussie doubles up. A couple more, and that's the round. Oh, overzealous. Hoping that both of the players were back of sight at that point. But yeah, there weren't many chances. But they did fight until the final second. But what was that push by Demiurge?
Yeah, it was a bit insane. The transfer was unreal, by the way. So he gets the first pick, and yeah, it's just managing to get a control of the wild hose pipe as it can be, a random spray. And then, you know, it was a valiant effort from Metasport. But for me, the reason they have this advantage on the half was just that 1 set piece from the playbook that they practiced, brought something out of scrims on round number 11. Little disappointing that they can't extend it any further, but now we go to pistols. Formulation on the defender side, the favored side on the map of their own selection.
Back into the breach, my dear friends. 3 suppressed. Fully telegraphed play as a raucous is made with the Metasport's approach. For a moment there, I thought Marky was considering of pulling his team in by pushing into his dash, but it's called off. So no more Cloudbursts available, neither the dash for Marky.
I like this from Semburn as well, because he's brought up a Sheriff knowing that he's still got the turret, screw the nanos. And in mid, here's absolutely everything. Tin can to the wall, stringing along the info to the rest of his team. They know.
They absolutely know. If they don't know, they're at least going to check. But Semburn doesn't care. With a Sheriff, he'll just dismount Awaken, and Riyadh has time to move in and collapse upon them as well. A couple of punches to their faces has put them completely unable to do a thing. And Melo, all to himself, a lonely world, and a round which allows Formulation to just close this out. Get close to the Metasport score, and blinking you miss it, and they'll probably have the same score as well. Find that equalizer. Bit of a delay to closing up this round.
Sure.
Meta wants to be a bit of a nuisance.
If you even wanted half a chance to clutch this, you want to take that first fight clean as well. The fact that Jaff was just jump spotting makes it impossible. Melo's never winning this one.
And Formulation are making sure of that. The fact that Spike is just in front of him, teasing him, saying, "You're never gonna get this, never gonna get this."
You know, I know in
that's it.
Cairo's absence, I was expecting you to do the Scottish impression, so the fact that we've got a Kazakh Borat impression first is a little bit more, surprising to me. But to actually speak about the round that we saw, it's like, okay, Metasport, the game plan is we want to push 5 players really fast through a main. 1 knife suppresses 3. All the util offline. There's no plan B. It's like, where do we go? They try and fight back through mid. They try and rotate. Just didn't have the space. Why didn't they have the space? You don't have a killjoy, so you can't guarantee that you're going to be able to just walk back into tiles scot-free unless you put a player there. So that's what Aussie's job is on this round.
Riyad is thanking his lucky stars he was able to place that nade in time, because with his stun he could have been a simple pickup early. One way doesn't really stop Metasport from making this A main position their own. Should be a clean up formulation, but we have been a little bit scared of these pistols. They can pack the punch, especially can be used in numbers, and especially if Semba gets caught off here out in B main.
100%. Spectre's not going to be the worst weapon to give away, I think, especially when you look at there being a couple of rifles in the mix here. Your end goal, if you're Metasport, is a spike plant, and even then, I think that's a pipe dream on only classics. Pressure on
Semba's
Semba.
taken up. Yeah, true. But the fact that Marky goes in for the B main fight instead of taking up Semba, it does make sure that the fronts are doubled and the power halved.
30 seconds left.
Shotgun not finding its mark. Instead, Lucas's classic bullets do the trick. 24 seconds. No time to rotate. They're going to have to continue with their onslaught. But Puggy is there with an Ares of his own, tripling up, feeling comfortable.
Like one more kill there would have been huge for Metasport, because it means that FMG still get this maturity of weapons through, and Demi's actually brought up an operator into the next as well. So immediately treating this not really as a bonus, but as a third round, the first gun round. They'll still have money for the next. It's just him which takes the hit.
Hey, operator, round 3 of half 2.
You're just not going to be expecting this if you're Metasport as well. And again, they've dodged the knife this time, so they will want to full commit to the pacey A play.
They've dodged damage as well.
I mean, look, you take the site and Demi has to play into the retake with the op, then it feels almost completely useless. FMG probably want to fight this and not really given the chance to. So this is a really great turn of events for Metasport.
Oh! Just a simple spray to hand Riyad an early kill. The spike hasn't even gone down, and rotation's already in order. Semba's going all the way around, though. The long way around, up until spawn. So we'll make some time until he's present, but Luca will be punished eventually. Or at least challenged. Spike only now just dropped.
Yeah, this is actually really worrying for Metasport. When it looked like they got everything right, they're now trying to bait out this spike plant to take a fight.
Oh, dear.
They're not going to sit on 4 players. They want one more.
It's like the map is closing in on them. It's starting to get smaller and smaller and smaller, so they know they need to break out here, but the paranoia makes sure they can't see in the process. And Formulation are starting to shut them down one by one, suffocating them in and making them into dust. Formulation carry on their tempo.
You know the saying, Pavlos, never look a gift horse in the mouth, and I think that's exactly what Metasport have done there. The opportunity presented to get the spike planted. I understand the rationale in them wanting to even out the man count before going into post. But you still have advantages in the gun department, the utility, the fact you didn't need to expend all that much to get in either. FMG gave it to you. Now back onto pistols. And it's another round in the row, which the team with the Norwegian in the Norwegian organisation derby seems to be winning.
It's the full topsy-turvy though, right? Metasport were the ones to win their bonus the previous half. Now Formulation are doing them a favor by doing the same thing. Not the favor. Marky in the sky with a Sheriff. Did he just land on the ledge just in time to gain the accuracy? Maybe, I don't know. Well, the operator now is within his arms, and Luca is making a Sheriff work too. Oh my god, I'm scared. Hug me, I am scared.
Well, it's the fact that Marky's managed to get out with this operator and hold on to that.
And it's spot with the numbers softened up quite a bit, so the spray from either of these formulation weapons could do quite a bit. Puggy yet to be challenged, but he's heading in the right direction. Semben going for the lurking duties himself, and he thinks he's just barely missed Waken as he has his back turned. Oh dear me, that's a brilliant pick, and that gives the info that Formulation are hiding out in the right position. The lockdown will be guaranteed, so Formulation might play the safe and go for the retake.
Metasport, I mean, this should already have been their cue to execute. You know there's one player on the other side of the map. You've got to make something happen, but it's a TP straight into the waiting arms of Jaff.
And all he has to do is wait. All he has to do is hold main down as well. Spike is gifted right in front of his feet, and Puggy will be the one to close it all down. It was the individuals of Formulation that were able to bring it back in the end, but Metasport made it mighty scary.
I think they gave themselves a fighting chance, but then shot themselves in the foot again. In that situation, Semben gets aggressive, you lose Waken. Okay, let's assess this. Assess the scenario as it is. We've got Marky on short and 2 players main. Max 2 players towards this side of the map. You're not going to be walking into a stack. You can find some kind of an advantage there or some solace in that notion. But again, a little moment's hesitation, and here we are. Gun round. I've seen this as well. Ults for both, but it's the lockdown playing off-site with Demiurge holding on to A Heaven, which suggests Formulation will be looking for that first pick only when the execute comes in, and then playing through this ultimate to win out. If Luca times this right, he can stall out the possibility of seeing it used though.
Jaff able to vacate the premises as soon as stun is made its way towards him. Metasport grouping up, bunching up, and tiptoeing their way in mid. Alarm bot will be broken. And they haven't quite been able to split the map into Formulation, looking to cover their spawn entry, but they've opened up the site, a push and pull that allows Metasport to group up and move into A.
Okay, they actually pull the lockdown early instead.
But Demiurge holds on, but he does get traded. The lockdown did enough to delay it, and it puts Metasport in time trouble.
Yeah, I mean, look, Formulation have completely won this exchange yet again. I understand why Luca wants to use the null command early to take the site, but it's just allowed the lockdown to go in anyway.
For a second there, I thought Semben would be pounced upon, but no, instead it's Jaff that takes the first engagement and loses his life to it. So it's Formulation slowly losing pressure, but never mind. The fact that they've got all players nearby, it makes it so damn uncomfortable for Metasport. But at least the 2 players have punched out together. They're holding hands and taking this on as a team. Puggy from above, Ria falls from below. And it's a Sova v Sova to take this clutch on. Recon out. That would be available for him. Jump below, but Milo turns around 180-degree turn and allows Metasport to get right back in their winning ways.
Oh, such a key clutch to win. Melo doing a huge favor for the rest of his team. And, well, in this triple initiator composition, funnily enough, it's the initiators doing the heavy lifting. Both him and Luca making their mark. I did slightly question the null command, but I think you also understand why. It was a smart timing from Semben to slow things down himself. But it also goes back to what I was saying about Marky. He doesn't have to be finding crazy multi-kills, just getting that 1-for-1.
Just pave the way for your team to enter. That's your job. But he hasn't really paved the way here, or at least he tried. And there's a ball that was right on the other end, a wrecking ball that just knocks the entire Metasport over. A couple of players left. They've been able to avoid the wrecking ball. They've probably seen a Miley Cyrus video and have learned that it's not a great combo. And Ozzy will end up dropping, keeping this as a clean round for the defensive side of Formulation.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Marky just needing to create the space, get the opener, but even then, there isn't even a single Metasport player to walk over his slumped back as a bridge to get to the site. Again, it's like exactly what I was saying. I don't think we're expecting crazy numbers from Marky. He's not going to be like the duelist that does everything. You've got all of these initiators around him to support. It's just making the use out of the body, right? An extra body to throw at the situation. And, you know, this is an opportunity that he's been waiting for a really long time. I remember commentating him, you know, all the way through Beacon, on Control, where he spent most of his time. But over the last few months, he's been across different rosters. Next in line, the project, which then went to Wizards. Yeah. And now he's found himself on this Metasport team. It's a golden opportunity, and he'll want to show up. I think, as I said before, though, it's more reliant on the team performance here than anything else. That Control team, where he thrived the most, it felt like a family. Those guys were together for so long. He needs that kind of support network to find the success that they require.
I mean, that's fair. At the start of the season, it started off rough. They knew that it wasn't going to cut it, so a few changes were required. And here you go. They're starting to be a little bit more competitive, grabbing their first win the other day.
Yeah. And
now keeping quite the fight against Formulation on their own map pick.
I mean, to be honest, I'm happy to play devil's advocate there and say that
sure.
I think Luca needs a little bit more time. He's a prospect, but Shinnok, Dema, both better players in my opinion, more accredited.
Okay.
Maybe one day we'll find out why exactly that change has been made.
Maybe.
If Metasport want to let us know. But Riyadh goes knocking first in this one against the Pistols, and yeah, that's the opening kill.
It's one of those things that you'll never find out unless you hear it from the team itself, right?
Sure.
And might just be on the shadows for now as it all comes underway. Formulation have got the perfect chokehold for this. But the blaze for Marky could make this dangerous. All the spray from Jaff at least is there, but can't reload in time. Oh, dear me. This could be a topsy-turvy, Hazard. I'm afraid this could be a topsy-turvy. No, they've left the spike behind. Never mind. I didn't see that.
Yeah, yeah.
Never mind.
Just when you're starting to get excited, it happens every time, Demiurge. The power of gravity stored in that operator, bringing us right back down to earth.
Waken's got an interesting angle here. Yeah, Luca had to win his exchange. Ooh,
30 seconds
spicy.
left.
Oh, even spicier! My tonsils are hurting. Puggy, he's got a recon, but it gives time for Waken to just grab the spike and vacate the premises. Has to go even through A main, but I think Puggy knows this. Rolling Thunder will be used, but it's in the wrong direction. Puggy thinks it heads in his way, so he backs off, respects Waken, and gives him a chance to plant. Replaces himself again, but the second shot will connect. Oh my God! Our butts were clenched that round.
Yeah, and look, if it was any higher on the Scoville charts, then I'm glad that my butt was clenched, because it would certainly be coming out the other end. Ring of fire.
Oh no!
But when tossed
me of my
into
trip
that
to
ring,
India for a Valorant event.
Yeah, look, when tossed into that ring, that 1v1, Puggy's always going to win out. The battle of the brains. You're talking about a guy who, like, you know, waited out a full timer. I said he had a wheelbarrow for his nads before, because he would just, like, you know, call your bluff at every second opportunity. And I don't know, Waken's just not got the HP to win it. It was only the Pistols, remember, so...
It was. But they always find ways to just make it exciting. Always. Don't know how they do it.
Only a steely performance.
For sure.
Drone in. Oh, really nice fragment from Riyadh. Counters the utility, stops them gaining any more info.
And he still has all both of his flashes available. Never mind, only just one.
Well,
making sure no one is heading in his way.
Yeah, just keeping Metasport back. They've not managed to gain any ground. And on the flip side, Demi's posted up in B main. You don't have the drone to clear him now either.
No, but he doesn't have his dash either. And he misses the first shot, so the Cloudburst is going to have to be enough to conceal his position. Updraft used. Only one available nowadays. And the drop back is permitted, but at 40 seconds, Metasport again are leaving this down to the wire. Riyadh has been given opportunity to swing by, but throws down an overhand to allow him to cross again. 3 left for Metasport, but Formulation seem to have it covered. 2 lined up to the back of this defense. 2 also on the way here. Jaff knows where they are as they have been revealed. Make sure that he blinds a couple, but Luca turns it around. 3v3.
Puggy still has the drone back in, so partnered up, coupled with this Odin, could be potent. Needs to land the tag first. 2 players caught in the open, one of them Marky.
And that's exactly what they needed, just the tag, because Puggy can do the rest with his Odin. Wonder work with that gun. Luca, he's got a second to deal with, turns around in time. It's a smart play, an intuitive one, but not as accurate as he would have liked.
Formulation's defense is looking so tough to beat right now, but at the same time, as much as I wanted to give credit to the ideas that Metasport presented with this comp on their defensive half themselves, this attack doesn't really feel anywhere near as well thought through. In terms of the macro that they're playing, it's a lot of times where it's just a train of players grouped up. It's like follow the leader, or we're just going to throw flashes in Marky's direction and hope he can find something off the back of it. I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel like they have the same kind of set piece, you know, where on the defense, if they had a couple ultimates, you're seeing something like that tiles crunch. But here, they've not quite got the ignition to get themselves going.
Demia just found the starting points.
Oh my
Found the
god.
spark. And they've made it into a wildfire.
Deploying
Mellow throwing a bit of water at it, but is it really enough?
Even Semgun gets caught in the corner in Arch and then walks away with 1 kill on the fade before he goes down. So, yeah, they keep the man advantage. You've still got your Odin and your Operator in play. I think Formulation are very passive towards the A side of the map, though, and this is where the gap can open up if Aussie can get something done in main. It may all live and die on the short push, though.
And Jaff is there to stop it. And like you said, live or die. And I think Jaff decides that die is the right decision for this. Aftershock forcing Jaff into the open, but he's so damn quick. A triple to his name to close out this map. It's going to be 13-8 at the end of this mark.
Yeah, Metasport giving us a brilliant fight on that first half. But again, as soon as we saw the side swap, it feels as if they were just trying to play their own game and that would suffice. Not at this level. Formulation have proved how good they can be. And with another win under the belt on Ascent, they'll be looking to take this series when it gets to Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a back and forth at the start, right? But then Formulation switched sides and the beast came alive, right? Metasport didn't have many answers. Like you said, in a couple of occasions, they may have been shooting themselves in the foot a bit as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Metasport want to be confident, and I would love to sort of entertain this idea that they could really fight up against Formulation, and they did in the first half. But as I said, I don't think that attack side was anywhere near enough well developed for them to really pose any issues. Where you saw Marky be the centerpiece, you know, like taking extremity control with the AWP and stuff like that on the defense, it wasn't like he was really the focal point at any point, or, you know, that they were trying to have any crazy rollouts. With the 3 initiators worth of utility they had, it felt like we were only getting 1 initiator's worth of value. So yeah, unfortunate loss to take, and it's only going to get more difficult.
It will. Formulation is ahead, but it's up to Metasport to show us that they have the fight in them to commit with the comeback. Let's see if they're capable of doing that. We'll be back after this.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, so is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along, forgotten shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know
Welcome back. That was an interesting match where the beginning looked pretty solid for Metas. They were holding on really good in the first half of the match, but they kind of just, I don't know. What do you think happened, MP?
Yeah, it's actually interesting that Vetosport, they ran this triple initiator comp and they were more successful on the defensive side than they were on the attacking side. When you think about this composition and Ascent, you would maybe think otherwise, that you would have more power for the attacking, for the executes, but actually they couldn't quite get to the sites. They got picked off, and I think Haza said it perfectly. They had triple initiator comp, but it seemed only had one initiator, which was really weird. It's something that you don't want to see. Vetosport, they had a lot of good runs, a lot of good set plays, but I think after those set plays, after those really heavy utility rounds, they didn't really have anything to fall back on, and Formulation Gaming were just more solid in this Ascent. And something that Jeff has said, I think, time and time again about Ascent, they're really good at reading the enemy, and they slowly but surely will be able to read the enemy and absolutely dominate on Ascent. And that's what we saw here. Once again, Formulation Gaming really solid on Ascent.
As I said, it seemed like Metas Esports had a really good start. They seemed confident, but some way midway, they kind of just fell off. And as you said, your boy Riot really pulled through, and it was impressive to see how they played off each other. And let me just give a little private shout out to Puggy, because damn, if you can't buy an Odin, you can definitely buy an Ares. It spammed the whole map. It's literally just a matter of paper. It was so impressive to see how he had so much control, taking even out the op, no issue. Puggy's on standby, you can't cross through.
Yeah, I mean, you had Odin on Melo as well. It's just back and forth against those Sovas, always buying the Odins, always having that recon pult in the perfect position. And yeah. I mean, I think even though they're even at kills, like you said, Puggy takes the cake here with the Odin and the Ares. I think it was amazing. Got some lucky shots here and there as well with the Odin. But it was insane to see once again. I mean, that is like a trademark in Ascent nowadays. Sova Odin, no?
And then also, not only, but they also shooting bodies.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love a little friendly banter. Spices up things. And it got really spicy there, especially in round 11, if I do remark myself.
Oh yeah, round 11 was a classic showing. I think Hassa said it, the classic Vision Striker strat. This was one of the better rounds for Metisport. It's not only a Vision Striker, but it's Vision Strikers with the extra layer of From the Shadows from Omen coming to spawn. This time around you had the Rolling Thunder of Breach, so your Omen doesn't have to be in that B main position throwing out that paranoia. You can have Omen in a different position and then use that From the Shadows to go for the flank, and that worked out perfectly. Round was fast over. I think that was even, if I remember correctly, it was Formulation Gaming's timeout, so that was something that they maybe kind of overlooked in that situation. They weren't thinking of this Vision Striker setup when they were heavy stacking that B link, and that was detrimental for them. Amazing round for the side of Metisport, and that was one of the showings that we saw that triple initiator composition can really bring out these really heavy setups.
Yeah, we did definitely see some very impressive plays with Breach here, making people clustered, stuck, they couldn't really get into site, and round 19 was also a big brain play, but I was screaming behind my desk, so let's take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a shaky round overall. It was mostly eco for the side of Metisport. They actually get a lot of ground onto A side, but the spike is left behind on short, which creates a lot of chaos here. Formulation Gaming, they get a really solid position, but a little bit overzealous here, picking Waken 1 by 1, and leaves Puggy on a 1 versus 1. But I mean, you did not highlight Puggy for no reason, because he's amazing with Odin, but he's amazing in these 1 versus 1 situations as well.
Yeah, he was really calm and steady, like the team kept giving him kills, giving him peeks, and he played it smart, pops the ult, and gets the kill. Secure, easy, controlled. It was just a pleasure to watch, honestly. A big brain moment.
Yeah, at first I was like, Puggy, what are you doing? That Rolling Thunder is not quite there, but then I realized Puggy is so much smarter than me. He goes for the Hunter's Fury. He's like, okay, we know that the enemy player is 1 HP. I just have to hit 1 shot of Hunter's Fury, and I can cover most of the side because I'm such a good Sova, and that's what Puggy is. It's gonna be exciting to see what he has in store for Lotus, because that's one of the other maps that you can absolutely spray with the Odin.
Yes.
Ooh.
Let us see. And there's no Sova on Puggy, though. There's no Sova at all. What has happened? Am I dreaming?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is more of the classical composition. It's not quite the Apina orchestra composition where you bring out the Sova, but a little bit difference here. You have a Viper double controller setup for the side of Metisport, which allows Formulation Gaming, or without the Viper, it allows Formulation Gaming to bring out the other initiator there with that Breach, and that is one of the most detrimental pieces, especially when you go for side executes, but you go for the side defense. That brings so much stopping power with the stun that regenerates during the round, and you actually have some synergy with the Raze Breach stun as well. A lot of good Breach ultimates in this map as well. We saw a setup play from OnlyFins that they did with the Breach. It's gonna be interesting to see, but for the side of Metisport, they have more lurking power with the Viper. They have more control of the map with the double controller setup. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
I'm very excited, and let us hear what our casters have to say about this.
Well, I don't know. This is going to be a difficult one. Whichever way you take it, whether you're talking about compositions, whether you're talking about the map, I feel like Formulation have shown some supremacy, and for Metasport to come back, they're going to need something extra.
Yeah, look, we saw Metasport take this one against NXT the other week, but again, an underpowered and underwhelming NXT team, which have made improvements since then. This is Formulation that we're talking about. Lotus for them has always been a mainstay, a place where they can go and find success. If the comeback is to start, it all begins now.
It really does. We definitely can sense there's a bit of urgency in this endeavor. We know that this is sort of a must-win if they want to be still contending for playoffs. Both of these teams with just a singular win in the regular season and 3 losses. The catch-up has to begin now, and they know it. It's Formulation starting off on this defensive side as they have elected themselves, and Metasport will be forced on to the attacking. And as we can see on the minimap already, we might be seeing a very quick A-hit bounce from both of the sides.
Yeah, certainly gathering at the spawn barriers. Metasport needing to earn their keep. 2 wins might just about scrape it. They've got difficult games coming up. This is where it has to begin.
Puggy hiding out for now. Let's draw back. Formulation just grab the orb and vacate the premises. They're happy with what they've engaged with so far, but they stay grouped. That's the important part. If they do leave the A site open, they at least have the numbers to fight for it later.
It's actually Formulation on the defender's side that remain proactive. They slide straight from route, that fight that you would have taken early on, into B main, and it's Mello that's going to get caught in the crossfire after that early info on C Mound. He's found in rotation. They'll have numbers coming into this retake now.
I think Mello was sort of hoping that it was just one player taking that swing, but seeing 3 in front of him was quite the sight to see. One which we couldn't see for too long. But we're seeing Luca being a little bit sneaky here. Backline covered, no player is watching, but can't find the shot! Eventually finds 2. By the end, it looks okay, but it wasn't pretty in the meantime. Riyadh in the next contention point. It's Marky to hold his ground, so Metasport are in the lead. Paranoia superb, and it sets up Semba for success. But how much more delay can he pull out onto the side, onto the Smike? Jaff goes, but it's still down to Semba in that 1v2 as Metasport stick together and play. The high-low headshot connects onto Waken, but he had all of his health, so it matters naught. Metasport with first blood.
Honestly, Pavlos, I think after that first duel that we saw in Spawn, where Formulation were keeping the pressure up, it was anyone's guess as to who was going to win.
Sure.
That pendulum swung back and forth. There was, a flank from either team. Semburn had a killer paranoia set up for him from Jaff. And yeah, even here, Luca, that second headshot just enough
Oh my lord.
to get him another kill, and it's the attackers which win. I think Metasport playing this together, though, in a situation like that, group up, back sight, it's the kind of signs that early on are promising, I think.
Yeah, something that we've been seeing on this triple sites map, a lot from the VCT stages as well. The meta has been grouping up more than not, but retakes are sort of expected in many of these situations. So both these teams favoring the power in numbers, power of friendship, if you will.
Yeah.
Put a little bit of spice to that line, but Formulation are sticking together on this one as well. And it looks like Metasport might be walking into them, so it might also give an opportunity to Formulation to succeed.
Yeah, trap play. Contact being taken by Demiurge. You've got a Seize, Paranoia, and also a Breach Stunt available. They throw one of their own in there, and it forces them to play their hand early, FMG. They get no value from it.
Good toxic screen though, and it makes sure that the Formulation players cannot aggress that much further, at least with the advantage of the sight line. So it allows the clean up coming through. Demiurge left onto the site isolated. They know exactly where he is, so he should be cleaned up quickly. By the way, up until that final engagement, they didn't take a hint of damage. Never mind, Mikey did a little bit. I thought I found something cool to say there. But still, Semba is alone, and this round is over.
I agree with your point as well, though. And I think it's important that Metasport make that interaction, that they're not just going to go dry into the grassy fields of A main, which a lot of teams will create trap plays. And Formulation do this a lot. They do this on C Mound as well, through the spinnable door. Something else to mention here is that we're seeing Marky back on the Rays. So this is the role which he's been taking up a lot more in recent history. Whether it's going to work out better for him or not, we'll have to see. And again, just to lay the stakes out, the reason why this is so important for Metasport, Semburn will try and steal a defuse, which you're never going to win, is that, the next 2 games are Sweet and Sour and Apex. So if you fancy your chances as not even really the newly promoted team, but the one who got a promotion within their workplace, you filled the shoes of the team which gave you the 3rd place before, you really need that second win here to be kept into play-ins in the first place, I think. Because, like 1 win, bottom of the table in the second split, it shouldn't really carry over enough to secure you that play-in spot, right? To make playoffs.
True. So a hard time ahead. So might as well make the best of the situation you have at hand. During the camps, I think Melo gave us a bombastic side-eye at some point. It's kind of interesting to see.
Yeah.
Looking at this for a moment. Metasport considering to make some noise early on here.
No trap play this
Bad
time.
for now. No. But it's Riyadh with first blood through the smoke.
Nothing complicated about that one, just a couple of bullets.
Yeah.
It's crazy as well
Just find a
because he's
target.
managed to find Waken. So in terms of smokes, you've only got that toxic screen up towards A. What's the position of Demiurge? One which checks out any kind of A play. If you want to commit to C, you're a little short-handed. Even more so now with
Ooh.
Marky dead.
That's true. But they do take a rifle out of the equation. And the pivot starts to take on here for Metasport. How far forward Demiurge is, he can definitely figure out if this is coming to this A site quickly and will alert if he needs any help. Although, it's still a fake. Melo's done a good job to obscure what's truly happening, but Formulation aren't buying it because they're stuck 2 players. There wasn't any backup to the player over to the A site, so Jav can just hold this line. Stun coming through, catches both of them out, and Riyadh comes alive and picks up a triple by the end.
Yeah, Metasport didn't do enough there to make Formulation change the setup which they already had. That first kill from Riyadh does make a lot of difference, though. Again, just straight bullets through the smoke. You lose your second controller player, and you only have the A wall to really work with. Formulation, a lot of teams, would have looked at that and gone, okay, well they'll commit A now because that's where they've still got some form of cover. The fact that Marky goes down when that smoke then fades afterwards kind of removes all chance they can get something done. Wasn't really a true bonus. Plenty of rifles there that they had. Bringing more into this one. Already damage onto Aussie from the Odin.
Yeah, just a little bit. But it acts as a deterrent for that A site, right? You're like, you don't really want to get close to that. I can see how Metasport have reacted to circumnavigate it.
Oh,
Prowler.
we had the Prowler and the Paint Shells come in on C, but they've still not broken or even revealed this trapwire from Semburn. He has one towards front B as well. So while Metasport in their minds think that they're putting on incredible amounts of pressure towards this side of the map, yeah, it's drawn a rotation, but look how aggressive Demi is.
Yeah, Formulation to be pushing this side of the map every single round makes it so difficult for Metasport. If they're not putting pressure in that direction, you better know they at least have the info or the back foot on the swing. And Formulation here, very far ahead. Luca cannot recover the shot, a very important one for him to receive. And Waken will make his way towards Semba's direction. And it's a quick recalibration, 2-2. We're even, just like we started.
And again, it's rounds like those, the last couple that we've seen from Metasport, when they had a real chance because it was an incredibly healthy bonus, having a flawless second round, and then into this gun round where they fully invested again, where I think the attack macro is looking worrying the same way that it did on Ascent. They're not creating too much pressure. Sure, they missed out on the trapwire there from Semburn, but you would have heard, right, if you had broken it. So, I don't know, maybe not doing enough. Sheriffs now out. And again, it's just stuff like Demi being able to spend the whole round at the bottom of the tree like a vegan or something. I don't know. How does he get away with it?
How does he get away with it, indeed?
I was going to say tree hugger, but I felt like then I'm double dipping.
Sure. I like hugging trees, quite peaceful.
This is crazy, by the way.
Oh, Semburn, he's in trouble. There's a one-way in his direction. We could conceal him for a little while. The trip will also take the attention away from him, and they haven't quite checked this corner. No one has now. Waken does, but it might be a little bit too late. And Formulation Gaming thanks Semburn for that play. And even though they lost an early player, they still secure the advantage. 50 seconds. They've got a player more. Weapons galore. And Metasport in trouble.
Riyadh has to be a little careful here. He didn't want to overcommit, not until Demiurge had posted up with this operator as well.
Ooh, a world where that could have been a collateral. But that's not the world we're living in. Aussie will die to paint. A blanket of paint will cover him as he goes to sleep. And we're looking at Formulation seizing the lead.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe even Demi wanted to go all the way around towards Bend, and that would have been the idea, to get him in position. Timeout coming through far earlier from Metasport, but I think already the penny has dropped. There are problems here that need to be sorted out. Semburn, nice little moment from him in the corner. Got overlooked, and as I said before, he's a guy who I think, again, is in that conversation for top Sentinels in the league. Hype, naturally, as a member of Apex, gets the free pass, but then you're also looking at, I think, yeah, Fagan, who was playing earlier on, and Semburn probably being my other, like, top 2 Sentinel players that we have. Also, realistically, Tempo, but, you know, he's been from role to role recently.
Yeah. He's dabbled in a few situations.
Matter of fact, I'd actually say Tempo's the best Sentinel in the league. That's my hot take.
I'll let you have that take. I will not follow that up with another hot take of my own. Metasport's timeout is well excused. 3 rounds in a row have fallen to the opposition, and now they've got quite a lot at their disposal. They need a good plan for this.
Yeah, in terms of what Metasport want to try and do here, like, this is what we were saying before. Set pieces worked so well for them on Ascent. When they had a game plan, what they wanted to do. They've just called a timeout. You've got a lockdown, a nightfall, and a showstopper. 3 really strong offensive pieces. I don't think you could ask for much more to make something happen here. It's B where they look to head.
There is a tripwire blocking them. Marky tries to break it, but he hasn't been able to do that, so it does stop his team from moving in, and I think Filmulation realize it's not a B hit. They vacate the premises because of the showstopper anyway, but they're not going to be rotating anytime soon to get back into it, but they've got to be aware there's 2 players pushing right for them, and they might be able to find both of the kills. Metasport split the map in 2 by force, and Puggy is left to do the cleaning up. Aussie, thankfully for Metasport, is there to clean up, and that just means that they can gather full control of this right-hand side of the map.
Have a full control of the entire of the map in the end. It's only Jaff left. I think that one, you know, the round could have been worrisome if they headed more towards C. Those spawn kills were big. Jaff wants to save the operator here. Metasport shouldn't give anything away to him. Oh, that horn, false sense of security. Doesn't realize it won't reveal that far back. Finally, they know.
I feel sorry for Jaff. He got toyed with there. Marky, the BM. Just running at him like a madman. Metasport survived with all 5 of their players.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked so comfortable as well, which is crazy because what did you invest? The showstopper. None of the other stuff that we were talking about, right? And I think a lot of teams would default to that as well. Like, oh, we have a lockdown. Let's go B, take B. But then what happens? You come into a retake and you're on a tiny site. The fact that they were able to find the space behind A and then wrap back around means that even if it was more than just Puggy, say Demi and Jaff were also there, 3 players, you still have the backstab, so very well worked.
And the timeout use of perfection, I might add, discussing exactly how that round should go, and it goes directly how they would have liked it to go. Rolling Thunder doesn't catch anyone. Metasport was so quickly to drop away from that, and that's a huge ultimate to get out of the way.
It's the one-way dark cover as well on their side of things, which stops Formulation wanting to take those peaks.
Demiurge, so aggressive, it pays dividends. Blast pack, double blast pack, and he's out. He's out of harm's way. He's got Puggy there to assist now.
Multiple layers of defense, another ult committed. Metasport fully assaulting the A side, and with these deafened players, Waken may just have found a gap, having opened the door. He doesn't. He blinds his teammate, and they lose all the advantages they maybe would have had.
And they also figure out where he is. Demiurge quickly moving in and out of battle to find himself another kill. And he's still there. The pressure of him existing here doesn't allow Metasport to even get closer across. While they try to move to the other side of the map, it's Semba there with his whole entire setup.
Yeah, everything's been delved into chaos now. Metasport are clamoring for this C play. I don't think they want to use the lockdown here either. They've already been noted by the cage. And what do? They go back to B.
And there's still more Cypher setups there. And Puggy is here with an Odin, which is perfect for just mowing them down. Nanoswarm broken, so they know there's presence to the back of this site. Somehow, Waken is able to make his way through. Demiurge a little bit labored on his attempt to shut them down, but they've done their job. Luca doubles up, making it spicy and difficult, but it's 3 survivors to Formulation as they grub the dub.
Yeah, honestly, after Metasport dodged that trap towards Mound, I thought things were looking really good, but then it's just non-stop chaos. Like, I just don't know what the game plan was. It doesn't feel like they've been able to enact it at all. Demi finds this one, Puggy cleaning up, and then what? The Nightfall comes through. You think Waken has maybe a timing through Tree, but then because they took the space so quickly, they didn't have enough time to clear out rubble, so he has to send the Paranoia back behind him. They go to C and then they go back to B. It's been really rough to watch some of these attacking rounds because, again, a little bit directionless when they're not finding a pick.
Okay, Riyadh. Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, Marky did shoot his own bullets, so he did show his presence, but Demiurge keeps on pushing here. He's making this A main entry his realm, and nobody can stop him. Absolutely untouchable. And Ozzy is just trying to keep his life safe by not revealing he's even here. It won't matter though, because Demiurge picks it up anyway.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Pavlos, this is
got the spike as
starting
well.
to get pretty painful to watch. Demi is already explored. Their backs are against the wall. Their palms are facing it.
The backs are against the ground.
Yeah. And Demi's the one putting them to the sword. 3 kills for him, and it just looks so easy. Sure, FMG don't have a crazy lead at this point in time, but you have to remember, Metasport were 2 rounds to the good off the pistol. They had a decent look in on the bonus. The only one they were able to win was that flash in the pan on the B site. And, you know, even here, I think you need to be taking A main control early on. And finally, we see that priority. But FMG swapped the setup. They're going to be getting proactive C-mount themselves instead. They got the Cypher sat behind it.
They've got to figure something out, a set play or something. They won't have a timeout available for them to do that. They've already used them. Oh, dear me. No, I think they've used 1 out of the 2.
Yeah.
But still, that's a lot of timeouts to use already from the first half.
It's the going rate, do you know what I mean? Like, that's your break and play gone, your blocker, you don't have it anymore. And as I was saying before, when Senbum was playing on C, you could kind of like pressure C mount, but it wouldn't really do anything. Here, it's going to be the exact same. You pressure A main, and, well, FMG already have bodies that they can commit towards this side of the map. There are 3 of them on B right now.
Metasport look to land on this A site. But the road ain't clear. Especially with Puggy holding out here, forced to reload. This might be Metasport's chance to start to waltz in. Demiurge tries to cover the ground, but Ozzy is so quick to snap on his face. 45 seconds. A Metasport approach. Puggy gets the return and keeps things close. The site is taken over by Metasport. It's Formulation's turn to rotate over, and we'll be looking at a 4 versus 4 here.
Cam's still up, nobody's broken it, and there's still a trap that crosses stairs. Puggy can post up on the Odin, and Luca is entirely isolated back in main.
Luca's not even checking that left-hand side, so if they swing, he won't be ready for it. It's still a trade. Riyadh there, but Luca holding back the rest. Waken, higher ground, unexpected angle. It's been enough to deal with him. Senbun gets a realization of the rest star. That's the first cleaned up. Second tag, Luca's point is realized. 79 points of health, but he doesn't care. He's going to swing past, but Luca is damn accurate this round. A triple to his name saves the day for Metasport.
Huge round from Luca there. Mello was trying to come through the door on Tree to help him out, but he does it all by himself. And that's the kind of performance you want to see out of the new boys. Marky getting involved as well. They're both right at the top of the sheets for Metasport. And to speak on Luca a little bit more, he had been with ExoClan for most of the year, and they majorly underachieved in Eclipse. They were on the Premier side of the bracket because they had to play with a different roster because they had players which were active in Project V at the time. It meant they couldn't play in the qualifier, but they were instantly eliminated. In terms of him individually, yeah, you were expecting him to make the step up. Maybe it's come a little bit sooner. And even then, on the Killjoy, he's shown 6 different agents in the last 3 months, but the vast majority of that, over 70%, has been Omen. So yeah, it's a different type of anchor role, but one that he should feel fairly comfortable with. Important that he gets off to a good start, and I think the fact that he's found 10 kills inside 10 rounds here will go a long way.
Very fair. Lockdown back up for him. It might have been up the previous round, I don't remember.
I'll be honest, Pavlos, it's probably been up since like round 4 or 5 at this point.
Sure.
They've still not used it, yeah. Aussie's also got that pit. I think that might be the reason why they're now starting to look more towards the C side of the map, because it could be dangerous, but you've got to beat that first line of defense.
Triple player push. Demiurge pushing with the showstopper. Marky's quick to react to it, but Jaff is close by, avoiding the paranoia, but the Prowler's a different beast. They drop back. They realize they've conceded one player. How do you work away from this? You split the map in two, Metasport. You've got Luca looking onto that B side. Formulation pushing out on the A extremity as well. But Jaff is spraying down main. This might have been exactly what they needed to tame the beast.
Oh, that's so frustrating for Marky to go down here, because for Metasport, they're going to want to just freeze, bite down the clock a little bit longer and recommit to this site, because you know that Demi's gone. There's not an op holding you on a different angle. They wanted to push into the C site and get the pit down like I was talking about. But now, what with Luca being the solo player on B, you need to regroup, and it's going to be a difficult one to try and recover.
And this round started so well for Metasport. They had the first pick. It was Formulation that were in uncharted waters. But now it's all turned around. Lockdown as a Hail Mary. But Semba is there for the guarantee. Doesn't even bother with a trigger discipline play because he knows he can take these fights one by one. Jaff comes in from the other end to fulfill the pincer maneuver. And that's Formulation back on winning ways on this defense.
Oh, it doesn't get more frustrating than a round like that, Pavlos. They lose 2 players to the smoke criminals yet again. It's Jaff's Phantom this time. He was only on 1 kill coming into this round. He has more kills on players he hasn't seen than ones that he's been looking at. But then, like, you know, usually where freezing here would be really nice, they didn't have any other map control than Luca being on B, like I said. So it all falls apart.
He's the antithesis of John Cena, the anti-John Cena. He can't see them.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, you could see him. Well, yeah, no, maybe not.
No, that's not quite it, Hazza, no. Well, very dangerous Odin here, but it has been chunked down quite a bit. It's done so much spraying, but no damage, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's Riyad to get the kill instead.
It's through another smoke as well. It's the same thing.
There's so much spraying going on!
Honestly, at this point, if I'm in Metasport coach slot, I'm just saying sit in spawn, guys. Like, wait until this one
even
blows
then, Formulation
over.
are aggressing, right? It's not like they can escape any of these fights. It's Formulation bringing them all to them.
I mean, it's hard to really fault Metasport on anything of what we've just seen, because they're trying to play their standard game, but I don't think that standard game's really working at the moment against FMG. I mean, like round number 10 that we saw when they wanted to recommit to C, but just ended up losing out on players. This one, it was just pistols, but yeah, it's frustrating, man. John Cena or not, it seems like FMG's time is now.
It is. It is. And there seems to be carrying on some pace. Yeah, we've seen some return rounds from Metasport, but again, even on Ascent, Formulation seem to have the biggest grasp of the game. Having both hands on the steering wheel, while Metasport is just tugging at them, trying to regain control and able to do so. Demiurge very aggressive. I think this is one of the first few times we've seen him out in B main and it's worked out. Showstopper connecting onto Jaff. A big turnaround for Metasport's pace, and they've gained C control.
This is really important. Metasport, they've got that pit as well, which you can now invest to the post plant. It's the final round. There's no reason not to use it. There's extra utility off the back of this too. You've got the orb if you need an additional bit of coverage, the snake bite, and even that fade ultimate to maybe threaten the possibility of a flank.
Sure. 1 kill though, but they can use a neural theft and it'll be mighty important for this retake. But the fact that Puggy loses his life, Formulation is second guessing themselves. There's no dropping back though. Final round of this half, they have to give it their all. Operator, a Hail Mary. An attempt to make the impossible possible. Shorty in hand, it's only good for Demiurge. And he is running out of time. He can hear commotion behind him. Splish, splash, splosh. But Demiurge knows he's in deep waters here. And he can only survive if he puts his hands above his opponent's, drops into his own paint and the opposing Viper's pit. And that's going to allow Metasport to close things out on a high. We're looking at a pretty damn close 7-5 half.
Yeah, Metasport finally getting that C execute round that I was talking about with the pit that they wanted before. They got a couple extras there too. No way that they were going to be losing from that situation. And, well, for Formulation, still a very strong defensive half. 7-5 the scoreline for them now. And as well, I think more than anything, it's the questions we had coming into this week. Was it just going to be a shock result against Apex, or can they actually still do it in a team on the other side of the table, right at the bottom of the table, rather than the top, in your like average Polaris game? Because we know how competitive this league can be. Consistency is important. The fact that OnlyFins get their win earlier as well means that, you know, you're seeing the teams expected to win start to find those results, which is, you know, making things a little more tasty as the season carries on.
It seemed like Demiurge had that kill locked and covered, but no. Luca is the one to return the favor, even though he receives a bullet right between his eyes, somehow lodged in his skull and keeps him alive. Jaf aggressing very far forwards. The crossfire setup for Metasport might not even be good enough. Waking good for one. Formulation just keep on going into the opposing side spawn, and they want to rotate over to the C side where Ozzy is just hiding. And Knives Out won't be able to shoot up against them. Jaf alone, and I think he's in disarray. Needs this kill. Needs many kills, let's be fair, and won't be able to find any of them. Metasport hit where it hurts. The pistol round is theirs.
Yeah, and this is what Metasport were missing on the second half of Ascent. You know, they didn't find the pistol. It got off to a bad start. So having found both pistols on Lotus, it does count for the number of rounds, but again, you have to think they only found 3 of those gun rounds, whereas you can see the timeline in the middle of your screen there. Formulation, when they have all of the pieces at their disposal, able to put together a much clearer picture. Full save, just classics. Not even a single Sheriff will hit the Arsenal. And what are they doing? Walking into double-stacked Viper and Killjoy utility. So this could get messy. The fact that Demi picks up the orb might just be the only silver lining there is to take.
But Luca, point blank, will make it easy. Or will he? Yeah, well, the cleanup is there. Anybody called any janitors? Some sweeping required here.
Clean up on aisle C. Aussie getting it done. So we go into the next, and in terms of how strong this buy is going to be, not crazy. I think that the read that Formulation make with their full save second round is that we need heavy shields, because Marky has been known to run the Outlaw. He'll bring it out here, and there's only one player within one-shot range. It's Puggy. He's got an Odin, and that's going to be the A spam, which helps them take the early space.
Formulation are cooking something here, though. Feels like they're trying to go aggressive themselves, and Odin in the hands of Puggy to try and deal with any sort of peskiness out in Tree. Early smoke, one-sided smoke, which allows Waken to gain the advantage on the first engagement, but does drop back due to the stun. Respects it. He's a solo defender, by the way, so he's going to hand this over to Formulation. We'll be looking at a retake, but look at Semburn's position.
Semburn does have quite a nice late lurk that he can maybe look for here. Like you say, Waken gives up the space. And look, Formulation just thinking about everything. You've got one player who can be killed by the Outlaw. What do?
Oh,
Sit back in main, spam it out. Now you're retaking with the scoped weapon, and it's all your healthy players right in front of you.
It's scary to see a player so close to this corner with a shorty in hand. And Semburn has the timing on Ozzy. Great start. Marky draws out the Outlaw and waltzes inwards. Done. It's great. Jav follows up on it. Can't quite find Marky on time, but Semburn is there instead. Now the 3 players of Metasport have been able to cross into the site, but they're dealing with a lot from all directions. Mello, at least he's able to deal with one of these problems, but won't be able to solve the rest. The puzzle has been put together. Formulation are able to clean the picture, and it has the round 8 on it.
I really, really like that from Formulation, because where a lot of teams would just go on to treat this lurk like, you know, your full win condition, play super deep, they know they have the better guns here. So instead, Jaff is taking the stair space, and Semburn is able to make sure that the post plant can be way more open as well. With where it was on the corner, you've got the tree players and the stair players holding on in the end.
Again, quite explosive. Corn spots out Demiurge and the rest. But look how Metasport respond. They themselves want to take some space.
Yeah, we've seen them do this a couple of times. B main. Instead, it's Marky on an off angle. They're just going to keep him up here next to the box. You've got the turret for first contact. And your C site is very well stacked with utility. But again, I think Formulation just reading this. They go A, Waken forced to move off. Some kind of anti, I'm not sure. Like, they're just, you know, easy enough taking site control. And then what have you got? Semburn late. Again, Marky is there to clear out B main.
Oh, both Metasport players win on both fronts. Semburn down, Demiurge down. And Formulation are in trouble.
You see a slight variation there. I think Semburn knows that the turret's up on B this round, so instead he goes the long way through C, but Ozzy plays the patient game, finds that one, and Puggy gone in Hobbit should be a done deal.
Indeed. Something more than heroics are required here. We had only one to collect and put into his pocket. Jaff wants to make things challenging. Hang on a bit. You have awoken the beast, and he nearly gets it all done, Jaff. Don't make us sweat like that. I'll need 3 towels to get done with today. But that's Metasport finding the equalizer. We are 8-8.
You can even see Metasport, sure they get the round, but they're not happy with it. It's nothing to celebrate. Jaff's just completely leveled your economy. So everyone forced to repurchase. And looking at what we've got here, Marky's got 2,400 credits and he's got to work out what exactly he's going to go for. Semburn's bought into the Outlaw. They're maybe even just looking to fully punish this. Yeah, they are.
Alarm bot out. Placing sentry.
I mean, the fact it comes down to one individual to bail them out there from FMG is a little bit disappointing.
Yeah.
At the same time, you have to give credit where it's due for Metasport hanging on in this game again. Quick little clear towards Mount. They are ready for the A play this time with both of their anchors.
I don't know if Ozzy is though. Snakebite comes his way. Jaff is able to deal with them. Formulation, great start to this round, but they need to find the stick because there is a very dangerous Luca to the back of it, and he's got his whole setup awaiting with him. That paranoia is gorgeous though, and it's followed up by a flashpoint. But somehow Luca recovers in time, not in time though to grab the kill. So it's this time Formulation's turn to be ahead with 2 players.
Yeah, what we've seen just there is feeling like confirmation bias for a CS player. So much utility backside on Luca, can't hold on. FMG secure in post as well.
Marky. He's thinking about it. Even though they're low on eco, doesn't tempt the save. And will have to lose his life to an Outlaw. A rifle upgraded too. And Formulation keep the lead.
Yeah, and look, what Metasport tried to do there, it was where they had this double layer again of all of your strongest defensive utility on the C side of the map. You bring it over to your right-hand side. But then, yeah, like you say, Ozzy was just so isolated. There was no one to play off the back of him. It felt like they were both playing their own game, you know? Like, Ozzy is solo anchoring tree, and Luca is solo anchoring backside. It's not like they're able to actually combine any of that utility or those positions, which is a shame, really, when you have the 2 best agents for it. Do you know what I mean?
For sure. And even though Metasport were netting a comeback, they're still low in cash.
Here.
Formulation have an opportunity to take this just an inch further and they'd be able to put down quite a bit more pressure. 2 players hiding out with a pistol as Formulation have realized that dry peaks, nothing too extravagant, nothing too difficult. Plain and simple, into the seaside.
And again, Ozzy goes. There are players here. That showstopper is about to bring this one to an end though. A curtain call from Demiurge. Hello will catch him, but you know, like, it makes little difference here, Pavlos. This is another round. It's double digits for FMG.
It is indeed, and Marky on his efforts to find a Phantom. 2 bullets were remaining in the chamber, so it didn't really help much by the end. And then with a Prowler running right after him, that was his end. But you're right, that is Formulation regaining composure, regaining the lead, like you said, hitting double digits. And this is Metasport's turn to bring it back, and they know of it. Timeout brought out. This is desperate times, right? So desperate measures called. They don't have the delicacy of dropping to a 3rd map. They've lost the first. Formulation are knocking on victory's door, and you've got to deal with it quickly.
Yeah, timeout being called. They want to cook something up here, but Formulation know it. It's already circulating their own grey matter. 4 different things to work with. But that's the thing, if you lose this round, you then don't have money. So you are kind of forced to make sure that something happens here. You've got to be the protagonist. At the same time, you probably don't want to force your hand into anything too crazy. Say, for example, they're combining ults and going really quickly at A main, and Formulation can just react and take C site. The best way to set up might just be something like a pit, you know, give Ozzy a little bit more support where he's been going down in these first fights. And you can play into your retake, you've got the Nightfall and the lockdown. What does the setup look like?
Guess we'll see now what these two teams have tried to cook up the past 30 seconds. What's been discussed? Formulation going for one of their famous aggressing pushes straight away, but no, actually they do pull a stop to that and want to take some slow control. Make sure Metasport aren't holding this far A main control.
Yeah, I really like the setup from Metasport. Again, hit off the rip from Ozzy. Got Marky on the op here. Has to be careful peeking into these players though.
No.
Especially with Zenburn on that outlaw.
Was Marky half shield? He must have been, because he fell with one shot.
I mean, they've not got the money to be buying a heavy shield operator player up here, Pavlos. I'll be real. They're in dire straits. And look, what did you have? You had a turret watching B for you anyway. You've got your alarm bot on C. You could stack towards A.
I always get nervous when people choose to push through Viper's pits, but this time it gets followed up with a Rolling Thunder, but does it even matter? The Snakebite has delayed the rest. Oh no, I'm getting scared. Very scared. Puggy though, able to stabilize just a little bit. You have to work hard to drop this Viper to clear up the way with a Viper's pit, but they think better of it. Ozzy pushing his own pit and won't be able to get there on time. Onto the side they go. Waken rotating, and it's all a matter of timing all across the board. A 2 versus 2, which Waken does a lot of damage to, and it's all down to Ozzy and Puggy to clutch it up. Very smart from Puggy to head to this A site. We're looking at a duel.
And again, it's Puggy in the clutch. You always fancy his chances to pull this one off. Health advantage, Haunts come up, and a Nightfall to work with. Sure, if Ozzy can get close enough to the spike, he's got that Poison Orb to threaten the possibility of a defuse, but Puggy will stand his ground.
Ozzy, slow and steady. Odin isn't the fastest gun to pull the trigger with, but if you get an inkling that one's nearby, and he is very close by, Ozzy saves the day for Metasport. They really needed that round to stay in the game.
When the chips were down, Puggy went all in on the heaven angle. Was hoping that maybe even if Ozzy makes his way in the site, there's a chance he'll tap the spike, not have the confidence, but we really saw Ozzy step up in this round. Even when the players are making their way back through the door, he's fighting back out of the pit. He's confident to take that peak where FMG don't expect someone to be moving there. Still, Zenburn purchasing this outlaw though against 4 light shielded opponents. Formulation.
Why not?
Fully understanding the situation, the economy that Metasport have right now, and that if it keeps going down to these 1v1s, they're not going to be able to stabilize.
And Zenburn doesn't mind taking this extremity. He's been doing it time and time again. Yeah, and he's been running away with a few kills here and now. It's this time around, a Nightfall will drop, and that spots 3 players close by. The Prowlers will fall, and so will the rest. The cavalry has arrived, and is trampling all over you. Metasport in big trouble, and it's all held together by Waken holding this ground, but it isn't quite enough. A 2v3 and Formulation still favored, and they've got still a lot of time to make a decision with.
I mean, Metasport were so aggressive there. They just sit in the Nightfall and get completely devoured. Jaff was even investing his own from the shadows to get a backstab, but as soon as he sees that they've got those 2 picks, he'll cancel it and join up with the rest of his team. That's one thing Formulation have here. Numbers. They're moving towards C. Luca might not be in a position to stop this. He will get Zenburn. I think that's all you can really afford to walk away with for now.
Lockdown. So what Formulation are going to try and do is get the spike down. Puggy will be breaking it, but Luca finds a shot through the smoke. Super crucial. And the lockdown hasn't even been broken. Jaff is stuck, didn't really know what to do. The panic kicks in. And Metasport, I think they put Formulation on the hot seat.
Yeah, I think Formulation kind of rushed that late round idea. They didn't group on the execute. Zenburn goes in first, he dies. follow-up from Puggy. He's crouching around a corner with the Odin spamming, for goodness sake. Luca will see those traces a mile off. And then, well, Jaff's got nothing left to do. His work's cut out in that situation. 10 apiece. Metasport starting to build back into this one now. We'll go back to the same C setup. A has been the weaker of the two. Is it enough to hold on?
Early flash keeping Marky further back. Although reinforcements arrive with the likes of Mello, you might be wondering what will happen here, especially when Waken is considering spraying through these doors. The cut doesn't have an Odin, so it doesn't make this endeavor easier, but he knows there's a lot of commotion around here. But Metasport, this is not them call to action, it's formulation. And so far they've been making mistakes.
Again, Waken will be pretty happy to play solo anchor as this Omen. He can TP out of trouble if he needs to. Still got one of those. And the ultimate as well. Coming into the retake. Marky's still got the nade. They've got the showstopper. He's actually called a rotation here to support Waken.
Angels to delay. Just a waiting game. Metasport have approached pretty far forward. Showstopper knowing that they are crossed in. That's 2 kills to his name. Demiurge, though, is able to reply with paint of his own. Spike on the wrong side of the map here. Has to work quickly to try and group up. TP's forwards. Look at Luca, though. Not going to be disrupting here. Knows they've got numbers advantage.
They do. Ozzy has to drop all the way back here because he knows that Waterfall could have been conceded. It has. Senbun finds one which draws us level.
Huge. How do you draw it back? Metasport group up 2 together, and Ozzy alone. Smoke on one end, so it complicates the endeavor for Puggy. Senbun dropping mighty important. Jaff playing the high-low, all by himself, by the way, and Ozzy alone on the other corner. Jaff bringing one to work when it's required, but it just isn't enough. Ozzy securing it, and it's Metasport with the lead.
When it looked like Ozzy was having a tough time starting off this defender's side, he's come up huge in the last few. Being that Viper player as well, it's so pivotal that you're not going down in the first few engagements, that you've got strong positioning, and that's exactly what he had. Whereas, you know, Senbun taking that fight through Waterfall does end up getting the pick. Ozzy is even later, and instead of sailing the rest of his team down the river, he may just have given them the undercurrent to close this one out. And look at the money. Suddenly, Formulation are on their own last legs.
Uh-oh. I think it's now where you begin to say, uh-oh. Oh no. Ozzy very deep here, but it's not without the assist of KJ utility. Poison Cloud drops right in time. A lot to alert the presence. Oh, can't quite balance the presence of 2. Luca is able to find the answer, though. The trade is there, but it was still a 4v4 with a quick rotation for Metasport.
Yeah, Waken straight into play and Marky coming up the flank. Riyadh was looking at it and has now spotted the Scotsman, so he's got to go the long way around. That's more time in the bank for FMG.
Oh! Puggy might have just changed the entire tide because it opens up one of these areas. It frees it up for Formulation to hold with. Puggy back of sight. Paranoia does work, allowing the Fountain player to just creep on onwards. Luca, great to carry it through. Puggy is the linchpin in this, has to hold it back. Riyadh, what can you do? From Mount, you've got to interrupt it here. You need to find accurate shots. Has to reload. This buys time for the defuse. The spray isn't there. Has to readjust, but Riyadh gets it eventually.
What a clutch from Riyadh. Huge for Formulation to tie the score. This one is going right to the very death. And it could be the burial for Metasport and their play-in's chances if they can't force us onto a decider. No money left. It was on a knife's edge for both teams. And Formulation have come out the other side of the woods and now into the clear. The possibility of map point looming right in front of them.
I mean, it was too close for comfort for either of the sides. I'd hope playing Formulation to get the timeout out, even though if it was across the wind, because they need to breathe off after that. I think there's been a few rounds there where they've required a breather. And you can see the economy on the knife's edge on both sides. It has been for a few rounds, which is what allowed this game to be quite the back and forth, especially the second half.
I mean, you can see who's managed to get the most success for Metasport. It's Luca and Ozzy, the ones which can play off the back of their own utility, whereas not to be his biggest critic again, behind closed doors.
Sure.
I do love Marky, but he's going negative at this point in time. We want to see the Rays maybe have a little bit more impact for them here. They've not really been in a position where they've had the credit to get him an operator, for example, and let him play through that ability where he is very quick.
Sure.
And look at the buy.
And there's been a clear difference.
Senburn's brought out the bloody Outlaw again because he just knows that Metasport are screwed for money and he can continue to punish them.
It just exposes how strong this gun is in this situation, right?
It's bullying.
And it... quite literally at this point. And Bully isn't even on this team. Wow. Crazy times. But it also shows the difference of approach. Metasport have been nowhere as aggressive on the start than Formulation have. On this defensive. Damage, aggression off the back of Riyadh and Jaff. No, we haven't really seen that on their end. Been a more laid back approach, but they seem to be having the read here, and I'm scared for Formulation. I can't lie.
Support arriving. Metasport, they have the turret towards B. Luca can watch over C. Let's put 4 bodies on the line. Is the utility going to be good enough, or the reveal perhaps? They know.
And although the 3 players are playing up together here, they might be able to find some trades, but they are locked in from the back of the site. The adaptation from Demiurge showing his star power. His addition to the squad justified. And Formulation 1 away from shutting down this series in their own favor.
Yeah, I mean, look, up against the Pistols, you didn't want to give Metasport too much credit there, but when they make that call, when they have the players to defend the site, you thought there was half a chance. The C's out of Puggy, by the way, was fantastic and caught up in the web. There was no escape, and look at the ults. 1 round left, absolutely no reason not to just make the most of your X Factor.
The thing is, Metasport are just 1 orb away on a couple of these players to find crucial ults themselves, but they don't really have the free real estate to go for these orbs freely. Yeah. It's a hard one.
Like, how many times have Metasport put players in aggressive positions? Not too often.
First showstopper, first stall also for Formulation. Doesn't work out, but it clears out some space. Nightfall spotting out a couple. Prowler sent right after it. Will the chase continue from Demiurge? I think it just might. All of these players are pretty darn low, suppressed, but the spike goes down. Formulation set up the defensive positions. Demiurge goes aggressive instead. It just keeps us in a limbo, and Senman clears out a very crucial corner, so the rest can focus out on Hobbit.
I mean, they knew there were 2 in Hobbit, and now they've sent the Rolling Thunder there and caught 2 more. So this one's curtains, Pavlos. Metasport need to fight back, and they'll start through Aussie.
Well, Aussie is able to find his way back in, but Demiurge, if he keeps himself covered from the top of that site, he can keep focus towards the left. It's Marky. Chu shut down his opponent, but Aussie can't stay alive for long, and Formulation have been able to do it. Goodness me, Metasport take them through their paces, but it's done.
A feel-good win for Formulation Gaming. They failed to confirm the result against Apex the other week, but on the other side of the table, well, the result somewhat expected. Demiurge against his former employers bites the hand which used to feed him. And it's a frustrating one for Metasport because they know that at times in patches during this game, they look good enough to do it against one of the better teams in the region. However, it was just not quite enough, and I think it's going to be a little bit longer for them to get that second win.
I mean, for Metasport, we already knew this was going to be a tough road, but they might as well just waved their playoffs contention hopes goodbye. Well, at the same time, you've got Formulation here, who have definitely improved their chances. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road. It's not going to be a simple one, but at least they keep up hope. They've got a second win in the bag here, 2 and 3 in the grand scheme of things. Let's see if they can actually keep this up.
I mean, that's the thing too for Metasport. What are your upcoming games? Sweet and Sour, Apex. You're not really going to be fancying your chances, right? It's unfortunate. Like, Sweet and Sour is the one where I think maybe you could get a result against them because they have
just beat Apex,
sometimes like looked a bit like that. But as you say, right, they've just beaten Apex.
I know why you're saying that. Too much opium. You're wearing the England shirt.
As you put it, right. I think this is the thing with Metasport. This split of this season for them was always going to be a learning curve. They got the one win against NXT. You take those royalties when you get them. But here you can see why Formulation have now established established themselves in the region. In comparison to Split 1, Demi's come in, made a nuisance of himself, and I can say now that they've also fully landed. Same as OnlyFins earlier on, it's going to make for an exciting conclusion.
And while the matches of today may be over, the show isn't. So make sure you stay tuned for an interview and the post-match breakdown. We'll be back right after this.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day.
What a great last match of the day. Intense, exciting, and honestly, throughout the whole map, I just felt like there were both teams attacking all the time.
Yeah, and for me, I could have swore that Formulation Gaming actually led that first half like 9-3 or something, because they were dominating that quite heavily. It was actually quite close feat. Metisport actually grabbing a lot of momentum in the end of that map. Can't quite close it out, and Formulation Gaming will take it down 2-0. Amazing performance by them. Second win of the season. Really important win at that. Actually, Formulation Gaming, like I said, they were at 2 missed points. So when you want to make that play in, you need to get these wins down, and such an important round, or match rather, for Formulation Gaming. Demiurge, not a surprise that he is at the top. Amazing performance.
Yeah, that was really impressive to see Mattis also be able to keep up with them, because in the first game it was a bit rougher, but they managed to pull through and stay with them and challenge them throughout. However, though, I must admit, it did feel like Formulation Gaming were constantly dominating the scene. Maybe it was the way they played it so aggressively. They were like pushing onto A long on defending, and I had a moment I was like, MP, are they attacking, or like what's going on here? It doesn't matter if you're pushing with op, because don't worry, my boy Pug is holding you so you can satchel away and be free and even get a kill with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, the double team play there was amazing between the Initiator and the Duelist Demiurge Buggy. I just love the synergy there. It was amazing. I think there was some synergy on Ascent as well, but here you can see it like in action very, very clearly, and we have a round to show a little bit later on that. But I'm gonna be honest, I think Metisport showed pretty good sides here, but Formulation Gaming, they were just better at this moment.
They really were, and there's one person in particular that did stood out, and we are lucky to have him here today for a little quick questions. Riyad, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Are you feeling good? Are you excited?
I'm feeling great. It was an important win for us, and it was a needed one as well, so it's good for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. You are no team that can go easy, or you have had your struggles, especially in the Apex game. Right there when Metisport were grabbing a little bit hold of the game, how hard is it to just keep your mental and not actually think about the Apex game that you had there, lost 7 rounds in a row? What is the situation that your mind is going at that situation where Metisport is grabbing the hold of that match?
I don't think the team really thought of them like being ahead or like actually like getting close to us, because I feel like we had like the entire control for the whole series. And regarding Apex, I feel like we showed a good side of us in Apex game, so I just think we carried a lot of the momentum from the Apex during like our practice. So I just think we know that we are a class better than Metisport, and we know that we should beat them any day of the week. So, you know, it should be a 2-0 any day. So I'm not really surprised, and I don't really care if they're hit like 11-10 or 10-7. So yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. I mean, we definitely saw that on the server. You were class ahead. Amazing performance. I was thinking of you guys picking up Demiurge for this season, obviously for the relegation as well. How has he elevated your game of play? Because I think it showed really, really good promise today on the server.
Oh, he's been great for us. He's a great asset. He's been contributing a lot to us, like regarding energy and just communication-wise, and of course he has a lot of firepower, which we can't deny. So I just think like he's a good package of everything. So I think it's been really good for us, and I definitely like we're gonna improve a lot more still with him. He's still new, so.
You can definitely see you guys have good synergy. It's really fun to watch you from behind the screen, and I have been pointing out Puggy quite a lot because he's Odin master, making the game so annoying. And does he always shoot bodies? Does he always spray through every wall, no matter who he plays, and chew gum on the same time?
Yeah, he does. Also in practice, sometimes he gets kills. Sometimes that you're like wondering, I didn't know he could wallbang that, but he can. So yeah.
I was so impressed. I was like, this guy I would be reporting for hacks if it was in my game. So luckily I'm not playing against him, because he's the reason I hate the Odin, but he also made me love it. But nevertheless, amazing play, and it was so fun watching you guys dominate.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Wow, amazing to hear the background there as well. And like he said, Demiurge overall amazing player, not even only the firepower, but overall brings a lot to the team, elevates the momentum there, the spirit. We saw quite a lot of I'd say spirit elevation from Jaff even before the match. Yeah. We saw some highlights from him. Always glad to see that, but it's always glad to hear that Demiurge is contributing into that as well. We do have one round in particular that we want to highlight, and well, who else to highlight in that round? 8 and Demiurge. I mean, amazing performance. You even talked about Puggy a little bit.
Yeah.
The control of that A lobby was just amazing. Let's see if we have the replay here, and we do. Just the synergy here.
Just kept happening. They just kept pushing A lobby here, controlled, getting kills, going off. Puggy trading him easy. They were playing so well. They even ended up in CT at one point, and I was like, man, they're attacking on both sides. Doesn't matter where they are. They will push with operator no matter what. And I love an aggressive team. Makes me boil up.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the biggest highlights, I think, for me was when you said, "Oh, I didn't know they had a Viper on their team."
You're gonna call me out like that, yeah? Yeah. I was
But
a bit shocked.
that's definitely a really good highlight. Like, that's impressive in terms of Puggy and Demiurge just dominating that A lobby, because they rendered that Viper completely useless. Usually when you have that Viper, he's gonna control that A lobby, trying to get his position deep into that A side, control with the wall, but Puggy and Demiurge wasn't. They didn't let that Viper control that. Also, he didn't. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 rounds that he had control there. But other than that, Puggy was spraying with the Odin. Demiurge was getting control. Like the round we saw, good operation, really aggressive position. And it was really easy for Metisport to play on that defensive side, because you don't have to hold down only 2 sides. Usually Lotus is quite hard on the defensive side, but I think they made it look quite easy on that map.
It was really fun to see them be so aggressive, like even when the Cypher's pushing up C long and getting 1, 2, 3 kills itself has me shocked. And those are not the Cyphers I play against, but it's darn impressive to see it happen. And as I said again, aggressiveness, I think, is the way to go. And it really did pay off today. And one thing I did really like about Riyadh is he said that his mental wasn't thrown away after the Apex loss, and I think that just comes to show that if you really put your mind to it and you focus as a team, you can focus on the future, and there's still chances for them to get on top of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we want to take a look at the standings right here. What is the situation that we have going on right now? Because it's going to be interesting in terms of points. Where do we see these teams place? And Formulation Gaming, they promote themselves to 5th, getting that 2 or rather that 2nd win under the belt up in our orchestra in Metisport. They are at the last places with 4 losses. The teams that lost today, Onlyfins actually quite a good position on that 3rd place. It's pretty good when we think about the playoffs, and especially play-ins as well. That is definitely something that you probably will secure a play-in spot.
Yeah, you're a proud fan to see them climb so high up, and their performance today was outstanding. It was long, good matches, but it was definitely worth it, and it paid off. They really did. Mark, Icebox, not as bad as I think anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some banger games coming up, not quite next week, but the week after that. I think it's the 29th. Onlyfins is gonna face against Apex. Apex are the giants. Myself, as a proud Finn, I do believe in Onlyfins. I mean, do you think they have a chance against the giants?
I mean, I am from Norway though, so this is gonna be, this is basically us having a personal rivalry. I'm betting my money on Apex, but when you're on top, you can only go lower. Onlyfins doesn't have anything to lose, and as they're going right now, this could be an interesting match. I'm definitely excited to pay attention to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some banger matches coming up after that as well. I think it's called Super Week right there. From 29th of June to 2nd of July, we have games every day. It's 2 games per day, so I think you definitely want to tune in on that. It's gonna be amazing. Really stacked games. They have to play back to back, and I think we're gonna see quite a lot of actions. Maybe a lot of 3-mappers, maybe? I'd say so.
Yeah, it seems like those like especially Lotus and Sunsets are maps that constantly gets played. They're safe, they know them, and to be fair, it's nice to see different teams do different things on those maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do love to see a lot of Valorant action-packed week coming up. Obviously there, I mean, all we have to do is promote our socials. Of course, go check out us out on Twitter, #Pathfinders, Challengers, EMEA, and YouTube. You can see the VODs right there. you should definitely go check out those. Go follow us on Twitter. You see freshest posts, good clips. There's probably gonna be some good clips from today's show as well. I mean, thank you from me. It was amazing to share the desk with you, Elincia. What do you have to say in the end of the show?
Thank you so much for having me. It was my first time, hopefully not the last time. It was a pleasure to work with y'all. Pleasure to see the chat, and so lovely to see the teams. So now I'm gonna go and try and do this in comp, and probably flame my teammates when they're not able to trade me off. But maybe I should pick up that Odin.
wish I could be strong, survive.